And he steps up to 18, and he hits a perfect drive, and then a perfect 9-iron, and then stepped up. This is the thing, too. He steps up, and 22 seconds after Sam Burns putts out, he's standing over. He's not wasting any time. He saw the putt. He saw what he needed to do. And just like when he was in the bunker on 15 and 17, just looked at the situation, assessed it, and just played it. That's what he does. He stepped up, but 22 seconds later, he puts that thing a little side entry, and he wins the Open Championship.
It was awesome. If you've never seen Ryan Fox play, that's something a lot of people are noticing now. He plays fast. He is decisive. He does not want to let negative thoughts creep in by overanalyzing, over-talking to his caddy, thinking about club selection. He has a plan, C-shot, hit shot, let's go. They finished their final round in 4 hours, which is unheard of on a major championship. And like you said, 22 seconds after Burns' ball hits the bottom of the cup for his par on 18, he's jarring the game-winning birdie, championship-winning birdie. It was incredible.
And then afterwards, he talked about his thought process going through the final shots as he's sitting next to his new claret jug.
Definitely the first part. I mean, I hit 2 shots exactly how I wanted to hit them. And I didn't feel anything for the putt. Everything was shaking that much. I was just happy to hit it somewhat near the hole, and to see it go in was incredible. But, I did say to my caddy, Dean, on the tee that we were going to take it on, that I was going to try to win the tournament, and I'd live with the consequences if I stuffed it up. And, to go out there and execute, that drive's not a very comfortable tee shot, obviously, and to hit it in the fairway and give myself a chance was huge. And then I landed on a good number. I think I had 160 meters to the hole. The breeze was a little down off the left. Obviously, everything's a bit jumped up there, so it was just a solid 9, and I hit it exactly where I wanted to hit it. And I think I screamed at it, "Please be good in the air," and it was. And to cap it off with the putt, everyone practices on the green, I guess. You've got a putt to hold a major championship or to win the Open. It's not like that in real life. It's not a very comfortable feeling, but it's certainly very enjoyable when you see it go in.
Unreal.
That's got to make you feel better. You talked about not being able to feel your hands, playing the ACC, and then this guy's like, yeah, I can't really feel my hands. I got to putt to win the major.
It's incredible. So cool, man.
It's very cool.
Congratulations to Ryan Fox. I'd love to chat with him.
Yeah, there's a cool video going around right now of him flying back to Florida, and he's got the claret jug in the overhead compartment. There it is. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that he had the cabin space above him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, is that his one carry-on item? That'd be my one carry-on item. I'm not checking that back.
Right. It's not leaving my sight.
That's so cool.
Pretty good.
Awesome. Apparently, Cam Young was on the same flight, too.
Oh, wow. That's got to be tough for Cam Young. You finish early. You're in you're playing in the mid groups,
yeah, right.
And you're waiting around 2+ hours just to see if maybe there's a playoff. You go out, warm up. Oh, what's that? No, he jarred it. Okay.
That's why it's 72 holes.
Going
and he
home.
bogeyed 18.
Yeah, he bogeyed 18.
So, I mean, again, that's why every shot counts. And well done to Ryan Fox.
Yeah, very cool.
And Ryan Fox doing what he did, took Bryson DeChambeau and what happened with him completely off that radar.
Yep.
And certainly so did DeChambeau's weekend. Now, you could say that he was thrown off his game by taking 2 strokes off of his score on Friday. And DeChambeau shot over the weekend 69 and 72, which is not shabby to say the least. But what he did on Friday, it's kind of crazy that, the conversation that's been around it is we don't know if he did it on purpose or not, or did it on purpose or not. And that's the improving his ability to connect with the ball in thick gorse.
Yeah, it wasn't the lie. It was more the swing path.
Well, right. You're not allowed to improve the swing path at all.
Right.
And, there's back and forth of like, well, he's got to get his feet set somehow. I mean, he needed to look at, where the ball was, and you got to step into that grass somehow. And then you look at it, and it's just like, is he doing the Macarena in there, or what's he doing? You know, and then you're looking at it like, well, but still, he had to stand behind it to see where it's going, right? He had to look at it. He had to choose a spot. And then you're like, well, do you have to lift your foot up and stamp it down? Like you take a look at it different way, and then you see so many of the players who are like, you know, Homa's like, and Scheffler, like, I know him. He's not a cheater. He's not going to cheat the game.
Right.
You know, and then others are like, yeah, I'm not really forming an opinion on it. And others are like, well, I've got an opinion on it, and it's not a great one. And then Rory McIlroy stepped to the podium. And if there was a pile of dirt and DeChambeau was somewhere ready to be buried, well, Rory McIlroy pulled out the big dog of a shovel and kept shoveling.
So I was watching it live. I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players, and as soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. And yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So, and again, it's like whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless. But I think the 2-shot penalty was justified for sure.
What did you think of the scenes after? Obviously, you guys were delayed getting your tee times as well because of it all going on.
Late night for everyone. Yeah, I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And yeah, to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Do you think he knew what he was doing?
Look, he's going to say, like, again, I'm not in his mind. I'm not in his, but it didn't look good.
The honesty from Rory McIlroy, off the charts.
That's what we want from our athletes, right?
Oof.
Jeez.
That's live related, right? Isn't it? Live tour?
Yeah, and I think final round Masters last year, they're in the group together. Not shaking. It's all goes back a long way.
Well, in terms of the performative commentary, that's one man's opinion.
Yeah.
And if I'm being told you're losing 2 strokes, I'm not going to take it well. That's for damn sure. Certainly, if I'm going to be now called a cheater, I mean, that's going to take a while to calm me down and get off the course. And then there's the other side of it. The Telegraph newspaper reporting that during the conversation, Bryson DeChambeau, according to the Telegraph, let me see if he will address this at any point, warned officials at the Open that he was ready to call President Trump in a tense standoff that saw the American hit with a 2-shot penalty for inadvertently improving his lie. And if that's the case, hey, Bryson, listen, you're dealing with the royal and ancient. That'd be like, you're going to call the president of the United States. Once upon a time, our predecessors told Braveheart he couldn't improve his lie. Okay? This goes back centuries. Okay.
Yeah, and Bryson didn't talk to the media
What
on
does that even
Friday.
mean?
He didn't talk to the media over the weekend. I imagine he'll post a video on his YouTube channel explaining everything.
The one thing that you could read his lips at one point is he did seem to threaten he's not going to play the next day.
Yeah, and that's
I'm glad that he did.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
kind of Rory's point about holding everybody up. They couldn't make tee times because they had to wait to see if
but
he was
dude,
going to
if you're
withdraw.
being told, okay, and so many of his colleagues are like, hey, every shot, because he's Bryson DeChambeau, is on camera.
Right.
So many other guys could have been stomping around or inadvertently improved their line. You just didn't see it.
Right.
Because not every shot is on camera for that player. But, man, that was a dramatic
wild.
weekend
Yeah, it was
at
wild.
Royal Birkdale. What a royal drama that was.
It was wild.
All right, let's take a break here. We got Josh Pate coming up in a matter of moments. But I just want to tell you this note from our friends at Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that most meet your needs, and their experts then install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with the Rich Eisen Show, well, that to us says a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. Joining us from, I believe, I don't know where he is. Maybe he's in Tampa, Florida. I don't know. But Josh Pate's going to join us next talking about SEC and my school, Michigan. Don't go anywhere. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering buy one, get one 50% off windows and doors, and no payments, no interest for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026. Rich Eisen here. We talk a lot about battles in sports. Teams battling through adversity, athletes fighting for every yard. The toughest warriors I've ever seen, though, aren't on the field. They're kids fighting cancer. Their families standing beside them. Doctors, nurses, caregivers. That's why I'm proud to support Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 28 years, they've helped fund pediatric cancer research, raising more than $303 million and supporting over 40,000 children. Learn more and donate at HyundaiUSA.com/Hope on Wheels.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns August 6th through the 9th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park.
Happening August 6th through the 9th. Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Are you starting college, moving to a new apartment, or just looking to create a new vibe in your college living? Make IKEA your first stop for everything you need. Add color with cozy bedding, organize your dorm with smart storage solutions, or find that perfect sleeper sofa. IKEA has your college life covered, and verified college students get 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family. It's free and packed with rewards. So grab your roommate and head to IKEA Schaumburg, IKEA Bolingbrook, or shop online at ikea.us. Or use the IKEA app.
School's out. Summer is here. And for teachers, that means it's finally time to take care of yourself. This summer, Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is helping men step up, do their part, and take responsibility for family planning. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies, and the procedure is safe, simple, and virtually painless. It's a quick 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel procedure done right in the office. The actual procedure takes about 15 minutes, and you're back in action the very next day. No long recovery, no stress, just peace of mind for you and your partner. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington, it's simple to schedule around summer break. This is your summer. Before the bell rings again, make the smart call. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Class dismissed. Peace of mind delivered.
At Triton College, you'll be put on a path to achieve your degree or start a new career. Take convenient classes close to home that are comparable and transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you get a quality education that's affordable and taught by award-winning faculty with real-world experience. No matter who you are or what you aspire to be, there's a place for you. Triton College. Affordable, close to home. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/fall.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we are all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Term provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Josh Pate, our friend, ESPN college football analyst, as well as a big-time broadcaster right here on the program. It's good to see you, sir. Greg Sankey, I want to start. I reached out to you this morning based on what was going on at my alma mater in Michigan. We'll get to that in a second. But to be straight up, when the commissioner of the SEC, Greg Sankey, who I like to refer to even to his face as the president of the United States of Collegiate Sports, when he says that there is something real to the conversation of the SEC breaking away from the NCAA based on the frustrations and the rules and the regulations that aren't uniform or certainly aren't going to address the member schools of the SEC, that's massive news. He did say that today. Josh, what's your 2 cents on that?
I tend to believe him. Now, it's not a zero-sum thing, I don't think. It's not like he's either totally serious about it or they're totally using that to leverage the conversation in the right way. There's probably a healthy mixture of both. It's just, as you know, sometimes it's a total bluff, and you get your bluff called or you don't, you get your way. I don't think this is a bluff. And I know that because I spent the entire spring going around multiple conferences, SEC included, and a lot of off-the-record conversations sort of sounded even more colorfully in the same vein that Greg Sankey's on-the-record comment sounded this morning, and that's from everywhere from ADs to university presidents. They look at it, and they say that word unsustainable. And the thing about it is, it's going to be sustainable for the SEC. It's going to be sustainable for the Big Ten. It's just at some point, if we're the SEC or we're the Big Ten even, we look at it and say, is this even worth our time? Because we know we can survive. It's them that need us, not us that need them. Now, me as a college football first guy, I hate all of it. I despise that we're even talking about it in these terms. But it's like you and I and 500 other people are on a cruise ship, and we keep looking up at the captain's deck, and nobody's hands are on the wheel. And you figure at some point, someone's going to be in charge. Someone's going to make sure we don't run into the port over here. And no one has their hands on the wheel right now. So at some point, the conferences look and say, well, okay, we've got our own little lifeboat over here. It's pretty nice, and we know we can control that. And we know we can sustain ourselves for a long time on that thing. So what's the line in the sand? Like, what is the magic line of demarcation past which, forget about it, we're going to torch the barn, kill the rats, as Meemaw would say, we're going off on our own. I don't know what that is. I don't know that they know what that is. I think it's one of those, we'll just know when we're there.
I understand that for sure, and I just don't know what it would look like. It would have to include the conference from which the last 3 college football national champions have come from, Josh, right? I mean, the Big Ten's got to be involved in anything of a breakaway. Listen, I know the SEC's popular, but they're just going to have their own championship, and we'll just wonder how they would look against the champs of the rest of the NCAA, Josh, you know?
Now, I don't want that.
Right.
There is an alternate universe where I could see it working, but I don't want it, so I don't want to go to the alternate universe.
Okay.
I will say, because of all these threats being made over really the past year, but specifically the past 6 months, I, famously not a legal type, have consorted with a bunch of real legal types, and I've said the SEC and the Big Ten just go off on their own. There's that M word. What is that? Monopolistic. Does this fit that description? And the answer was certain degrees of, yeah, that's why they're going to have to pretend that they're not locked arm in arm for a little while if they do decide to go down that path. So you said, I don't know what it'll look like. I said, I don't know what it would look like. I'm telling you, I don't think they know what it would look like either. But I always go back to this. Ironically, Rich, let's see, it's 2026. This week, 5 years ago, there was this news out of nowhere. It happened at SEC Media Days. I would say it's the last bombshell story out of SEC Media Days, and that was OU, Texas to the SEC. And they kept a total lid on it. No one knew it was coming. And so I keep thinking to myself, if they were able to keep that under wraps 5 years ago, might there be something that's in the oven pertaining to matters that we're discussing right now that none of us know? And might all of what we've been given, might the morsels that we've had thrown at us from microphones just be flack, just be subterfuge to get us looking to the left and to the right? Because I do think that there's still a lot up in the air, but for as much attention as has been paid to this by some pretty smart people, I find it hard to believe everyone's just waking up every morning scratching their head, wondering what the day will bring. I've got to think there's some design somewhere.
And what did Sankey say about college football playoffs expansion? Anything else?
Well, they peppered him a lot. I mean, I give him full credit now. He opens himself up to wide-ranging Q&A at this event every year.
I love it.
I think out of all the power commissioners, I don't know. I value what he says the most, even if I don't always agree with it. I think it's really, really well-founded in logic, and so I appreciate when he does it. So this morning, I thought the biggest takeaway, Rich, was actually when they asked him about the playoff, and they asked him about you guys, the SEC, expanding to 9 league games and all these coaches being upset because they thought expansion of conference schedule was going to coincide with expansion of playoffs. And that hasn't happened. Are you guys worried that the college football playoff is not going to recognize your strength of schedule the way that you hope they do? Now, when they set out on that course to go 9 conference games in the SEC, there was just an assumption that the college football playoff selection criteria was going to change and that they were going to value strength of schedule a little bit differently and define it a little bit differently than they had. Now, side note, I think that's warranted. All right, now we get back up on the main road. This morning, his words made it sound like they have no confidence that that group is going to, in any shape, form, or fashion, value strength of schedule the way they want it to the point where he went back to the spring when they met with the college football playoff, and I want to get these words right. He said, we had very unsatisfactory discussions with the college football playoff, which means, and I do not agree with this, but it sounds like this is the way it's going to be. It sounds like wins and losses are going to continue to be the ultimate metric in college football. I know there's a lot of pro sports folks watching saying, duh, what else matters other than wins and losses? You're right. It's just that 10-2 Air Force and 10-2 Georgia sometimes are very different teams in this sport, which is different than the Sunday game. And doesn't sound like many people on that committee are willing to bend enough to the SEC satisfaction.
I feel the same way about Sankey too, Josh. I mean, again, I love that you quoted him like that because he's his verbiage, his way of talking, it is infused. It's also a lot of breadcrumbs. It's very smart. I'm a fan of his. When he comes on this show, it is a wide-ranging Q&A. We chop it up. He pushes back. It's great. And the first time I ever met him was at the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Patriots in Atlanta. back in, let me get this, back in 2019. And he's sitting next to me, and he knew where I went to school, and he starts talking about all the SEC players that are in the Super Bowl right here. And I'm like, what is this guy's malfunction? Like, why is he in my grill about this sort of thing? And I literally just met him, and I'm like, you see 12 for New England down there? You see that guy with all the rings? You see that guy? Like, let's just stack him up against the rest of the SEC, and then we'll start talking. And like, I thought, am I going to have to get separated from this commissioner in Commissioner Goodell's box? Like, is he going to have like, commissioner going to have to step in here? But I love him. I love him.
So last year, it had to be it was either preseason or during the college football season last year.
Yeah.
You guys had him on the show.
Right.
And I've told you this off air. Like, I thought it was one of, if not the best back and forth conversations I've heard him have publicly. I told him that to his face at the Miami A&M playoff game. So I've told that to all parties involved. But if you go back to the Eisen archives, and you listen to that conversation, you notice it seems like 50 times you asked him a question or you posed an idea, and his response was, well, now let's back up to chapter 1. Now let's start at the beginning. You started in the middle of the story. It was so great.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I do. You gotta have your T's crossed and I's dotted, and get a good night's rest before talking to Greg Sankey. All right, Josh, let's get to my alma mater. Let's get to what is happening at the University of Michigan with Ward Manuel and the report that's either going to have some bullet points released, not fully released. What is happening at Michigan Athletic and the athletic department, Josh?
Well, two interesting things are happening. As is often the case in college football, anytime there's scandal in a program, it seems like the sources that have the news first are media members that mainly cover rival programs. It's just the beauty of college football. So that's been happening. The news today, right as Greg Sankey took the stage in Tampa, I think unironically, and I credit the Big Ten for doing this. This is how you suck all the oxygen out of the room. The news out of Ann Arbor was that Ward Manuel, after the end of this year, will step down. This was widely rumored over the past several weeks, actually. It's been congruent to an investigation that's been going on into the soup to nuts, top to bottom operational aspects of the Michigan Athletic Department. You said a very important thing there. Bullet points of that investigation will be released, but the totality of the findings themselves won't be released. That was one of the big questions from people who have followed this really closely is, are we just going to get full transparency on this? Are they just going to provide all of the information? Well, it seems that's not going to happen. I don't blame Michigan. I wouldn't either. You'd have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands. But as it relates to Michigan, okay, I'm not investigative reporting this thing. I'm watching it as a dude who loves college football. You're closer to it than I am. You got maize and blue running through your blood. Here's what I hope for Michigan. What I appreciate about Michigan that's in short supply elsewhere in college football is they really, really appreciate their tradition. They really cling to it. Again, I don't blame them for it. I actually credit them for that. The one downside is when you cling to that tradition too much, you can almost close yourself off from the world. And you can make your athletic department, you can make your football program feel more like pond water than a lake that's got tributaries and streams coming into it. And you got new hires from outside with fresh ideas. Instead, it's just all Michigan all the time. And there's some good to that and there's some bad to that. And one of the bads is when it comes time to hire a coach or an AD in this case, is it let's go find the best candidate out there, or let's go find the best candidate that is Michigan? Because that greatly dilutes your pool of candidates. And so if there's a lesson to be learned from this, well, as it relates to the future, if there's a lesson to be learned from it, I hope it's that Michigan understands it's not the worst thing in the world to open the gate sometimes. Don't break the gate down, but open it sometimes. Because sometimes there are people who are very, very tailor-made to lead your program, athletic department, et cetera, that they may reside in Boise, Idaho. They may reside in Tucson, Arizona. Bama learned that. And they went and hired Nick Saban. I think it took Alabama going through some really tough times to do that. I think Penn State had to go through some really tough times before they finally looked external, and it paid off for them. And so, look, this may end up being that you and I are talking 5 years from now, and we're saying, some of that sucked, but it ended up being such a blessing in disguise for Michigan because look what we got here now. Look who we got here now. Would we ever have gone down this road if our hand wasn't forced? And so that's the great remains to be seen part here. The other part of it from the coaching perspective is, what does Kyle Whittingham think today? Like, Kyle Whittingham walked in here, and I'm sure he had a little bit better viewpoint of what was coming than us, but I doubt when he took this job and you asked him, hey, what's it going to look like here by the time you guys kick off week 1 next year? I doubt he thought all this was going to be coming down the pike. And so I looked at Sharon Moore as a bridge coach. I thought they put him in place to get him through the Stallions, NCAA stuff, and then that settled on a more permanent option. Looked like for a little while that may be Kalen DeBoer, but it wasn't him, and it ended up being Kyle Whittingham. Kyle Whittingham's a fine coach, but he's been around for a long time. So the other thing I wonder, Rich, is if you and I have that conversation in 5 years, who's the head coach at Michigan? Do we look back on the Wikipedia page of the history of Michigan football and say Sharon and Kyle Whittingham ended up being bridge candidates? Or is it, man, there was some mess right there before Whittingham ever coached a game, but boy, it put him in a sweet spot to succeed. There's a lot that remains to be seen on this thing, man.
Well, Josh, I mean, since you opened that door, I'll just walk through it. Whittingham is in a very crucial moment at the crossroads here. The first thing he had to do was make sure that all the players that had been amassed of talent and recruits weren't going to bolt. So check that box. Now comes the moment where he's basically the face of the football program. And, you know, the athletic director, Ward Manuel, former Bo Schembechler player, Michigan man, if you will, he's leaving. And as long as Whittingham hopefully gets the support that he needs to keep these players and to hire the coaches that he needs, why can't he be there in 5 years from now? I mean, this is his program now. This is it. He's going to be more tenured than the athletic director that's coming in, Josh, one would think. So, yep. I don't know. Like, this what he's thinking today is like, let's get to work, figure out who the quarterback is, and let's start winning some football games and turn the page. And, you know, I am just thankful that there's a coach who, you know, when he hears the words only fans, isn't thinking, you know, only but the fans that we're trying to win for, Josh, to be straight up. I'm not lying. I said that before, and I'll say it again. It's very difficult for me to sit through all this and hold my tongue completely, because there's a lot of things that I want to know about and a lot of things that probably should never have happened, or definitely should never have happened, not probably. And if you know, Ward Manuel is going to be in a position here till the end of the year, something must have happened for him to be out. Like last week, he was on local radio basically saying, I'm the guy here, and any conversations about my future is off base. And now he's out. Like I'm confused about sitting here, to be very honest.
Well, it's not like I've been in the room, but I mean, I think we've sat through enough of these sorts of incidents in college athletics to understand what a contentious negotiated buyout looks like, or a negotiated exit looks like.
Right.
Because it's not comfortable and the landing is very, very shaky. So this is what that would look like, absent us knowing all the details. But to go back to your question, there's no reason Kyle Whittingham can't succeed. There's no reason they can't win a national championship. There's no reason that he couldn't be there in 5 years, 10 years, whatever. The only thing I'm going to say, and I'm not pushing back on what you said, I'm going to add to what you said, is this is not the Big Ten of a decade ago. A decade ago, Ohio State was miles ahead of anyone else up there in terms of how serious and how rabid they operated their football program. And that was back when there was this unspoken understanding that everyone was a distant second to the SEC, and they might as well just accept their fate. And when Urban came to Ohio State, they started to operate like an SEC program. No one else did. So like Urban revolutionized the Ohio State approach, but he didn't revolutionize the Big Ten approach. I think that multiple championships being won in a row, and also everyone looking around saying, hold up a second, portal, NIL, man, this is a whole new world. And then that bullhorn being sounded from those huge media rights dollars coming in, that signaled everywhere from Lincoln, Nebraska to East Lansing to, I mean, you watch Madison, Wisconsin really closely this year. Indiana just won the national championship. All around the Big Ten right now. It's it's kind of like a bonanza, so to speak. Like it's like a stampede. It's a herd mentality. And so now more than ever for the University of Michigan, you've got to get it right. Because in a former life, you could get it wrong and still assure yourself we're going to be in the top quarter to top third of this conference at our worst. You can't assume that anymore. The floor is a lot lower for Michigan athletics as it relates to the Big Ten hierarchy in 2026 and beyond than it would have been 2016 and beyond.
Josh, I appreciate the time. You know how I feel about you, and let's bring it to the people here. You, sir, I've got a lot on your plate. You got your football show. You got your ESPN contributions. I'm sure there's lots of things happening in your world that we don't know about professionally, but you have been kind enough to accept a weekly invitation to appear right here on this show throughout the college football season, and that's pretty cool for us. So I thank you for that. I look forward to it.
You're looking forward to it about a third as much as I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be a fun time.
Thank you, sir.
It's probably going to be the most unpredictable season we've seen in a long time. And that's coming off Indiana winning a national title in football. So, like, consider what's included in that statement. But I appreciate it. You know how I feel about you. If you don't, I'll be happy to share it on the record. But I'm looking forward to it, man. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Yes, me too. Josh Pate's college football show, and so many other ways for you to follow this man's exploits and everything going on, and including Tuesdays is the date that we're pegging for the most part for you to appear weekly right here on the show. I look forward to it, Josh. You're the man. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
That's Josh Pate, everybody, right there on the program.
Can't wait.
Can't wait, for sure.
Can't wait.
I can't.
Just more handsome bald men.
That's it. Can't have enough. We're trying to keep up with the Tennessee Titans coaching staff. All right, the first time at LinkedIn Hiring Pro. Get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. Jake Johnson is going to be in our studio in hour number 3. The Dink, soon to be showing up on Apple TV. It's as good as the title sounds, by the way.
The title just makes you laugh.
It's so good, man. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
Big Ten football is back in Chicago, and this fall it has a new home, the new Ryan Field. With a schedule featuring Penn State, Iowa, Illinois, and an explosive offense powered by mastermind Chip Kelly, the Northwestern Wildcats are poised to make big waves in the Big Ten this season. Visit newryanfield.com to place a deposit and unlock access to the best seats with the best view for the best price. Visit newryanfield.com today.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Save big money on your next painting project now at Menards. Rust-Oleum Stops Rust 5-in-1 spray paint lets you choose from 5 unique spray patterns with a twist of the dial, so you can get a professional, corrosion-resistant finish on every project. Save big money on Rust-Oleum spray paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Champions for the first time in baseball in 25 years. The Dodgers are World Series champs.
Major League Baseball is on ESPN Radio.
Good one. Good one. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate, monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891, everybody. Just had a nice chat with Jake Johnson in our green room. He is not wearing his Ditka Buddy Ryan sweater. I'm wondering if it's finally falling apart at the seams.
Well, he had that, he said, since youth.
So that's the 85 Bears.
Yeah.
Right? So that's, let me see. How old is he? He's not that old, right? I shouldn't say that as a 57-year-old man.
No, so he would have been 7 or 8 at the time.
So, okay.
7?
The fact that he still exists,
yeah.
It still fits.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Let's go.
All right. Derek in Missouri has been hanging on since jump. What's up, Derek? How you been, sir?
Okay, Rich. And I just want to say happy early birthday to Brockman and TJ there in studio. If I'm not mistaken, your birthday is on Thursday. Correct?
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
July 23rd, coming up.
Indeed.
Didn't even think about it, but thank you.
How about that?
723 Club.
Okay. You want to know where they're registered, Derek? Is that what it is?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not that. It's just my memory that kicks in, Rich. You know
All right,
me.
very
So.
good.
Appreciate it.
Sure.
But-
It's very kind of you to remember that sort of thing. I wouldn't have, but it's okay. What's on your mind?
Burger
No,
Draft
I
Wednesday.
wanna, it's got to pay me to say this, Rich. Besides speaking of Brockman, I have to side with him on the whole LeBron situation. As much as I have appreciated watching LeBron for as many years as I have and everybody else, what more does a man have to prove? I mean, great, he's going to come back for another year, but yeah, if he does go to Miami, you're not going to be 10 years younger like you did 15 years younger with when you had Bosh and D-Wade by your side. I don't know. Let's put it this way. The man is on my Mount Rushmore of best of all-time NBA players, along with Jordan and Kobe. And a fourth I'm still scratching my head on, but
Brunson? What are you laughing about?
No, not quite. Not quite there yet, but
respectfully.
That's just my take, Rich. I really don't know where I stand on the whole, but we'll see how it pans out, I guess. And I mean, let's see. We got what, an hour and 9 minutes?
Until we're off the air. But LeBron, thanks for the call, Derek. I don't think LeBron is using our showtime as a deadline. What are you laughing about? You're not allowed to laugh. As a Clipper Sixer fan, you're not allowed to laugh.
As an NBA basketball fan, I can't laugh. As someone of a historian of the game, I can't laugh at that. Come on.
How dare you?
Stop it. It's not get crazy now.
Kareem is on Mount Rushmore.
Who did Carl Anthony Towns? Knicks showed up at WWE, right?
Yeah, Saturday night's main event.
Right. That's where Brady's going to wind up.
Cathausen.
It's fun,
Dude,
maybe.
Man,
it's trending.
You do realize? I know I'm trying to bait you into because you're like, wait a minute, let's talk about it. An Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, which is on tomorrow's show. We already recorded Overreaction Monday today, our first ORM in about a month.
Yeah.
So it's wherever you get your podcasts right now. It's going to be on ESPN2 later in the day, I'm told. At any rate, you do realize that if anybody else started doing what Brady's been doing right now, you would be all over them, right, TJ? All over.
And for what?
Like, what if, like, my all-time GOAT, whoever that would be? I've never rooted for somebody that's won 7 times.
You root for Jeter. He's won, 5?
He's close. So. Jeter's close. What if Jeter started doing this? Started slapping around Logan Paul? Started showing up like the Undertaker coming out of a crypt?
I would be.
What about that? What would you be doing right now?
I would be, unmerciful.
Okay.
But why? It's at Fanatics Fest like that. All the best athletes of all time.
I understand that. As fun as it gets. We've been there. We liked being there.
I'm sad that we didn't
be there again next year. We couldn't make it this year. But still. He just doesn't want to talk about him. It's okay.
We'll talk about it.
Is he going to fight him at SummerSlam? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, what's the end game here?
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea.
Is Tom Brady going to be in Royal Rumble?
Are you going to start covering it on No Contest Wrestling?
If it's wrestling related, you know how we do.
He's already there. Already there.
He's giving him double birds at the World Cup.
Well, that's not wrestling.
It's
adjacent.
He's like one Fanatics Fest away from cutting a promo.
Look, like I said, it happened. Not all, but so many of the great wrestlers or athletes of all time have gotten involved. You go back to Muhammad Ali, WrestleMania. How many football players have became
Brock Lesnar, Tom Brady? Dude.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Be part of history as we honor legend Ozzie Guillen with the retirement of his iconic number 13 jersey on Saturday, August 8th. 15,000 fans in attendance will receive an Ozzie Guillen replica jersey presented by Verve, a credit union. Then catch the action live as the Sox take on the Cleveland Guardians at 6:15 p.m. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Ozzie.
Hey Chicago, are you ready for a home glow up? IKEA is making it faster and easier than ever with local pickup spots across Chicago. Shop for all your IKEA favorites at ikea.us or on the IKEA app. Then, select a convenient Chicago area pickup point including Loyola University, UFC, UIC, or Gurney Mills during checkout. Your order's ready for local pickup as soon as the next day. From cozy bedrooms to chill after workspaces, IKEA has what you need. Just a click and pick up away.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Like a lot of people, I've used chat to research home improvement projects. But if you're thinking about replacing your windows and door, do what I did and skip all the prompts and just call Window Nation. I love how easy they make the process. Most installations are finished in just one day, and their crews treat your home with care, even leaving it cleaner than when they found it. Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com. Trust me, they're the real deal.
Hey guys, Pat the Designer here, and today we're joined by local dairy farmer Sarah Linkaitis. As a parent, I think a lot about where our food comes from. What would you want Chicago families to know about local dairy farms?
Dairy's more local than you think. On average, milk travels 350 miles from the dairy farm to your store shelf. We're also recognizing the women who help keep family farms strong for future generations.
As a parent, I love knowing the milk, cheese, and yogurt my kids enjoy every day comes from hardworking local farm families like Sarah's. Support local dairy all year long. To learn more, visit usdairy.com.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on. Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show. Let me break it down for you again. The Rich Eisen Show.
Spain has been the best team in the tournament.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The way they suffocate you is unlike any other team in this tournament.
Earlier on the show, Apple TV lead MLS analyst Taylor Twellman, ESPN college football analyst Josh Pate. Coming up, actor Jake Johnson. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's right, everybody. Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Whether you're listening to us on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM Channel 80 or watching us on Disney Plus and the ESPN app, you just give us a call. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll take your calls in a matter of moments. Our friend Jake Johnson is in our green room. His new film, The Dink, on Apple TV. It's a Ben Stiller production. Ben's in it. Very funny scenes with Ben.
All right.
Ed Harris, Mary Steenburgen, Andy Roddick.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't want to get too deep. I don't know what about spoiling or anything like that, but Jake's very funny in it. He's a very funny guy. Diehard Bears fan. Good, better, best. All that good stuff. I'm going to have him play a win-loss game coming up right here on this program. If you missed any of the first 2 hours with Taylor Twellman or Josh Pate, there's our Disney Plus feed. There's also all 3 hours available via podcast. There's our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for all of our clips. Overreaction Monday is back. We did one today.
Yep.
We're going to do another one in 2 weeks. And then that is going to start to become weekly again, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of just trying to keep pace with No Contest Wrestling. That's what we're trying to do.
We're back.
So there's that. You can check that out visually on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, or wherever you get your podcasts to listen to us. Bottom line is we're unavoidable. I've got my 4 downs on the Cleveland Browns. We'll get to that in a second. Let's take a phone call. Kyle in Atlanta has been hanging on for quite some time. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, Rich. Hey to the boys in the studio.
Ah,
what up, man?
What's up, Kyle?
Tom
I
Pelissero
was looking
thing.
to do the win-loss game for my Houston Texans.
Why are you a Houston Texans fan in Atlanta, Georgia, sir? What's up with that?
I was born in Texas, and my brother was such a Cowboys fan, it drove me nuts. So I couldn't be a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
So I switched to the next thing.
All right.
Say hi to your brother for me.
Okay. We've had only one individual call in, and 13-4 is what Texan fan prior. I need to write this a little bit better. Oh, I think it's Ed's. And somewhere in South Carolina. So, all right. Are you ready for this, Kyle in Atlanta? What happens when the Texans host the Bills?
We got Josh Allen's number. That's a win.
Ooh.
No. Hoskins, I'm going to clap back for you. Okay. Just make sure you don't get. Just make sure that there's not some weak holding penalty that gets called against the Bills in a playoff game. Is that a good one, Hoskins? Was that a good one? You're welcome. That was Josh Allen's first career playoff game, I believe. All right, so that's a win. Bengals at Texans. What happens next?
Another win.
2-0 at the Colts.
That's a third win right there.
And then what happens when the Cowboys come to town?
Sorry, TJ.
That's 4-0. Texans at Titans.
That's another one.
5-0 when you show up at the Jaguars' de facto London home in Wembley. What happens then?
We're going to split with the Jags this year.
So that's win or a loss?
That's a loss.
All right. First loss of the season. 5-1 back home against the Giants.
That's a loss. That's a win. Sorry.
6-1 at the Chargers.
I think the Chargers will take us on that one.
Oh, okay. Revenge for the game that I called last December. 6-2 at the Browns.
That's a win.
7-2 home for the Colts on a Thursday night.
I think that's also going to be a win. I think we're going to sweep them.
8-2 Ravens at Texans.
Ravens always seem to get us, so I think that's going to be a loss.
8-3 at the Steelers.
A repeat of the playoffs.
9-3 at the Commanders.
That's another win.
10-3 home for the Jaguars. So that's 11-3. You say you'd split. Now you're at the Eagles on Christmas Eve.
I think that one will be a loss.
11-4 at the Packers on a Monday night.
That will be a win.
12-4 home for the Titans.
I think we're going to rest starters to get ready for the playoffs, so we'll probably take a loss.
All right, so you're going 12-5 there, says Kyle in Atlanta. All right, thanks very much. It's Kyle in Atlanta. You know what?
A little more reasonable than 13.
You know, I'm going to do a 4 downs with the Texans eventually, but just going through their schedule. Their first nationally televised game is Week 6, Sunday morning in London.
Okay.
Then their next nationally televised game is a Thursday nighter, Colts at Texans. NBC's got a flexible game Week 13 when they visit the Steelers. They're on Christmas Eve, and then they finish up Monday Night Football on ESPN at the Packers. Otherwise, they got themselves, there was only one late window game at all. The rest of them are noon central kicks. The game at the Chargers is the only one that's a late window.
CJ Stroud winning all those games?
Dude,
Is that what I
don't. Listen, Stroud is such a conundrum.
I know.
Because you're waiting for but not like he has his rookie season that he's electric, and then seasons that aren't as electric. But then he makes the playoffs and he wins a playoff game every year, and he goes to the divisional round and then fizzles. I mean, the Texans' defense isn't going anywhere.
True.
And if this kid can play like he did in his first year, Texans can make the Super Bowl. There's just no other way to put it. No other way to put it. And then he's now in line for a contract extension. Do you give him 50-something million a year? I know you don't, Chris. You'd rather throw him.
I make him play it out this year for sure.
Play it out.
Yeah, play it out this year for sure.
Oh, my word.
He's got a 28-18 record. I mean,
you make him play it out, huh?
Yeah.
Do you know what that signals to him and the rest of the locker room? You make him play it out?
What? What is the signal?
That you are the quarterback, you're the leader of this team.
And we don't have faith in you.
And we're not signing you to a long-term contract, and we just gave Will Anderson 50, something that starts with a 5. We're not willing to do that for you.
Will Anderson is a top 3 defender in the league. That should be motivation.
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely should be.
Rockman, you'd be a great coach.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, again, that's something you'd have to take a look at. There's quarterback competitions and then quarterbacks in line for contracts, and where do they slot? And do they get one?
Yeah.
And C.J. Stroud's at the top of the does he get one list. Because anybody else who's in line for a contract haven't won playoff games like he has.
No.
It's that simple.
Then what you do, you don't sign him, you get someone else to come in, and then you got to start from scratch.
No, it's not about not signing him.
You Kirk Cousins him. You keep franchise tagging him and franchise tagging him, and you just 1 year it, 1 year it, 1 year it, and then he'll wind up
the richest man in the world.
So, right? He'll wind up getting paid like Garrett Cole or Tarek Skubal or like a Major League Baseball ace.
Or you say this is the offer. 4-160, 4-180. You're not getting the 4, 2 plus. Yeah. You're just not.
That's on the docket. All right, I got a 4 downs for the Cleveland Browns.
I love 4 downs.
And that rhymes. Hit it, please.
4 downs with Rich.
Here we go. All right. This one wrote itself. I mean, the 4 downs to the Cleveland Browns are pretty straightforward. I mean, you could pretty much guess it. Just as you might not guess the order in which I put it, but first down. What does a post-Garrett defense look like? You know what Garrett we're talking about?
Miles?
Yeah, it's Miles. Huh? We're talking about Miles. Wouldn't it be great if I'm like Mrs. Garrett, Brad Garrett,
Jason Garrett,
Garrett Morris?
Jason Garrett Morris.
You know what I mean?
Garrett Whitlock.
Sure. Of your 13 wins in a row, Boston Red Sox.
Had to sneak something.
Got it. What does it look like? I have no idea. Where are you going to find those 20-plus sacks from? Honey, listen, Jared Verse took let's just hope he takes the hearts and the souls of opposing quarterbacks as he took Dylan Gabriel's number 8.
I just knew immediately where you were going with that.
Hopefully he steals the souls.
By the way, though,
opposing quarterbacks like he stole the
Have we heard anything?
Yes.
Was there?
Jared Verse was on Good Morning Football last week. They asked him about it. He goes, I saw all the stories. He goes, we had a quick conversation. The number was discussed. We handled business that way.
There was a transaction.
There was a transaction.
Okay.
He didn't say what it was. He didn't say how much. He just said that they did briefly speak, and they came to
bag of donuts.
Yeah, bag of donuts. It's a bag of donuts.
A local.
Well, at any rate, listen, Jared, it's your world. How many of the 20 can you make up? It's not fair to just throw that there, but
it is not fair.
Where are you going to find it?
You're also shortchanging Myles Garrett. It was 23.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand.
Does he get half?
It's not fair to even lay it on him.
10 is very.
I think he can get half, but where's the other half coming from? And again, like it's gonna be a while till we figure out how the Browns can fill that void.
I can tell you this.
My gosh!
From what the interview I saw, he's motivated. He's ready to go.
Okay, great. I love it. Second down for the Browns. Is Todd Monken ready for prime time? I'm going to ask this of every first-year head coach.
I think that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if I, again, ask it of Mike LaFleur in Arizona, and certainly of the coordinator of the defending champion Seattle Seahawks, now the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, in Clint Kubiak. Then I've got to ask him here. And then in terms of prime time itself, the Browns have 1 o'clock Eastern starts in every game this year but one. One.
They play on Thursday, I'm guessing?
Against the Steelers, week 4.
Wow.
That's it.
God.
Other than that, either we're flexing into Monken, a little Monken flex, or
That's a fantasy name.
flexing into Monken.
Flexing into Monken.
Flexing.
Write that down for Paul Rudd in a couple months. Flexing it, either you're flexing into Monken,
Yeah, that's
or
that is funny.
or you're hanging with Scotty Hansen to watch your Browns.
12 Monkins
On Sunday.
Only 8 Sundays.
12 Monkins.
What I read. they're all 1 Eastern. So we'll find out. Is he ready for prime time? We'll find out in actual prime time 1 week this year.
Monkin see, Monkin do.
Okay. Okay.
Miles?
Right? All right, third down for the Browns.
Third down.
Again, these write themselves. It's simple. Who's QB1? Who is it? Who is it? By the way, did you see Shador crack the top 70 of the top 100 NFL players? Did you see that? So, guys,
why?
I'm just telling you. I'm telling y'all here. Is it Shador or Deshaun Watson? I believe at the end of the day, the Browns have put too much capital, literal, sweat equity, whatever you want to put it, in Deshaun Watson. And it's going to be, let's see what Deshaun has one last time. Is it honestly, it's just like they're not going to have him come back from his Achilles, and everything that the organization put into this and didn't get out of it, that they're going to do their damnedest to see if there's anything left in Deshaun Watson for them to somehow, some way go, see, at least we got this. I'm just wondering if that's going to tip the scales, or you're just going to go with Shador and see what he's got. That would be a bold choice. But that's third down. And then fourth down.
Fourth down.
Is a simple one, too. Is this year's QB1, whoever it is, also next year's?
Yeah.
And potentially years beyond. Because the Browns are set. Browns have drafted very well, okay, the last couple of years.
They have.
Andrew Berry, you take a look at their draft and how they've set themselves up and how the picks cascade one into another, into another, into another. They want a quarterback in next year's draft. They are well positioned for it to get a good one. Again, everyone's like, hey, you got all these first-round picks like the Browns and the Jets. You're going to be able to get whoever the hell you want. That's not true. That's not true. For instance, let's say the Jets finish first overall. You think the Browns are going to be, we've got all these first-round picks. We'd like to draft first overall. It's like, yeah, so, get in line. But if it's a deep enough draft, do they go ahead and choose one of those quarterbacks next year and say, great 2026, Shador, great 2026, Deshaun, but we're done now? And how does this year's season play out to make that decision apparent, and when? And when? And do you flip do you flip players for draft choices to just load up at a trade deadline, if that's what you do? Or can Todd Monken and whoever is QB1 and whoever has been drafted the last couple of years put a winning season together, and suddenly the Browns are a sleeper team of 2026, and next year's draft becomes a first-class problem? That's what fourth down is about, and those are my 4 downs on the Cleveland Browns. We got the Commanders tomorrow.
A lot of questions for those guys.
I know. I mean, am I missing anything? I mean, I could have gone with, how will this year's draft class pan out or whatever, but it really is like, what's the defense look like without Miles?
Correct.
Is the coach the real good hire? Who's he going to choose as his starting quarterback, and what does it mean for next year's draft and the future of the position?
Yep.
I'm sure we could get more into the fine print here for the Browns fans, but this is it. It's only 4 downs. You know what I mean?
4 downs.
That's it.
4.
I think we need one more.
No, we don't. No. There's no 5th down. It's a different. That's a
By the way,
top 5.
Not our first Monken fantasy name.
What do you mean?
By the way, there was a yielding Monken earlier this week.
What was that?
I don't know.
So you never write down the context. So we just
yielding Monken, right in between Minter Fresh and What's Eisen.
Okay. Well, What's Eisen is from Jeopardy.
Right.
You know.
And Vanilla
As if
Wood.
I'm an object. By the way, how dare you consider me an object?
Yeah.
I'm a human. I'm a human. All right.
There's so many good names.
Let me just find the actual information that I need to have right here. I can't keep track anymore here on the program. Okay, here we go. Our friends at LinkedIn want to remind you about your small business, and running it is so crucial that you make every hire matter. Because a bad hire, that costs time and money. The right one helps your business grow, and the challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes, and that is where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire right now. And get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
What's Eisen?
Thank you so much. Jake Johnson, let's bring him out. Get him out of the. Let's bring him out of the green room and into the kitchen. Next.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Carmen and Jurko. Summer's heating up, but your AC doesn't have to sit on the injured list.
That's why our team at ABC Plumbing, Sewer, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is offering an AC system check for just $29. Working or not, they'll find any problems and help get your comfort back in the game.
Talk about an MVP. ABC's been serving Chicagoland for over 70 years. And now it's in my backyard, Northwest Indiana, too. Schedule your $29 AC system check today at 4abc.com.
ABC, consider it done.
Hey guys, it's Tyler. Golf season is here, and Pins and Aces has everything you need to have a great year on the course. I just loaded up on a bunch of Pins and Aces apparel myself, including hoodies, hats, polos, and it's quickly become my go-to gear for both on and off the course. And right now, they're running a special promo for ESPN Chicago fans to get 20% off your entire order. And don't wait, because these kinds of discounts don't come around often, so get it before it's gone. Upgrade your game and your wardrobe at pinsandaces.com and use promo code ESPN for 20% off. That's promo code ESPN at pinsandaces.com.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor, but once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Hey, it's Kap, and I'm here every day bringing you up-to-the-moment information about the teams we love. Because when something matters, you need real info right now, and that goes for your energy, too. If your power goes out, you need to know the status and when it's coming back. That's why I use the ComEd mobile app, because it's got the absolute latest reporting and tracking on outages right at my fingertips. So keep listening to stay up to date on the sports that matter to you. And download the ComEd mobile app to stay up to date on your energy status at ComEd.com/app.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
It's 800-568-2790 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
The Dink premiering globally this Friday, July 24th on Apple TV. One of the stars, if not the star of the film, ladies and gentlemen, Jake Johnson is here on the program. What a cast,
What a
too,
cast.
dude.
You know who's going to be the breakout is Aaron Chen.
Yes.
PJ.
For sure.
So Andy Roddick's a killer. McEnroe's a killer. All these guys. Ben Stiller's the funniest person I've ever.
Well, I mean, I don't want to give too much away.
Yes.
But the scene in which you get hurt for, later in
Yes,
life. Okay,
yes.
because you're
as a kid.
You play a prodigy who gets hurt.
Yes.
Taking on Andy Roddick in the Open, right? In the
Yes.
U.S. Open.
Or no. I think that it's just like
just a big tournament?
an up and coming.
Okay, great. And you get hurt, and then you wind up becoming a tennis pro, and you're trying to win again, and you get hurt. The scene where Ben Stiller is walking you through.
Rich, this is not a joke. I've now been doing this for 20 years. I view myself as a professional who doesn't break a lot.
Yes.
We were cross-covering it, which means there was a camera on me and a camera on him, and he started improvising. It was so funny that I didn't care that I was ruining takes. I was like, it's unprofessional, but I've been a fan of this man since the Ben Stiller show when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Watching him riff, I was like, yeah, he's one of one, man.
He is.
He is one of all that stuff he talks about the sex website he's in. What is it called? Sticky on ears.
Oh, my God.
That stuff was in the script so funny.
Yeah.
Then watching Stiller take it seriously.
Yeah.
I was like, this is right in the wheelhouse of what I find funny. And it's killing
And
me.
again, like you said just moments ago for our TV audience when I shared with you in the back, is it just feels like visiting like an old friend.
Totally right.
This movie.
Yeah, you know what I've been saying about it?
What?
And I realize I'm saying it wrong, but you say it better than me.
Okay.
It's like yacht rock.
You're not wrong.
But it's coming across wrong because people view, like, I love the Doobie Brothers.
Sure.
I love that kind of sound.
Yeah.
But you said it better. And I wish I met with you at the beginning of the press tour because we want it to feel like you're hanging out with old friends.
Yeah.
You're laughing. It's light.
Yes.
It's just like, it's a movie. It's 90 minutes. There's no big messages.
Right.
We're not teaching you anything.
And it involves a club, so there's a little bit of Caddyshack.
A little bit of Caddyshack.
Right?
That's
And there's obviously dodgeball.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of Caddyshack, I got to sit with Eli Manning.
Okay.
I did. He's got a show now, Eli at the movies, and I picked Caddyshack.
Oh, you did?
Being able to talk to Eli one-on-one about quarterbacking and facing Brady in the Super Bowl. What a cool guy.
So no, that is one thing.
What a dude.
But so you showed him Caddyshack? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. So we
had he
he had seen it and he loved it. So
Okay.
the idea is you pick a movie and they wanted to do for me Rookie of the Year, the Cubs one, because I'm a diehard Cubs fan.
Sure.
And I was like, I don't care about Rookie of the Year. I
Right.
was like, it's a good movie.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, but I'm like, if we got to talk movies and a sports one,
Yes.
nothing touches Caddyshack.
Exactly.
Caddyshack is the greatest movie to this day. I'm like, that is Rodney Dangerfield in that movie.
Oh my God.
Is so tonally insane.
He is.
There was a moment, I'm going to stand for it. When he stands, imagine this on set when no one gives you this direction as an actor to stand up. He stands, he does this with his legs. I'm watching it. I'm thinking, imagine being in a scene and be like, hey, Rodney, what's going on with the leg, homeboy? That's not how human men stand, brother.
No, because he's jittery. He's just.
What are you
going
gonna
to
do? Oh.
But the and this is what's so crazy is that I can actually say this. Ted Knight is the king of that film.
The
as Judge Nails.
king.
And in a way, Ed Harris kind of has that
You're
role
totally right.
in your film.
You're totally
Ed Harris
right.
is in charge of tennis at
Yes.
the club, happens to be your father.
And he's very strict, and there's a way things are. That's
Yeah, man.
exactly right.
You know?
Yes. How about Andy Roddick in this movie?
Dude.
He's funny, man.
He is funny. He is fun. And just it's great to just see him in a role like this, too. What's it like being in a scene with Ed Harris?
Intimidating.
Really?
Yeah, especially because it's this kind of movie. If
Yeah.
he and I were doing more of a drama, I would have mentally prepared myself more.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's with like Josh and Sean, we were doing so many bits.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were in Stupid World. But like it was just fun. Like Aaron Chen and Mary Steenburgen, who's not only talented, is just the nicest. I was in a, like sweaty 12-year-old boy vibes.
Right. Well, at least Mary Steenburgen's been in, Elf.
Yes. And she
she's
gets
been
it.
in Step Brothers,
Yes.
which is as, rude a film as there
By the
could
way, I got
possibly
cut
be.
out of Step Brothers.
What?
My first job ever.
Dude.
I was.
Hold on a second now.
I know it.
What?
I played Rob. It was my first gig.
Mm-hmm.
I got a call saying McKay wants you to come in, which I was like, oh my God. And I played Rob Riggles in his, how they all have flashbacks?
Sure.
Riggle has a flashback of the first time he does steroids. And I play a character named Razor, and I'm going like, hey man, you might like these. And he's like, what do they do? And I'm like, just trust me. And he goes, "Ah!" He cuts out. But I was in that movie technically.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So some follow-up questions because, Rob's famous line is as pow.
Yeah. Rob Riggle is one of the funniest guys on planet
Like,
Earth.
are you saying pow or pow? Like pow. Pow. So you played the steroid dealer for that?
For the POW guy. Riggle and I did 21 Jump Street together, and that's
Sure.
where we met.
Yeah.
And my experience with Rob, meeting Rob,
Yes.
we were at the hotel, we saw each other, and he's like, hey, brother, how are you? So nice. And he goes, my lovely wife is leaving at 3. And he's like, what room are you in? And I was like, 408, man. He's like, you're off until Monday like me? I was like, yeah. He's like, maybe we'll get dinner. A minute after 3, when his wife left, there was a bang, 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 bang. I open the door. This maniac comes in with moonshine, and he's like, what's up, man? Welcome to New Orleans. We're about to have some fun. The next 14 hours, which were the craziest 14 hours of my life. And it would be like 6 in the morning. I'd be in a sauna with Riggle. He would be doing some monologue, or I'd be doing some over monologue, and I would look over, and I'm like, not only do I love this guy, but this is the craziest 14 hours. I woke up the next day. I was like, okay, I'm going to love Rob Riggle until the day I die.
Oh my God. He's such a good dude.
He's such a good dude. He is so funny.
So funny.
unthinkably funny.
Yeah.
I want to work with him at any chance possible.
So you got cut out of Step Brothers.
I got cut out of Step Brothers.
Well, and I'm glad I brought up, the fact that Mary Steenburgen's in that. So just, I guess, to loop back around.
Yes.
So she, obviously she's an actress of significant note.
Oh, yeah.
Ed Harris as well. But normally associate Ed Harris with free associating, silliness.
Well, no, I think this is Ed's first comedy. And what I loved about it is he played it like a drama. So the scenes with me and him, I'm serious. So we would be in 2 shots. And, when you do certain different tones, the vibe of the set changes based off the tone.
Yeah.
So with him, it was like we were doing a little drama about fathers and sons where we'd be in these 2 shots. And, if there was a line dropped, I'd be fake. It brings a backbone to the movie.
Sure, yeah.
Where you're like, oh, now we got some stakes. Like when Ed Harris was there, everybody changed a little bit. All the fear of the whole cast of him in the scenes.
Yes.
Wasn't fully written that way. Like that scene where I first see him in the house, I go to shake his hand and he doesn't shake.
Right.
Fully improvised. He just didn't shake my hand.
Really?
Yeah. So you're like, it's feeling so good.
Yeah. That's so cool. Again, this movie's just it's so much fun. Do you play pickleball, or did you have to get up to speed?
I had to get up to speed.
Okay.
I took tennis lessons with the great Brad Gilbert.
Dude,
I know.
Okay,
yeah.
He doesn't talk a lot. That guy. He's such a wallflower. That Brad Gilbert.
Maniac. Yeah, a maniac.
So you took tennis lessons.
I got to learn to hit. I got to learn to serve with Brad.
Okay.
And then from that, we played some pickleball, and I have not kept up with pickleball.
No, listen.
I like the game. I think it's a lot of fun. It does have levels to it.
Mm-hmm.
This idea that it's so easy and anyone can do it, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not easy to get great at it.
No, it's he's such a pickleball.
Are you a big player?
No, he's a pickleball doubter.
You hate it.
I play.
No, it's for people of a certain age.
Oh God.
So I'm glad you said that, because that was my thought. The pro league who I had to play with, so they would come in and you're playing with top players.
Mm-hmm.
That game, when you're at the net against 3 other top players, that is not for older ladies and gentlemen. That's a different. Now, if you go out, an 80-year-old can play an 8-year-old day one, which for an athletic person is shocking. And you go like, this isn't real.
Right.
But there is a level that I found where I was like, because at first I'm like, I'm so good at this game, it's crazy. And then I was like, there's a line where Aaron Chen goes, you're murdering these old people, Dusty.
Right.
There's a little feeling where you're like, I just literally have to make you move a little bit. And then you play against some of these people and you're like, oh, you can place this wiffle ball anywhere.
Yes.
And you go like, all right, I get it. There's a professional league.
Oh, for real.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
There's no doubt about
real
it.
thing here.
But tennis people do frown upon it, which is what the
whole
premise
movie's
of this
about,
film
yes.
is. And the line that Ed Harris says, this is right for, I thought of you. Okay. Liz saw it as well. She wrote it down because she loved the line so much. Ed Harris's character refers to pickleball as, quote unquote, the coronavirus of sports. What a line that was.
Very funny.
See, that's right up your alley.
Yes, the Ed Harris monologue to start the movie, that opening thing was exceptional. Exceptional. Watching that, I was like, I feel like it's Glenn Rose, but we're talking pickleball. And the house, the way Josh directed, it's so gorgeous. I'm like, everything about this is significant besides the subject matter.
I love that you choose that of all the Ed Harris movies. That's a good one. He's the one who asked Alec Baldwin's character, like, who is he? It's like,
who are you?
And it's like, I'm the one who came with my car's worth, 10 times more than yours. What a scene that is.
$80,000.
Okay, so The Dink is premiering globally this Friday, July 24th on Apple TV. Let's get right down to it now. Your Chicago Bears, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now. Where are you from? Evanston? Where are you
from? From Evanston.
Okay.
Then in the end, Lincoln Park. My mother was Rogers Park, but now my mother's out here in LA.
This is it now, man.
You think?
Now, well, I mean, I think this is potentially one of the best chances the Bears have had in a long time.
Yeah. I think Ben Johnson is very real. It makes me comedically look back at the Eberflus era, the Trestman era. And as a diehard, which I am.
Yeah.
Like, I remember when we hired Eberflus, and I got nothing against. I don't know the guy.
Right.
But I remember going like, I don't know who he is.
Right.
I was like, there was a bunch of coaches, and then they go, we're announcing Matt Eberflus. And then when I saw him on Hard Knocks, I remember going like, I don't know. you got Caleb Williams, and they're saying every day he's sitting with Eberflus, and Eberflus is just going like this a lot. I mean, look, that's a defense, right? You know what I mean, right? I was like, I don't know. Maybe we should get somebody else talking to Caleb.
Well, now you got Ben Johnson, who is seemingly the right sort of lunatic.
I could not. What he did to McFleur, I've never seen anything like it. To the point where, as a Bears fan, I felt a little bad.
For the Packers head coach.
Yeah, shake his hand a little bit nicer. You just beat him. He's going like this. I feel like what every once in a while, if you watch like in the Animal Kingdom, where you're watching like a lion eat something, you're like, I know everybody's got to eat. You could be a little nicer. You don't have to toy with it. Like
you don't have to stalk.
You just kill them
and jump.
Be a little nicer.
Tear
but
apart.
Coming from the world of Ditka and the Bears, I think Ben Johnson is such a Bears guy, and he's such a 2026 Bear that it feels like, oh, this was meant to be the Bears for this run. He is a maniac. He's fun.
Now, I know you're a busy guy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Did you see the moment that was in their mini camp? I think was this May or June, where a reporter, frequently places the phone on the podium to record the press conference.
Right.
And the reporter who placed the phone on his podium forgot to put, like, do not disturb on his phone.
I did see this.
And it went off. And he got, like, Ben Johnson got legitimately angry about it. Like it's week 9. You know what I mean? Like we're in the middle, like it's a playoff week.
Early June.
Is it early June? Yeah. Oh, here we got it. Here, this is it.
I'm really pleased with the teaching progression. I've been able to sit in some meetings, and I love how the coaches are going about their business. I like how the players are responding to it right now. We're all on the same page. We're speaking the same language, and that's always a good starting point. Oh, my.
Now that you've got a year under your belt, how does it feel? How do you feel about your position, what you're doing, the people you're working with?
Somebody want to take their phone, so I'm not interrupted again. Thanks.
By the way, great.
My God.
Great. Sorry, I got so fired up, but that's exactly, you know what I don't want to see there? What I'm seeing a lot of? It's totally okay. Everybody makes a mistake. Turn your phone off. One job.
It went off. I think he was. I guess you get a one ring situation with the coach.
He was just like,
he goes, "Oh my," and he kind of smiled about it, and then he just shook his head.
But what are you?
And it went off again.
Your phone off.
Could you imagine? Who was that on the phone? You know what I mean?
If he said to me,
better have been important.
How dare you?
You know what's sad? It's like they're 11-year-old.
Yeah.
Being like, hi. Like, I'm happy you called. I adore you. I'm so afraid of this coach and how he hates me. What was the message? And it was just nothing. Just wanted to say hi. I hear you. I was at work.
Can you pick up Doritos?
Yeah, no free wiener circle for that kid.
Exactly.
All right. You want to do the win-loss game?
Yes, please.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen. The Dink getting ready for a world premiere this Friday, July 24th on Apple TV. Jake Johnson is here, at Mr. Jake Johnson, if you wish to follow him on his Instagram exploits. It is now time for the win-loss game for Jake Johnson. All right, here we go.
And I would love yours, too, because you, as I said before, you're our insider.
Okay. Here's what I will do.
Yes.
Let's take yours in, and then I'll check your work.
Okay.
All right. First up, at the Carolina Panthers, what happens?
Wait.
The Bears are at the Carolina Panthers to start the season.
We're going to beat Carolina.
Okay, that's a 1-0 start. Now you're home for the Vikings.
We're going to beat Minnesota.
That's 2-0.
And it's going to be, okay.
How about this Monday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, we slapped them so bad last year that they're going to be coming ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to do this like a true goober. I'm going to try to do this right. So I'm going to say Philly at home might take us on Monday night.
Okay, so that's now a 2.
Don't even look at week 4. We're winning that game. So right now we're 3-1.
For the radio audience, it's the Jets visiting Chicago. So that's 3-1.
Green Bay is going to be ugly, but they don't have Parsons yet.
That's probably not week 5.
They were saying he's going to come maybe week 6. So I think we're taking Green Bay at Green Bay.
That's 4-1, and there'll be another moment of a swim handshake.
Something's going to happen. Yes, it's going to get a little ugly.
Okay, LaFleur's
going to make an adjustment, though. He's at all offseason. He's going to do something. I bet he does he doesn't even walk over. It's going to be petty, but something's going to happen.
He's had all season to get ready.
We're beating Atlanta.
All right, so that's 5-1. Now you've got the Patriots at the Bears on a Thursday night.
Thursday night, I think we're good. I like Drake May. I like what the Patriots have done, but I think we're going to take the Patriots.
4-game win streak, 6-1 at the Seahawks.
I think the Seahawks are going to take us there on Monday night.
6-2 Bucks now.
We're going to beat up the Bucks.
That's 7-2 Saints at the Bears.
We're going to beat up the Saints.
Yes, plus Dennis Allen's your DC.
Yeah, it's a personal game. It matters. We're going to beat them up.
Okay, look at us now. You're now good, better, best at the tune of 8-2.
Detroit, for some reason.
It's Thanksgiving.
I think they're going to beat us. We had a really hard time with them last year.
Okay.
I think unless Ben makes a big adjustment, but there's something going on with them and us.
8-3 Jaguars at Bears.
I think we're going to beat up Jacksonville.
9-3 at Miami.
I'm not worried about Miami.
10-3. You got the Bills in Western New York.
With that weather, with where Josh Allen's going to be, I'll take Buffalo on this one.
Okay. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 4.
10-4.
Packers on a Christmas night in Chicago.
This is going to be a big one, and we're going to win this one.
That's a sweep of the Packers. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're now 11-4. Lions at Bears.
We're going to have some real momentum. We're going to win this, and then we're not going to have our starters play on week 18, and we're going to lose that one.
That's a 12-5 record, says Jake Johnson. I think that's very reasonable.
That's pretty fair.
I think it's pretty close. Yes.
Pretty fair.
That wins the North, right?
If that wins the North, that's very exciting.
Certainly, if you sweep the Packers, you got that tiebreak in your back pocket. I don't know if the Packers can go 13-4.
And I'll tell you who's the scariest that I find even scarier than Seattle right now.
Who is? The Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Myles Garrett.
That is scary.
That's disgusting.
Certainly, if Aaron Donald's like, I want back in.
He's not allowed to come.
He's not allowed.
Stop it. Stop it.
Treat SoFi like it's the kitchen. He's not allowed to step in it.
You can't come in. Look, you got a salary cap. You got to pay people. How many offensive linemen can you pay? If you got Myles Garrett and Donald, you're like,
figure it out.
Yeah, it's too much.
Just figure it all out.
Figure it out.
Fantastic. Dude, congrats on the dink. It's
Thanks,
just
my friend.
fun. Boy,
I really hope people
you
check
even mentioned Chris Parnell.
Chris Parnell is so funny.
He is so funny.
Yeah. Oh, I got a quick Wiener Circle story for you.
Please.
So Wiener Circle in Chicago is the place where they insult you and you get a hot dog.
Listen, I've been there and I've been insulted.
So years ago, when I was in my early 20s or mid 20s, I moved in with my dad. He lived 2 blocks from there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd forgotten about it. I think I probably went when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Truth is, I was taking a walk by myself, and sure, I smoked a little bit of pot. And sure, it got on top of me. And I was just walking around, and I saw a hot dog stand.
Uh-huh.
I was like, yeah, my little chubby butt wants a hot dog. I walk in, nobody's in there. The woman working looks like a 16-year-old kid. And I go like, hey, how you doing? She goes, how am I doing? How you doing with that big penis on your face? And I go, say that again? She goes, you got a big penis for a nose. That's a penis nose. And I go, what's that? She rich? I lose track of reality, and I think this woman's just having a mental breakdown where she's referring to my nose as a big penis.
Yes.
I try to push back, and then I'm like, okay, can I get a hot dog with fries? She's like, yeah, I'm going to put that hot dog in my butt, and you're going to eat it. And I was like, what in God's name is happening? I pay, and I leave. I get home. I go to my dad, and I was like, hey, Croc, that was crazy. And he goes, it's the Wiener Circle, you idiot. That's what you're paying for. And I was like, oh, right. It was the most absurd 10 minutes of my. I was looking around. No one was there. I was like, you're going to put a hot dog in your butt? And I was like, I don't want that. And I don't think I have a penis. I have a big nose. It's not a penis. And she's like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, just put some ketchup and mustard and get me out of here. You're killing me.
That's the Wiener Circle experience.
That's the real Wiener Circle.
It's sort of like the soup Nazi. If you don't order properly,
you're dead.
And you don't do the right thing, you're finished.
Yeah, but the difference with Wiener Circles, no matter what you do, you're dead.
That's true.
You walk in, you're dead.
I've experienced it, although not to the extent that you did. Jake Johnson is here on the Rich Eisen Show at Mr. Jake Johnson on Instagram. The Dink premieres globally this Friday, July 24th on Apple TV. Check it out. You will not regret it. You will enjoy it. Thanks for the time, brother.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it. 12 and 5. Woo! Good, better, best. Jake Johnson.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
Hey guys, Pat the Designer here, and today we're joined by local dairy farmer Sarah Linkaitis.
Hi, Chicago. Dairy farming is more than just a job for my family. It's about caring for our animals, producing fresh local dairy you can trust, and supporting the communities we call home. This year also marks the International Year of the Woman Farmer, celebrating the women helping lead the future of dairy right here at home. From our family to your family, visit usdairy.com to learn more.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox won a big series in Toronto to open the second half. They crushed the Jays 12-4 Friday in Game 1 before getting shut out Saturday 1-0. Sean Burke led the way on Sunday in a 3-0 combined shutout. Andrew Benintendi had the go-ahead sac fly in the 4th. Colson Montgomery then homered in the 6th. Braden Montgomery had a 2-hit day plus a big sliding catch late. Tonight, it's a battle of division leaders as the Sox take on the Rangers in Texas at 7:05 Central. Join us at the ballpark Sunday, July 26th. The White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 1:10 p.m. 15,000 fans in attendance will receive a Munetaka Murakami first MLB home run bobblehead presented by Toto Washlet. To purchase tickets and prepaid parking, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Save big money when you shop at Menards. Transform your home in one weekend with exterior wood stain and sealer from Dutch Boy. It provides one-coat protection on decks, fences, siding, and outdoor furniture. It repels rain after just 4 hours of application. That means quicker results, saving you both time and money. Our knowledgeable team is ready to help bring your dreams to life, 1 gallon at a time. Stop by your local Menards today.
Save big money at Menards.
When life changes, Get Covered Illinois has you covered. Real Illinoisans, here to help. Whether you connect with one of our free brokers or navigators, or compare plans through our online platform created for you, we are here to help you find the plan that meets your needs and budget. Get Covered Illinois is the only place connecting you to tax credits that may reduce your monthly costs. Apply and enroll at getcoveredillinois.gov.
Sponsored by Illinois Department of Insurance.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. You think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Time in baseball in 25 years. The Dodgers are World Series champs.
Major League Baseball is on ESPN Radio.
Friday, please.
Do you guys ever
We're
drink
back,
moonshine?
everybody. Sorry?
You guys ever drink moonshine?
I have.
I have not.
Don't. Do yourself a favor. Don't.
I don't plan on it.
Yes. Oof. I went blind once.
I don't plan on it.
Drinking moonshine.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible. That's overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt right now with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. That was a fun show. We just booked another one for tomorrow. His name's Ryan Fox.
Hey!
We got the Open Championship winner.
Love it.
Look forward to chatting with him. So there's all of that.
That's awesome.
And again, obviously every sport is mental. An individual sport is particularly mental, and you got to be particularly strong. And I can't wait to talk with him. Like, his decision-making is so quick when he's over the ball. I'm wondering, did that help when he was so quick to just say, I'm taking medicine. I'm going to get out with the best I can with a bogey on this par 3. And then I'm going to try and get myself on the green. I understand my ability to maybe eagle and just tap in for birdies out the door. I'm going to take my medicine out of this bunker and try and make myself a birdie opportunity. He does, but misses it. Those two, again, you're talking about the birdies on 16 and 18. It was I'm taking my medicine for a bogey on 15, and I'm taking my medicine to try and at least get a putt for birdie, and if not, I got to tap in for par. That's what set him up to win.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's so impressive to do that in an Open Championship in the last 4 holes.
And is he? I'm curious too. Is he coming up with that on his own, like in real time? Is it a discussion with the caddy on the walk to the ball?
Yeah.
Like allowing him to play so fast and so decisive.
I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
And so I can't wait to tell him.
Much deserving championship.
I will do that. So Pat Bev, what gives, man? You said he's hearing LeBron's making a decision today. Anything else out there to support that theory?
Nothing. The Lakers did sign Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah.
Oh, who did? The Lakers?
Lakers.
Yeah.
But they now have 16 guys under contract, so they got to make a move on someone here.
I mean, is Matisse Thybulle? So we'll see him if he's lucky to make the team on the opening night of preseason.
Preseason, yeah, against Golden State.
Golden State.
And whoever's on that roster at that time.
We're just we're trying to read into everything right now.
Cavs fans think it's them. Heat fans think it's them.
What about Sixer fans?
Think it's them?
You do?
I mean,
really? No, you don't.
Why not?
You don't.
I gotta keep hope alive.
I'm sure.
PJ Tucker predicted Warriors today.
I kind of think he's right.
Yeah, I mean, based upon everything, it's probably going to be.
Not, it's going to be the Heat.
Not the Heat.
That's the way I'm going.
Don't trade for LeBron.
We'll chat Tuesday. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Tyler. Golf season is here and Pins & Aces has everything you need to have a great year on the course. I just loaded up on a bunch of Pins & Aces apparel myself, including hoodies, hats, polos, and it's quickly become my go-to gear for both on and off the course. And right now, they're running a special promo for ESPN Chicago fans to get 20% off your entire order. And don't wait, because these kinds of discounts don't come around often, so get it before it's gone. Upgrade your game and your wardrobe at pinsandaces.com and use promo code ESPN for 20% off. That's promo code ESPN at pinsandaces.com.
Are you starting college, moving to a new apartment, or just looking to create a new vibe in your college living? Make IKEA your first stop for everything you need. Add color with cozy bedding, organize your dorm with smart storage solutions, or find that perfect sleeper sofa. IKEA has your college life covered, and verified college students get 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family. It's free and packed with rewards. So grab your roommate and head to IKEA Schaumburg, IKEA Bolingbrook, or shop online at ikea.us, or use the IKEA app.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Dylan.
I actually used to manage a parts department for a car dealership, and we would get stuff from Rock Auto if I couldn't get it from my dealership suppliers. You pick the year, you go through all the drop-down menus, and it just makes it really easy to navigate and see what you want. Like a wheel bearing, for instance, for a Corvair that I have. Rock Auto's catalog made it really easy to find that specific one that I was looking for.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The sound of a seatbelt. It's one of the most important sounds in our car. It means everyone is ready and everyone is safe. The more our kids see us put on our seatbelts, the more natural it is for them to put theirs on too. Make it a priority. Buckle up every time. Hear the sound? Make it a habit.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look at my friends at Window Nation. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
1 in 10 people age 50 and older in the U.S. have early age-related macular degeneration.
Because macular degeneration often has no early symptoms, many don't know they have it until irreversible vision loss has already occurred. Well, when I first found out that I had macular degeneration, it was really scary. I mean, my eyes are my living.
What's most important for me to see? My family, my loved ones, my pickleball game. Everything I do is dependent upon my vision.
Being able to see, be able to spend time with my children, be able to travel is extremely important. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have my vision. Don't miss life's most beautiful moments.
Schedule a comprehensive eye exam to protect your sight.
Macular Degeneration Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Go to stopamd.org to learn more.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in under...
and onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy. He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short.
Bring gas.
Hello, Andrew.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
Happy Monday to you. It's Waddle and Silvy. Tyler Rocky in for Silvy today.
Should be a fun one. Charlie's had two, what are they?
I mean, he's all
energy
We got
drinks?
Charlie Bevins with us, Hannah LaMotta with us. The producers today are all jacked up on energy supplements.
Yeah, I have a headset that's only working in one ear.
Tremendous.
Damn it.
Good start. Hot start. Happy Monday to you.
Yeah, I haven't been here for a couple of days.
That's right. Good
I'm
golf
happy to be
weekend
back.
for you?
I had a great time with my brother. We did
all
not
that
fare
counts.
well in our member guest. We seemed to ham and ham or egg and egg. When he was good, I was good. When I was bad, he was bad. And that's just, as you know, you can't play those golf tournaments like that.
No, you
a lot
cannot.
of golf, though. We played 18 holes in the practice round on Thursday in basically what was a forest fire.
Smoke's back a little bit today.
It is. It is.
But you can't smell it. Like you could smell it like you walking into a campfire.
Yes, it smelled like a fall night outside, like a fire pit.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But it was 90 degrees.
Right. Yeah.
It was like breathing through a sweater.
Yeah.
But a lot of golf. 18 holes on Thursday, 27 on Friday, and 18 on Saturday. It was a lot for me, but had a great time, but didn't fare well.
That's all right. Yeah. That's all right.
Had an eagle, though.
There you
Went
go.
driver 7-iron on a par 5 to about 2 feet, made the putt.
Look at you.
Woo!
Didn't even have to work for that
In a
one.
losing effort, but, it was good. It was
Nice,
good.
nice.
I hear all of you guys went to the baseball game.
Dude, a lot of baseball this weekend, and I know Charlie went yesterday, saw the beatdown of the Twins. I went on Saturday, saw the World Series extravaganza and all the ceremonies, and I'm sure there are a lot of Cub fans that were there.
2016 celebration was quite impressive.
Yeah, and if you were there as well, we'd love to hear from you. 312-332-3776. But super, super, super successful baseball weekend on both sides of town.
I would say so.
Picking up 4 out of the 6 games between the two teams. And while the Cubs didn't gain ground in the division, I mean, boy, did you see the Brewers this weekend?
They swept the Marlins, and in 2 of the games, I think they were come from behind fashion, right? Including they were down.
All 3 of them were come from behind. But 3 walk-offs.
Didn't Contreras walk them off with a 3-run home run?
3 walk-offs for the Brewers this weekend. That's how it went.
I just don't like. I'm not the world's. I appreciate the Brewers. I compliment them, but I don't know how they do it. I just don't.
I don't.
I mean,
don't
and they
either.
were starting guys. I had no idea who any of them were.
Yeah.
I think they had an opener for one of the games, but the other guys.
I take that back. Not 3 walk-offs, but 3 come from behind.
Yeah, 3 come from behind. And the Marlins have been a good team, aren't the Marlins currently one of the wild card teams?
Yeah, 52 and 47 right now. They're having themselves a nice season so far.
Well, there were so many things about the Cubs series too. Like I mean, you got Nico kind of responding a little bit.
8 hits over the weekend. Yep.
You know what I wrote down, which was most kind of what stood out most was what they got, because I think they're going to be really active in the trade market looking for pitching, but they're starting pitching from this 3-game series with the Twins is what stood out most to me.
Yeah.
Colin Ray, then you had Boyd, then you had Shota. Mm-hmm. And in 19 innings, they gave up 4 earned runs.
And Boyd, I mean, he had the 1 rough inning.
And by the way, that is a Twins team that ranks top 10 in a lot of statistical categories offensively.
Yeah, now they are missing some pieces offensively now, like Buxton's been out. But no, I mean, there's something that you have texted myself, Silvy, Charlie a number of times.
And it's not just with teams that play the Cubs or the White Sox. Mm-hmm. It's all across Major League Baseball.
And you say it to us. We probably get this text from Waddle once a week.
Because it continually happens.
Mm-hmm. And it is as such. Why don't you lay it out for the people?
I think that there are some very good teams in Major League Baseball, but I'm not sure collectively I've seen worse play across the board in forever.
And that's not to take away from the entertainment value of what this season's been, because it has been a super entertaining
And you guys witnessed it up on the north side with the Twins. You get the bases loaded in the 9th inning, you're the Twins in the top of the 9th, and you basically run into a double play. And sabotage yourself, and then the next week or the next game, the following day, you're a bunch of butchers in the field, kicking the ball all over.
It was hilarious because you're looking up at the scoreboard at Wrigley, and when a batter does something, it tells you like the result of the at-bats on the lineup. And it was funny. I'm sitting there in the stands, and I look up in the ninth inning on Saturday, and it goes single, single, single. But somehow there were 2 outs.
Yes.
Everyone had singled in the inning, but there were already 2 outs, and then they ended up slamming the door on them. I could not believe.
Listen, you have to take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves. And I'm taking nothing away from the Cubs taking 2 or 3 from the Twins. I'm saying it happens over and over and over and over again. Like, regardless of the team. Like, have you, I mean, is this just me? That's something I'm focused on and that I obsess about? Or have you seen just consistent poor play from different teams across Major League Baseball? And then I think you added a really good point to this conversation in the pre-show, whatever that was, because we were just hanging out, the pre-show hangout. Is that I would think it would inspire both sides of town to be really aggressive because the rest of the league stinks outside of a couple of teams.
And that's where we want to start today because, listen, there's some great teams going right now, right? I mean, what we've seen out of the Dodgers, the resurgence of the Phillies, what the Rays have been able to put together this year. Obviously, the Brewers have been a big part of this. There's been some great baseball being played.
By the way, the West currently in the AL is being led by the Rangers, who are 1 game over 500.
And guess what? The White Sox have a chance to bounce them from that 500
that is correct
ledger right now this week. So that's why I think both you and I are on the same page on this, and we'd love to hear from Cubs and Sox fans alike because both of you guys, I think, belong in the good team category.
I agree.
With the way that you've been playing
absolutely.
this year.
Like when I talk about the majority of the teams in the league that stink, I'm not including either of these teams. I think both of these teams, and look, they both have some holes and some flaws. Like I said, I highlighted what the Cubs did with their starting rotation in their 2 out of 3 series win against the Twins.
Good. You know they're good because they've been able to overcome those flaws.
Yeah.
And there's been some pretty significant flaws on both sides.
There's no doubt. But I think it's a great point. With that being, I think, one of the themes of the Major League Baseball season this year, I would suggest that this season is the optimal season, especially with maybe no baseball next year, is to take some swings at this. Try to really fortify where you have some weaknesses and take a run at it because I don't think anybody's unbeatable. I mean, obviously the Dodgers are a really good team. Anybody scared of the Diamondbacks?
Hey, side note on the Dodgers, though. What was the news we got from the weekend?
Shohei's not going to pitch.
We don't know when Shohei's pitching again. Yeah. And it's been reflected in the MVP odds as well. PCA now down to 4-1 when a week and a half ago we were telling you, hey, you might want to throw a little bit of money on this. 30-1.
Yeah, well, now you're peacocking. So, I mean, if you want to double down, we can always do that on our bet.
I don't need to double down. I like where I'm at right now. But
Waddle loves offering double downs.
He does. Oh, nobody loves a double down like Waddle.
I like to give you guys an opportunity to chase.
To chase?
Yeah, to chase. Like to watch you sweat a little bit. Yeah. And not just because you've consumed too many energy drinks, Charlie.
It's like a predatory loan. I just want to give you the opportunity to chase, dude.
I mean, you see how like the king of the jungle will just toy with, a warthog, right?
Yeah.
I'm the lion, you're the warthog.
You're saying you're the king of the jungle here,
no,
huh?
I'm not. I'm saying like in this little gambling.
Look at that little mane he's got right now.
Should be a tiger.
I'm getting a haircut on Wednesday. But yeah, I just like to see you, I won the bet last year, didn't I?
You did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
I don't feel great about this one, but
really,
back to your point. I mean that. Look, my money would still be on Shohei being available to pitch when the postseason comes.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, like I'm not going to write that.
I'm right there with even if it's like just 4 or 5 inning outings.
Yeah,
from Shohei, and those are 4 or 5 innings that you weren't expecting out of him.
Listen, I'm going to cling to this until the end of the baseball season. I'm sure I'll get burned by it again. I'm still very, very optimistic that the Cubs can catch this Brewers team. I give the Brewers
even though they lost a game over the weekend.
Yes, I give them all the credit in the world. Maybe I'm not because I'm saying that the Cubs can still catch them, but. That rotation, they're going to that's going to give them some issues. Mm-hmm. It just is. Like I don't know how they continue to come up with miracles, but I don't think that the NL Central is over. with all due respect to the Brewers, I don't think it's over.
I'm with you.
What's the number now? Is it still plus 450? I think that's what the Cubs were before they came out of the All-Star break.
It was 4. I haven't checked the latest number on it right now. I'd imagine it's probably inflated a little bit.
And I get it. You won 2 out of 3 and lost a game, but I don't feel any differently today than I did before the second half of the baseball season started when I said I thought it was good value.
And by the way, The Miz is back tonight. He is pitching against Freddie Peralta.
Well, you're the one that told me he wasn't scheduled to make his start coming out of the All-Star game, so I guess now he is.
Well, no, his scheduled start out of the All-Star game was either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Okay, so they just pushed him back.
So they pushed him back.
I think that how he pitches for the remainder of the season.
Missed his start on Sunday leading into the All-Star game.
Correct. I think watching him in the second half, and I know this isn't truly the second half. You're beyond the second half. But I think from this point on into the postseason, I think watching him is going to be one of the better stories in Major League Baseball. Not just because we're sitting here in Chicago and the Cubs are chasing them, but he's one of the most dominant and exciting players in all of Major League.
Yes.
Right? He's in territory he's never been in before. I think going into the All-Star break, hadn't he thrown like 111 innings? I believe he threw 66 or 67 total innings last year.
Yeah.
The amount of torque and the amount of strain and exertion that he puts on his body, not just by pitching 111 innings to this point, but the number of pitches he throws and the velocity he throws.
Right.
So
you
I'm
look at the
just saying,
fastest pitches in Major League Baseball this year. It's
he
him.
owns most.
There's a splash of Mason Miller here and there too, and a couple other guys, but it's all pretty much the Miz.
And by the way, I am not wishing you. I'm a Reds fan, not a Cubs fan. So like my Reds are cooked, so it really doesn't matter to me. But I just think as you zoom out, or if you zoom in as an overall baseball fan, I think it's an interesting story to watch. And who will he be from here to the end of the season? Because again, as one of the most exciting players in baseball, one of the most accomplished players in Major League Baseball in the first half of the 2026 season, he's entering territory that he's never been in before.
Right.
Which I think is intriguing.
Mm-hmm. And at least you'd imagine there's going to be some sort of restrictions put on you.
I think it would be crazy if they did.
And what that does ultimately is it can thin out a bullpen.
Yes.
And it can really start to wear on some of those back end guys and maybe even some of those bulk guys. Now, you can go out, you can make trades, you can just find some inning eaters to get you to the finish line here. But I think it's still going to be a fascinating race. It's going to be a fascinating race on both sides of town. The White Sox picked up a game on Cleveland this weekend. So they are I shouldn't say firmly, but they are in the driver's seat right now for the AL Central. And I think that's where we start today's show, is talking about, listen, as Waddle has said a number of times, there's a lot of bad baseball being played out there.
I mean, let's just be honest. There's some crappy baseball that's being played.
How willing are you, as either a Cubs or a Sox fan, either side of town, because it applies to both. You're both in a playoff spot as of today. Cubs leading the wild card, and then you've got the Sox leading their division. And in the Sox case, you may be jockeying for a first-round bye as well. So with both of the situations developing on each side of town, scale of 1 to 10, how reckless are you willing to get at the trade deadline?
Okay. Like I'm going to modify your question for my own, and you can keep it. But as I like to say, it's aggression, not it's being aggressive, not reckless.
Right.
Like I'm not interested in either team being reckless, because I would not, even as we've had this discussion, I would not advise the White Sox and how they've revamped their organization. I would not advise them to be reckless. I would advise them to be aggressive. And I think there is a significant difference between the two words.
Fair enough. All right, so let's modify it like you said. How aggressive, 1 to 10, are you willing to get on either side of town? Because I don't think either team should be a 10.
Okay. I would say if I'm the White Sox, I'm a good solid 7, 6.5, 7.
Okay.
Because I would say 7, not because, again, and I'm not going to get reckless, but I mean, the baseball's not been good across the entire league, but certainly in the American League, it's been worse than.
And think about it from the White Sox perspective. If the season ended today, they currently would have a first-round bye in the American League playoffs.
Right. So basically, all you have to do is win a series to get to the American League Championship.
Exactly.
Series. Yes.
And a best-of-5 series, not even a best-of-7. So if you go out and trade for a stud pitcher, all right, maybe not stud, because I don't know how many stud pitchers are available. But you go out and trade for a like bona fide 2 on most staffs, and maybe even a 1 on some.
And you're running out Davis Martin, Sean Burke, and that guy. I'll take my chances.
Absolutely. In a 5-game series,
Yes.
I think you would be looking at yourself as, I mean, depending on who you're facing, like maybe if you're facing the Yankees and Judge is back, it's a little bit different. But I think in most instances, you would be a favorite to win said series because of the pitching that you could throw out there.
I think they've got the ammunition to actually make one of those trades. I don't know that the Cubs do. And that's something I've said for weeks.
So that is where they do and they don't. And that's where aggression, I think, comes in with the Cubs, because you can be balls to the wall for something like this.
What would it take?
And you know what that means?
It's going to take some of your major league players, or at least one of you. It would take Matt Shaw.
Yes, because that, I think, is level 10 of aggression that you're going for. And it depends who it would be. But let's say you sweep the Tigers this week, all right? You take all 3 from the Tigers starting today, and you bump them back in the standings, and they're starting to dwindle out of the wild card picture. I really like Matt Shaw. I think he's got a chance. I'm not telling you he's going to be a 5-time All-Star when his career is over, but I think he's got a chance to be a really good player in this league. But if you could get Tarek Skubal, and it involved Matt Shaw plus some smaller pieces
It's
on
a
top
no-brainer.
of that,
It's
you
a
do
no-brainer.
it.
Yeah.
Even with
Look, I
the
like Matt
uncertainty.
Shaw too, but I mean, it's not like Matt Shaw is an untouchable.
No.
I mean, like, I wouldn't have, if I was a Cub fan, I wouldn't lose any sleep if I was putting him in a trade for a difference-making piece.
Now, if you're telling me, hey, we're going to try to go get Reed Detmers, or let's pluck another pitcher off of the Detroit Tigers rotation and Casey Mize, am I giving up Matt Shaw? No, I'm not. That's when we'll start to talk prospects, or maybe some of the guys who have been swingmen for you this year, like Ballesteros or Alcantara, or even a Pedro Ramirez who had himself a nice weekend.
Well, the truth is Matt Shaw's going to occupy probably one of your corner outfield spots, regardless of, or however you decide on Ian Happ and Seiya Suzuki, right?
Right.
Like one of those spots more than likely is going to be open.
For sure.
And if it was, my money would be on them trying to find a way to make peace with Seiya and bring him back versus Happ. But at some point, you got to let Matt Shaw play every day.
Yes.
Or you got to move him.
Right.
But why would you move him if, in fact, you're going to move on from Suzuki or Happ or both next year?
Yeah, and maybe you feel like you've got someone in the minor leagues that can step in and play left field for Ian Happ next season, maybe. But, and then on the flip side, the White Sox, if you're talking prospect ammunition, they've got just as much as most teams in all of baseball. Now, you can't move any of the guys that you just drafted, but I almost think because you drafted Rock Chalowski first overall, that's what makes this equation so much more fascinating. Because guess what? You've got a new number 1 overall prospect in your system as a result of the MLB draft, and that guy can't be moved. So that almost feels like an insurance policy for the White Sox and for Chris Getz when he goes out to this trade deadline. That because you know you have a number 1 prospect in your system that can't be moved, it makes some of these other guys feel a little more expendable. And you do have a surplus of infielders. And I get that you can move infielders to different spots on the diamond, infield, outfield, wherever. They usually
But you do
can
have some
translate it.
redundancy.
But you do, exactly. And I think you're going to see one of these guys who were top first-round picks or maybe even like up to third-round picks that are intriguing prospects within this White Sox organization get moved.
Well, and I heard Jesse saying, and Capri, I think vomited when he, in explaining that Jesse was crazy. I remember Jesse, saying that he thought when push comes to shove, the White Sox will be more aggressive than the Cubs. Or it's more likely that they would
make the bigger move between the two teams.
Well, because I think they've got more to offer teams than the Cubs do.
I think, yes. I do think timeline matters to a degree. Like, if the Sox were willing to empty the farm, yes, they have more to offer. However, the Cubs, in terms of, like, the top guy that they can offer, like, Matt Shaw is a pretty well-regarded prospect who's had some major league success. That's a guy that I think a lot of teams would be in on. And you want to talk about expediting a rebuild, too, especially for a team like the Tigers who, yeah, it's been a down year this year, but they probably feel like they can still compete in the near future. that's someone that I think would be really interesting. And I know it's been an absolute resurgence from the Boston Red Sox too. But remember, who was linked to the Boston Red Sox all this past offseason was Matt Shaw.
Right.
And if Sonny Gray and Aroldis Chapman were to become available, then Matt Shaw would be a very intriguing piece. Now, it doesn't look like the Red Sox are going to sell because they're in a playoff spot as of today.
Well, it doesn't look like the Tigers would be willing to sell at this point as well.
No, and that's where this thing's going to have to really, it's going to have to really shake itself out. But 312-332-3776.
I would definitely put both the Cubs and the Sox firmly in the camp of good teams, good major league teams, away from the big list of teams that suck.
Now, the thing that you brought up about Jesse, too, and he was on with Shay and myself on Friday, and we asked him about this. And I asked him, who do you think makes the bigger move when it's all said and done, Cubs or Sox? And he did say Sox, and he felt pretty confident about his answer of White Sox, too. And for me, that would really upset me as a Cubs fan. Not because the Sox made the bigger move, but because I think the Cubs should be looking to make one of the biggest moves of the entire trade deadline. Now, I don't know if you can fetch yourself a Mason Miller. And there were reports from over the weekend
that would cost you quite a bit.
And that's a move that I don't think the Cubs actually have the ammunition to make. I don't.
I do believe that the White Sox do. I don't believe that they would be willing to part with whatever it would take.
You would be getting really uncomfortable if you're a Sox fan making a move for Mason Miller. As great as it would be to have Mason Miller on your team and controlled for the foreseeable future, that's a move that makes you really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, I also heard, if I'm not mistaken, that there was some ambiguity with regard to where Palencia is, or maybe that's the wrong word, but there's not a whole lot of clarity on where he's at. And
right now they're pushing it back to like mid-August now for a return for Palencia. So it continues to keep getting moved and moved. Now they are getting better news with some of the pitching injuries. Tyone's back. He's going to be making a start tomorrow or today rather.
Over.
Yeah, wind's blowing out big time today. We were looking at the odds during the pre-show meeting today.
How many home runs is he scheduled to?
Guess how many players are currently priced at 3-1 or shorter to hit a home run today? Usually, like
from the Tigers or from the
whole game.
Teams?
The whole game. So let me give you a little bit of context for those who maybe don't know this. Game to game, Shohei and Schwarber are really, and maybe like Yordan Alvarez,
3-1
are like the only guys that are consistently sub 3-1. Yeah. But today, how many Cubs and Tigers combined are currently 3-1 or shorter?
Okay, I just had to check. Jack Flaherty, who's obviously a righty, is going to pitch for the Tigers, and J-Mo, who's I believe when he went on the injured list, had given up more bombs than anyone else in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
I don't know if he still holds that honor.
Him and Shota were jockeying back and forth with that honor.
But then did Shota stop giving up bombs?
He did, yeah.
And I have a question about who he is later in the show as well.
I wanted to get to that as well.
Okay, I think Bushy's heating up.
Yep.
I would say that, but they won't give him 3-1. I say Bushy's probably plus 450 to hit a home run.
You'd be incorrect. He's actually one of the shorter odds
guys.
Is he? Yeah.
Okay, I would say PCA is obviously in that.
PCA is. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how Hap has fared against Flaherty in the past, but always brings a little bit of thunder from the left side. Is Hap one of them?
Yes, he is.
I would say I'm going to go to the top.
By the way, the game total tonight is 11, which is extremely high for a baseball game. Usually sits somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.5 to 9.
I'm going to say Riley Green.
Riley Green is one, yes.
I'm going to say definitely Dirk Diggler is part of that group.
Dylan Dingler is one of the crew, yes.
Spencer Torkelson.
Torque is, yes.
And maybe McGonigal.
Not McGonigal.
No,
that was
not much of a home run hitter, but how about Kerry Carpenter?
Kerry Bonds is one of the 8.
Did I get all of them?
I think you got all of them there. Did you? Well, Bush is one of them.
Okay, Bush was one of
Bush is one of them. So yeah, you got.
Was Seiya part of it as well, or no?
Seiya is. So yeah, you've got Seiya, but Seiya is. So there was 8 total that were currently 3-1 or shorter.
So once again, if you are bringing the kids to the ball game tonight and you're sitting in the bleachers, make sure you bring a helmet.
Yep.
And not just like a fake batting helmet, maybe a motorcycle helmet.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just to protect the youngsters.
So talking about how aggressive should both teams be heading into this trade deadline that is now just about 2 weeks away. believe it or not.
By the way, you're missing Scooble as well, right?
Yes, Cubs
Good
are
for you.
missing Scooble this week, and he had himself a nice start over the weekend against the Angels. 312-332-3776. Chase on the south side lead us off. What's up, Chase?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What's going on, Chase?
Get started. Huh?
What you got, Chase?
Waddle, Waddle, before I get started, Waddle, your Reds stink. It's time for you to join the Cubs, be a Cubs fan.
No, I'm good. I'm good with it. I'm a very self-aware Reds fan. I know they stink, but I'm not going to be a Cub fan.
Hey, Tyler, you need to tell them to come on over. But you know what, guys, I'm going to be honest. I think both teams on both sides of the town need to be aggressive, because the reason why I say that is because nothing's guaranteed. You never know what's going to happen in the next year, the year after. I mean, here's an example. Look at the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays were one out away from winning the whole thing. Now they're one of the worst teams in the AL East. Look at the Tigers. They had the best record in the AL last year. Now they're, a half 3 games losing streak away from blowing it up. So that's why nothing's promised us. I mean, we say that in football too. We talk about the Bears all the time about nothing's promised us. If not now, when? You got to go aggressive, because nothing's promised us. Nothing's guaranteed. Baseball is a weird sport where you can go from one of the best teams to the worst teams that quick in the blink of an eye. So if I'm the Cubs, or if I'm a White Sox fan, I'm going all in. And if I'm a Cubs fan, and I want them to go in too, because we might not even have a season next year. So you got to go for it now.
I would definitely advise being aggressive on both sides of town, but reckless is not something I'm interested in, whether it's football or not. And I actually think you see more drastic drops and rises in the NFL than you do in Major League Baseball, partially because the average NFL career is less than 4 years. So it's really hard to keep a good team together over an extended period of time. And that's why it fluctuates, because injuries are a bigger part of the equation as well. Again, I would not be an advocate of the White Sox emptying the tank in the minor leagues trying to win the World Series this year. I would not. Aggressive, but not reckless.
But would you give up like your top available prospect? So Caleb Bonham. Would you trade Caleb Bonham
for who?
Well, let me just paint a scenario. For you as a Sox fan, and Hannah, I'm interested in your answer on this too. For you as a Sox fan, I'm guaranteeing that you are getting to the ALCS. I can't guarantee you anything beyond that, but I'm guaranteeing that you're getting to the ALCS, and it's because of a guy that you traded Caleb Bonham for. Are you doing the trade?
Only if that guy can be extended and he's part of my organization for the next several years. I'm not renting a player. I don't think that they're in position to rent somebody.
Let me tell you, it's Reed Detmers, and I don't think it costs you Caleb Bonham to get Reed Detmers. But let's say Reed Detmers is the reason why you're getting to the ALCS. I can't promise you anything beyond that, and it's going to cost you Caleb Bonham. And again, I don't think that's the price of a Reed Detmers, but for the sake of the little game we're playing here, that's the price that we're going to be giving up.
I don't know enough about Bonham to sit here and give you a realistic answer, other than I'm not renting anybody for one of my top prospects.
But Detmers would. You have a little bit of control on him, yeah.
I probably still wouldn't do that.
I don't think I would either. I would
get
say,
to the ALCS.
I would say anybody but Bonham, which
so
I
like
know
a Billy Carlson, you're cool doing that.
Yeah.
But Bonham, no.
No, Bonham is like the one person for me besides obviously
Bonham. So Bonham is saying you're basically what you're telling me right here is you'd only be throwing Bonham in a trade to get like Mason Miller.
I guess.
Because I think if we're talking about a reckless move, like trading for Mason Miller, the price it's going to cost, that's your reckless move.
Right. Mm-hmm. That is Bonham.
Listen, Mason Miller could be a huge part of
but your little game
run.
that you've created here is there's no certainty on the other end of that. Like you are guaranteeing this, but this is fantasy baseball. You can make that deal and trade Bonham and then end up, A, maybe not even making the postseason, or B, getting kicked early.
And guess what? Bonham could just be a total flop in the league, too.
That's true.
Like there's risk on both sides of this.
But this is where I would trust. I believe that Chris Getz and his group has earned a little bit. And maybe you think it's a little bit too early to put that much trust in what they've done, because what they've done has looked really, really good. But there's nothing yet to show for it. But that all takes time. This is where I would say, hey, he's earned my benefit of the doubt with regard to the decision he makes. Do you know what I'm saying?
And I'm in that camp with you of Getz deserves the benefit of the doubt at this point. At this point.
They know more about their guys than I do. So if they said, if they answered your question and said, yes, we're comfortable trading him for that, then I would say, far be it from me to sit here and go, wow, you gave up too much. I'm going to trust the guy who's done a brilliant job actually putting these pieces back together when the whole thing was a mess.
Now, here's the one counterpoint, and it's a fair counterpoint from any Sox fan or anyone out there, any observer of this is, we haven't seen him make this move. We haven't seen him make the buy move.
Yes.
And making the buy move can be probably, it's risky, and sometimes it's the more difficult move to make than the sell move. So 312-332-3776. How aggressive are you willing to get on either side of town for this upcoming trade deadline? Again, about 2 weeks away. So we're going to start to get a little more clarity on who are some of the buyers and sellers are. And there's some people that dabble in a little bit of both.
Charlie, how in the world can you yawn? You've had 2 8-hour energy drinks. Maybe that's your system just shutting down.
No. I'm just powering up.
Are they 5 hours or are they
5 hours? So he's had
10
so he's
hours.
had 10 hours of energy on him. 312-332-3776. We'll take your trade calls coming up next here on Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Baseball fans, this is your new must-listen. Introducing Inside the Friendly Confines with Jesse Rogers, presented by Arlington Toyota. Twice a week, ESPN MLB insider Jesse Rogers takes you beyond the headlines and inside the game with the access only one of baseball's most connected reporters can deliver. From exclusive conversations with the biggest stars, managers, executives, and personalities across Major League Baseball, to insider stories, clubhouse insight, and the moments fans don't hear anywhere else. Jesse brings you inside the game. Whether it's breaking news, behind-the-scenes access, trade rumors, pennant races, or unforgettable baseball stories, you'll get it straight from one of the most trusted voices in the sport. Inside the Friendly Confines with Jesse Rogers. Jesse Roll. New episodes every week. Presented by Arlington Toyota. The game is happening. Jesse is inside it.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor without the weight or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. You hear us talk about it all the time. It's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. We even have it here in the office. Born in Connie's restaurant, now available in your freezer. Connie's brings that delicious cornmeal-dusted thin crust, premium toppings. I love the pepperoni, an unmistakable flavor that says, sure, I could have gone out, but why? Maybe you're hosting, maybe you're dodging dinner duty, or you're just hungry. The solution is always Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without the pizzeria prices.
Big Ten football is back in Chicago, and this fall it has a new home, the new Ryan Field. With a schedule featuring Penn State, Iowa, Illinois, and an explosive offense powered by mastermind Chip Kelly, the Northwestern Wildcats are poised to make big waves in the Big Ten this season. Visit newryanfield.com to place a deposit and unlock access to the best seats with the best view for the best price. Visit newryanfield.com today.
Who says golf has a bedtime? For one night only, Golf Center des Plaines is going all night. From sunset to sunrise, the lights stay on so you can play around the clock on the fully illuminated driving range and par 3 course. Whether you're looking to sharpen your game, challenge your buddies, or simply enjoy an unforgettable night under the lights, this is the place to be. Plus, compete in Strixon contests for your chance to win a new wedge and putter. Learn more at golfcenterdesplaines.com. Golf Center des Plaines, all night.
Let's talk man-to-man about something most of us avoid: HIV testing, prevention, and treatment. There are approximately 1,000 new cases of HIV diagnosed in Chicago every year. Black and Latino men have the highest rates of new HIV diagnoses, and about 1/3 of new HIV cases are linked to heterosexual transmission. At Cook County Health, we provide comprehensive HIV testing, prevention, and treatment services in a supportive, judgment-free environment. Learn more at cookcountyhealth.org/HIV.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
What if somebody played Poo Dollar with it and it ended up here?
I don't even know what that game is.
What? Poo Dollar. You guys never played Poo Dollar?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
This can't be real.
Of course. Put a little poop on a dollar and you wait for somebody on the street to pick it up and you go, there's poo on that dollar. You never played Poo Dollar?
What are you talking about?
Games,
no, I've never
boring
played
games
this.
in the suburbs.
When we were young, there was no internet, you guys. We had to entertain ourselves.
This is not a real... You actually did this?
I know some people who participate.
Oh, I know people. My cousin's brother. I date a girl in Canada.
I may have seen it happen once.
Oh, my girlfriend's in Canada.
Someone wiped poo on their dollar. Sure. My girlfriend's in Canada. That's not the same thing.
No, it's the same thing.
No,
I know a guy that did that. That's the same 100% thing.
No, but
Aiden's all over this, too. You played Poo Dollar?
I did not, but like Carm, I know people
who played Poo Dollar with each other, I think, is what ended up happening.
There's poo on that dollar.
Never played Poo Dollar. When I heard it, I couldn't stop laughing.
Have you heard of it?
I don't think so. And if I have, it was probably hearing
sounds
Carm,
like something
Carm
you
tell the story.
done.
I know
you
it does.
And your crew.
And
this is a Waddle story told by Carm.
It sounds like something the good kid would also be a part of, right? But he's denying that Poo Dollar was ever part of his repertoire.
But he at least had heard of it.
I don't.
They both
you
heard
put
of it.
poop on a dollar and you put it out on the street and hope someone picks it up.
Yeah.
You don't have to put poop on that dollar. Somebody probably already. Somebody else did.
Wasn't there a Workaholics episode about this?
I never saw Workaholics.
You never really watched that.
But
Dude,
most dollars didn't they did like there was a study that was done and like 90% of all paper currency has like traces of cocaine, poop, all kinds of stuff. You don't even have to do that. Just put a dollar out in the street, and if someone picks it up and does what Yerk does, picks his teeth with it, it's a good chance you're going to catch a disease.
Picks his teeth.
That was wild.
Yeah. I'm very young. I put quarters in my mouth, and my mom was like, "Never ever do that. That's like the grossest thing you can possibly do."
I got it.
At least he wasn't swallowing like dimes or pennies or something like that.
I think the craziest part of that is like Carm says, like, you guys ever played Poo Dollar? Like it's tic-tac-toe or something. He's like, what do you mean? You never played Poo Dollar?
Right, exactly.
So
like, everybody knows about Poo Dollar.
Hannah and Charlie, have either of you two heard of it before?
No. And I'm glad I haven't.
I can't believe Aiden had heard of it.
I can't.
Actually, Hannah, are you kidding me?
Right.
I think Aiden probably was playing Poo Dollar when he was in grade school.
Yeah. Some people did coloring books. Hayden did Poo Dollar.
He obviously wasn't paying attention in history class, or has no concept of how time and the years have gone.
Jack
by.
McGrath does a tremendous job with the station and especially with the Carmen and Jurko show. Today was his masterclass.
No doubt, and I agree with everything you just said. I didn't think that Jack had that in him, and by that I mean being a total jerk by just selling
sold out. I wouldn't even say
it was a classic move, and I applaud it. But I thought I didn't think Jack had that in.
I didn't either, and I heard that, and I immediately was like, "Hell yeah, McGrath!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!" And by the way, I did meet Jack's girlfriend for the first time over the weekend. Big fan of day drinking.
Really?
And I think Jack may be hearing the noise a little bit. He may be coming
that
around on day drinking
is on the box.
Yeah. He definitely heard some footsteps. Yeah, so
maybe that's what makes it work, She can day
opposites
drink,
attract.
yes, and he can actually be in charge of keeping the rig on the road, so to speak.
But no, I met up with Jack after the Cubs game on Saturday.
Nice.
We ran into, we met up with Nick Friedel too, who
Nick Friedel
caught
definitely
the
playing.
ball. Everyone thinks Anthony Rizzo. How many notifications do people get on their phones? Oh, Rizzo caught the ball. Rizzo caught the ball. Not so fast, my friends.
That was Nick Friedel.
Nick Friedel caught the ball, and like the good man that he is, handed it off to Anthony Rizzo.
My guess is Nick's played around a $2 before. But I know when Carm, I'm with you, Charlie, too. It's like,
boy, and he's from Florida too, so it's a little different playing in Chicago versus in Florida.
But Carm was almost like baffled. How in the world would you not know what $2 is? We all did. We all knew. It was good.
What if somebody played $2 with it and it ended up here?
I don't even know what that game is.
What?
$2. So you didn't know
either. So you guys think that's right in our wheelhouse? I don't. That's not. No, like
that's
my buddy.
like classic derelict child behavior from like the 80s and 70s.
Totally.
It sounds like.
Okay. Now, I have told the story before about my buddy Eddie Duran dropping a deuce in a cookie tin and putting it under one of our teammate Brett Chico's bed, and he stayed there an entire semester. And no one understood why Brett's room stunk so bad.
We have one friend who...
And then same guy actually pooped in a cup and then put it on a tray outside a door, knocked on the door, and ran around the corner just to see what kind of...
You guys are pooping a lot.
But $2, no.
Real
Nobody
crappers.
played... Yes. Nobody played $2. Look, if you were going to go down that road, you were going to play major league poo games. Not a little $2. Oh, what's a $2? Poop in a tin, a cookie tin. Put it under somebody's dorm room bed and see how long it can last there before the Board of Health comes in.
We had one friend who would take eggs and like hide eggs around our apartments, and so he'd like take a light bulb out in a bedroom and replace it with an egg. And
hard-boiled egg or just normal
just
egg?
like a normal egg that should probably be refrigerated.
Yeah.
And it eventually you could smell some things.
Yeah. Oh, but $2? Who hasn't played $2?
Right. 312-332-3776. We'll get back to the baseball in just a moment here. Dave is in Buffalo Grove. What's up, Dave?
All right. I'm verifying $2. I'm 54. We went to Northern Illinois. Our fraternity, we used to do it all the time outside the bars, especially to the townies out there in DeKalb.
So, like,
how terrible about it. And then we felt so bad about it when we all moved down to the city. We used to all live in Bucktown Wicker Park area. Same thing, $2.
I think that game's redundant, though, isn't it? Because, again, I think every medical study I've read says that there are traces of poo already on that $1.
Right.
You just double deucing it.
That's not the point of it, though. The point is you get a fistful of you-know-what.
Nobody is picking up a $1 bill with a full turd on
but
it.
that's the thing is it's like wrapped in it. So you think you're
like
picking
a
up...
Tootsie Roll?
Yeah, you think you're picking up a $1 bill, but you're really getting a $1 bill, but at what cost?
Okay, but if you see a $1 bill that is basically like a pig in a blanket, like a poop in a blanket, I'm not picking it up.
I mean,
I'm
you're not putting one of these turds that Silvy describes with his kids, right? You're not putting one of those.
No, because you probably couldn't fit it in there.
You're putting one of the little nuggets.
Yeah, I'm just like if a $1 is laying on the street, like face up, okay, that's one thing, but you can tell if a $1's been manipulated, can't you? Why is that $1 bill almost look like a small burrito? What could be on the inside of that $1 bill?
See, sometimes though, you got to remember, like, young kid sees money on the ground. What are they going to do? Pick it up. What's going to be in their hand?
I thought it was even better when Yerk told the story about the getting back at people, and not just that, but drinking a beer out of a plunger from like a bar.
Unbelievable. Like when I heard
that.
And
he was like, and all these kids coming up talking about how they were drinking shoeies, as they call them, drinking a beer out of a shoe. He's like, you want to really do something to test your immune system? Drink a full beer out of a plunger from a toilet inside of a bar.
How about you just drink a beer out of a glass or a can or a bottle?
Wow.
Why are we drinking out of shoes? Why are we drinking out of plungers?
Sometimes
Why are we pooping on dollars and putting them in the street and seeing if someone will touch it?
The wheel does not need to be reinvented sometimes.
No. That's why AOC had no idea what the timeline has been in the history of the world.
Yes. Masterclass by Jack McGrath today. Well done. Round of applause for Jack today. Jack. He was on his A game today, as he usually is. George in Oak Park. What's happening, George?
George.
George.
Is crazy, George?
I think it is.
Yeah.
We're not getting anything from George here.
His phone's probably not working.
Ron.
You know what? Things happen for a reason because he was probably going to take it to a level that was.
Well, remember, he's the one who coined the phrase waffle stomping.
Yes. And he called in as someone not him. He also claims to be football horny at all times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Ron is in New Lenox. What's going on, Ron?
Hey, guys. I can confirm the $2. I went to school at Western Illinois. We lived on one of the biggest party streets in the college, and we'd be day drinking, which day drinking's cool, and just have 50 people over having a party, and someone would just go wipe their ass with a $1 bill, put it right across the street, and we would just sit there all drinking and staring at the person who picked up the $2, and then we'd all go crazy and the person would open it and they'd see it's a $2, but there's 50 of us day drinking and partying, so no one ever really did anything. We did it every other weekend. So it was a thing. It's a thing.
I just who's wiping themselves with a $1 bill? Unless it came from a U.S. Mint, have no idea where it's been. You want that thing down there?
Yeah.
No thanks.
That's probably a bigger risk than Jurko picking his teeth with a $1.
I don't know about that. But.
I think the joke's on you. I think the $2 joke's on you if you are actually going dollar to backside.
You have lost.
Yeah.
You lost.
There's different ways to play.
You took a $1 that is inherently dirty. You may have a cocaine booty right now because there may be traces of coke on that $1 and you just shoved that $1 where it shouldn't have been. And you're sitting in your lawn chair hammered.
Some people
and you're
pay for
giggling
that.
because some kid touched it with their hand when that $1 was on your butt. Now, who's really joke's on who there?
Listen, some people pay for that stuff,
How do we get here?
Telling everybody about
what
your
should the White Sox
screenplay.
do before the trade deadline?
Yeah. Cole's in Batavia. What's going on, Cole?
Hey, guys. So they do that at the beginning of the Mighty Ducks, where the kids are all in the alleyway, and they find a little clutch purse, and they basically put some dog doo-doo in it, and then they put $1 out of it, and the guy drives by and stops, picks it up, and then drives away, squeals his wheels, and then tries to chase him afterwards. So that's just a variation of the $2.
Okay, now if it is done with dog excrement, it's much more ha-ha funny and harmless.
Why does it matter where the fecal matter came from?
Because, again, I think that anyone who takes a $1 bill and touches their backside with it, the joke's on you. You're the one that's more likely to come down with a virus of some sort or a sickness of some sort.
I don't
Not
think
the
that's
dude
true.
that touched the... Really?
Then the guy who picks up a...
Yeah.
I don't
think you're thinking this through. I think you're having an AOC moment. Take a $1 out of your wallet, go into the men's room, and use it to clean yourself after having a movement. You don't think that that's worse than actually somebody touching it?
The guy touching it? Picking it up?
Yeah.
But then you just go wash your hands.
Wash your hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's not.
I guess,
you got a
I'm not going to tell you
bidet
it's
at the dorm
clean,
room?
but.
Are you with me, Charlie? Do you understand
Yeah, I'm
what
with you.
saying?
Yeah. Well, because it's only if you pick it up and then immediately put your hands in your mouth, and it's probably a little,
Right.
Why am I doing sanitary.
that?
But yeah.
But you took the $1 and did something with it that nobody should be doing with it. You're the one that I think has a higher risk of trouble.
I would say this, though. I've never heard it done in that manner. I've always,
Yes. I'm just, somebody mentioned it, and I'm just responding to it.
Okay. All right, we'll continue.
What do you think the Cubs should do with Matt Shaw?
Yeah, we'll take your baseball calls coming up. How aggressive do you want to see both teams be this upcoming trade deadline? Just about 2 weeks away now from that Major League Baseball trade deadline. 312-332-3776. More Waddle and Silvy next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here. You know, I've taken a few hits in my day. Safe to say, I know a thing or two about collisions. On the field, you brace for them. Off the field, not so much. And that's why when your car takes a hit, you want a team that knows how to handle it. Gerber Collision and Glass. For more than 80 years, Gerber has been repairing damage, replacing glass, and getting you back on the road quickly and safely. Because the only collisions you should be worrying about are the ones on game day. Gerber, outperforming at every touch point in collision and glass.
School's out. Summer is here. And for teachers, that means it's finally time to take care of yourself. This summer, Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is helping men step up, do their part, and take responsibility for family planning. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies, and the procedure is safe, simple, and virtually painless. It's a quick 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel procedure done right in the office. The actual procedure takes about 15 minutes, and you're back in action the very next day. No long recovery, no stress, just peace of mind for you and your partner. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington, it's simple to schedule around summer break. This is your summer. Before the bell rings again, make the smart call. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Class dismissed. Peace of mind delivered. At Triton College, you'll be put on a path to achieve your degree or start a new career. Take convenient classes close to home that are comparable and transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you get a quality education that's affordable and taught by award-winning faculty with real-world experience. No matter who you are or what you aspire to be, there's a place for you. Triton College. Affordable, close to home. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/fall.
Are you starting college, moving to a new apartment, or just looking to create a new vibe in your college living? Make IKEA your first stop for everything you need. Add color with cozy bedding, organize your dorm with smart storage solutions, or find that perfect sleeper sofa. IKEA has your college life covered, and verified college students get 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family. It's free and packed with rewards. So grab your roommate and head to IKEA Schaumburg, IKEA Bolingbrook, or shop online at ikea.us. Or use the IKEA app.
Hey guys, it's Carm. Summer in Chicago means your AC is about to log some serious minutes. Schedule an AC system check for just $29 with my team at ABC Plumbing, Sewer, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. ABC will diagnose any issues and make sure you're not sweating it out. They've been serving Chicagoland for over 70 years, and now Northwest Indiana too. And if your AC has struck out, zero money down, 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new system. For all your plumbing, sewer, heating, cooling, and electric needs, visit my team at 4abc.com today. ABC, consider it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Follow Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
We'll get back to your baseball calls at 3 o'clock. How aggressive do you want both teams to be? Cubs, Sox, they both have a chance to make some noise in the playoffs this year. They really do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was texting with Jesse a little bit as well, and he said it a bunch. You know, their defensive prowess, they're so good. They don't kick the ball around.
No, they don't.
Like, you don't see them kick the ball around like the Twins did or, some of the other bad teams in Major League Baseball.
In fact, they elevate. They probably make their pitchers look a little bit better than they are.
Which I think gives you even a better chance because while the bats make it go cold every once in a while, you know you're going to get solid defense at minimum from them, which, again, enhances their chances of going far. So... I think both teams should be aggressive. I wouldn't expect any team to be. If there was one team that I would think that would be more considered reckless than the other, I would still think it would be the Cubs, not the White Sox.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. We do have to settle a debate here with the poo dollar about which is worse, wiping your ass with $1 or picking up some fecal matter out of the dollar. And Nathaniel in Valpo.
Is he a doctor?
He works in healthcare. Nathaniel, the floor is yours, my friend.
Hey, how you guys doing today? So, just wanted to clear this up because you are much more likely to come down with an illness if you're touching that dollar to your rectum.
Thank you.
And
all right.
It's not just the illness you have to worry about too. It's widely known that a lot of paper currency contains trace amounts of drugs on it. And in anesthesia, we still give drugs rectally because sometimes that is the best route to administer drugs.
Okay.
So anything you're putting right there could be leading to trouble. So
all right. Thanks for clearing that up, Nathaniel. Appreciate the phone call.
And listen, as I like to say, over the course of the last several decades in this profession, I'm a few credits shy of my medical degree, but I do know a few things on the cusp of 60, and I know that. That is not a surprise that Nathaniel called in to confirm that obviously
I like the
being
industry term usages there, too.
Yes.
Rectum and,
Of course. I mean, he classed it up as much as you possibly could, but I don't understand, as a smart guy like you, how you couldn't understand. Charlie and I were ahead of this. Don't touch your backside with $1 and think that that's cleaner than actually somebody touching $1 that's had you put that dollar next to your rectum.
People put a lot of disclaimers out like, hey, don't consult your doctor. Don't listen to us for medical advice. Listen to us for medical advice when it comes to the rectum.
Rectum? I didn't even know him.
You guys are the Rectum Brothers. That's what you are.
No, we're not. We're not.
Yeah, that's okay.
You made it like
you're the Rectum Brothers.
Made it like the Property Brothers. No, how about the without a degree medical brothers instead of we don't need to be the Rectum Brothers.
Isn't Texas Tech's slogan Rectum?
Yeah,
that's dangerously close to rectum. I never feel like I never realized that.
I'm sure Texas fans give him hell for that one. All right, we will take your baseball calls on the trade deadline coming up next. 312-332-3776. How aggressive do you want your teams to be? And also, it was a celebration at Wrigley as well over the weekend, the unveiling of the championship gate. It was a lot of fun. Really good baseball weekend on both sides of town. We want to hear from both Cubs and Sox fans coming up next here on Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears.
Over the shoulder.
Bears.
Catch.
Bears.
Made. Go Bears. Touchdown Bears.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, let's class this joint on. Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The 250th anniversary sale is going on all month long at hawkauto.com. Save big with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. You can choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade. The 250th anniversary sale is going on now at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Who says golf has a bedtime? For one night only, Golf Center Des Plaines is going all night. From sunset to sunrise, the lights stay on so you can play around the clock on the fully illuminated driving range and par 3 course. Whether you're looking to sharpen your game, challenge your buddies, or simply enjoy an unforgettable night under the lights, this is the place to be. Plus, compete in tricks and contests for your chance to win a new wedge and putter. Learn more at golfcenterdesplaines.com. Golf Center Des Plaines, all night.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Like a lot of people, I've used chat to research home improvement projects. But if you're thinking about replacing your windows and door, do what I did and skip all the prompts and just call Window Nation. I love how easy they make the process. Most installations are finished in just one day, and their crews treat your home with care, even leaving it cleaner than when they found it. Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com. Trust me, they're the real deal.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering buy one, get one 50% off windows and doors and no payments, no interest for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Who is it? Postman Law, your injury and accident attorneys. Everybody's giving you less for more, not us. More fight for accident victims. No fee unless we win. Postman Law. We deliver. Postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I just got back from the bathroom at the break.
Oh, man, we're still here.
It smelled like they were playing Pooh Dollar in the Federal Reserve in there. My goodness.
Not good.
My goodness.
Not good, Charlie. Not good.
No.
Yeah, not good.
Talking some baseball with you here on Waddle and Silvy. Tyler Rocky in for Silvy today.
Nothing smelly or stinky about what's going on either side of town in
No,
Major League
sir.
Baseball.
Both teams taking 2 out of 3.
How about Nico also? Nico 8 for 13 his last in this last series,
including a
against the
4-hit
Twins.
day as well.
Seiya, how about Seiya? 8-game hitting streak. Do you know what he's slashing for the month of July?
I do not know off the top
300, 386, 580 for an OPS of 966.
That's the good stuff right there. And again, Bush started to come alive a little bit this weekend as well. Like, those are the guys that you need to help carry this lineup. On the flip side, the White Sox had themselves a masterful weekend, specifically on the mound. Even the one game that they lost. You lose a 1-0 game, that ain't the pitching fault.
No.
Like the Davis Martin, and I think that was a big thing too. For the White Sox heading into this series, it was a lot of, hey, like, what's Davis Martin? We've played the who is this guy game. Who is Davis Martin game? He was 1 out away from a quality start, but he looked like he was first half Davis Martin again.
Yeah, he did.
So that was a really, really good sign there. And I know a lot of people were hoping that, hey, he just needs the break and he'll be back to what we saw for the bulk of the first half of the season. And I think a lot of those people were vindicated after one start.
I think you can make a similar observation about what you saw from Shota.
Yes.
I think you have to go back to like the first month of the season to find a start that was more impressive than the one he had yesterday. And it's what I sent to I was texting Kap and Shay today as they were having this conversation, and now it sounds like people are now open to, hey, if I can get Shota for this amount of money over this amount of time, I'd be interested in an extension. My goodness, has the season changed people's? But then I
wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't either. I mean, Shay was very reluctant to say, yeah, I'm interested at any price, because he makes $22 million this year, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Now, I think his next
pitching,
contract.
There's so little pitching out there. If he finishes strong, and I'm not suggesting he pitches as an ace, somebody's going to pay him.
Oh yeah,
$25 million a year for 3 years.
If he looks a lot more like that the rest of the way, good for him, and he'll get himself a nice deal when he hits free agency. But I don't know if I'd be the one that wants to go after that carrot.
Well, that's where I kind of asked the question, like, who is Shota? And we've asked this question now for the better part of 2.5 years.
Yeah,
he's given up 3 earned runs and 3 starts in July over his last 8 starts. Okay, I believe he's faced Minnesota, Cincinnati, St. Louis, San Diego, the Mets, Colorado twice, and the A's. And outside of the Twins, I think basically, those teams, none of them hit their weight. Mm-hmm. And over that stretch of time, I didn't write it down here. I had it with him real quick, just to see how impressive he's been over that stretch. He had an ERA. He's had an ERA of 1.62 in the month of July in 3 starts. And you go back to the last, as I mentioned, the last 8 starts total. So the full month of June and the 3 starts in July. So that's a total of 8 starts. Is he that guy? Or is that a product of him pitching against some of the lesser bats? Because if you go back to his last 4 starts in May, he pitched against St. Louis, Houston, Milwaukee, Atlanta. Okay? St. Louis, Houston, Milwaukee, Atlanta, 12 earned runs, 9 home runs given up in those 4 games. Mm-hmm. Who is he?
Right.
When he steps up in class, he tends to, or history has told us this year, he tends to struggle. Now, again, I get it. What he did yesterday against a solid Twins offense, which ranks top 10 in a lot of, offensive statistical categories. He pitched arguably his best game of the year. But when you're pitching against Cincinnati, St. Louis, San Diego, the Mets, Colorado, and the A's, it's different than when you're pitching against Houston, Milwaukee, Atlanta, and some of the other teams. So I don't even know how to define who he is.
No, and it's...
his ERA is now under 4. He's a 3.91 ERA, but he vacillates so much. I just don't know who he's going to... And he goes through stretches. When is the next start against a good team a start where he'll give up 5 runs, 3 of them on home runs, and then you're like, okay, now here's this... He's just a really difficult guy to gauge sometimes.
He's an erratic pitcher, and it's one of the best things that can happen for the Cubs in the second half is for him to look not necessarily exactly like what he looked like yesterday, but more like that the rest of the way. Because let's be honest, with all of these injuries the Cubs have had so far, you're looking for any which help that you can get the rest of the way.
By the way, I said 12 earned runs against the Cardinals, the Astros, the Brewers, and the Braves. It wasn't. In those 4 starts at the end of May, it was 22 earned runs and 9 home runs.
Yeah.
So he was giving up an average of, almost 6 runs a game and almost 2 home runs a game. So
now, I will say that Braves start, he actually was pretty good in.
He was
7 innings, 2 runs.
But
5
I'm trying
hits.
to group
Yeah,
that. I was trying to,
the good
for the
offenses,
sake of
the
sake of trying to categorize them all in common form. But the next 3 starts after that, it was 5 earned runs, 7 earned runs, 8 earned runs, and over the course of that three game stretch, he gave up 8 home runs. Mm-hmm. So. Again, like when he's good, he's really good. When he's bad, he's
one of the worst pitchers in baseball when he's at his worst.
Yeah. So I don't know, really long term who he will be, but he's certainly throwing the ball well now.
Yeah. And then on the flip side of town too, you look at what happened with the White Sox this weekend, the way that they pitched. We mentioned Davis Martin and what he did, but really The guy who's the number 1 in that staff right now is Sean Burke.
Yeah, I had him way up in my power rankings last week.
Yeah, we've got our power rankings coming in tomorrow. You'll be off tomorrow, unfortunately.
I will.
But
yes,
Jesse
I got
will
another
be
golf
in.
match I've got to be a part of.
Jesse will be in tomorrow, and
I can send you my
send us your list tomorrow. But I'd imagine nobody is going to elevate more in their respective power rankings this week than Sean Burke. Because I think he's a guy who's maybe been on the outside of the top 5, but you'd be hard to pressed to find five baseball players better in this city right now than Sean
I
Burke.
think I had him fourth last week. I had PCA, Vargas, Murakami, and then I think I had Sean Burke fourth.
I had him fifth last week.
I gotta see where I had him last week, because I want to say I probably had him like sixth. If I had to guess, where did I have Sean? I had him seventh.
I mean, he's been good. His strikeout totals have been, they've been really impressive as well. Yeah. I mean, this isn't just, oh wow, over the last couple of starts, he's been really, really good. He's been good for quite some time now.
Yes,
so.
he's really put together a nice stretch here, and that's a guy that you would love to have as a part of, especially this version of Sean Burke, as a part of your playoff rotation at this point. But 312-332-3776. Been talking a lot about the trade deadline that is looming right now. Again, we're only about 2 weeks away. We'll start to see some of this materialize, but the way that so much has changed the last couple of weeks, too, I mean, the perfect example of that is the Boston Red Sox, who were bona fide sellers. And now all of a sudden,
13 in a row.
Sonny Gray and Aroldis Chapman, they're going to be potentially on a playoff roster in Boston.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that after they're on a 13-game winning streak, and it just continues. I mean, the vibes are high there with Chad Tracy, who has stepped in as the interim manager. I mean, both teams that fired their managers have really gotten a big-time bump. At least
the Phillies with
fired them when it was maybe a little bit early. Now you can look at the Mets as a team who did it a little late, and they haven't found the spark.
Nothing's going to fix that team.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. But you look at what's happened in Boston and Philly, and those two teams have certainly changed the tenor of their seasons. Both would be in playoff spots if the season ended today.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it kind of changes, the landscape with regard to the trade deadline. But you've got, another 2 weeks, two and a half weeks?
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks. So we'll see how much can change. But, I think teams that were sellers 3 weeks ago, there are several of them that won't be now. And again, they have to be looking at the same stuff that we've just talked about. It's not just the Cubs and the White Sox that are looking at the rest of Major League Baseball. It's, the Red Sox.
But you know what's funny, too, about what you said earlier, and it's kind of been the theme that our jumping off point for the whole show, is there's a lot of bad baseball teams. How many bad baseball teams are going to be trying to buy stuff? Like outside of...
I don't know.
Outside of the Dodgers, the Brewers, the Cubs, the Phillies, the Braves, the White Sox, I'll throw the Guardians in there, but I think that's even being generous. And then the Yankees and the Rays. Like, the Red Sox have turned their season around, but does it mean they're going to be all in on buying something at the deadline? Will a team like the Rangers or the Mariners be in on buying? Like these teams that are kind of dancing around 500 a little bit. Like the Marlins, are they going to buy at the deadline?
I don't think they will, because I don't think that they have the financial resources to be buyers of adding anything that's going to add payroll to what they already are trying to digest. There's also that element of teams. I believe wasn't it the Braves last year? Last year, the Braves had a very disappointing season, right? They had some injuries. Mm-hmm. The Braves ended up finishing 10 games under 500. But I don't think they sold anything at the trade deadline last year, because they thought this was a blip and they'd be right back on top the following year. Mm-hmm. And they were right.
Yes.
So maybe you will find some scenarios where there have been some teams that have, underachieved, or they're the direct result of, maybe some injuries that have gotten the best of them that you would expect to be sellers, but they aren't going to be, because they do expect to bounce back quickly. Now, again, you have to factor in the potential work stoppage into your calculus as well. But that's why it's so unpredictable what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of weeks with the Major League Baseball trade deadline.
August 3rd at 5 o'clock Central Time is when the Major League Baseball trade deadline officially comes to a close. Micah is in San Francisco. What's going on, Micah?
Hey, boys. Just want to kind of play devil's advocate, kind of more from the Cubs side today. My thoughts are, if you don't make any deals, the Cubs are playing their best baseball right now. You don't go out and trade for anyone. You get an all-star caliber pitcher in Ben Brown coming back, an all-star caliber closer in Daniel Palencia coming back, and you have this top 5 offense in baseball. I don't see the reason to trade anyone, especially when the Dodgers seem so unbeatable. And if it goes well this year, great. If not, you go to the offseason, you get a healthy Cade Orton and Justin Steele, and who knows what next year looks like.
The only thing I would say, you kind of in response to that is that your chips are in now. Your chips are in when you signed Bregman to the deal you signed him, right? You traded for Cabrera.
Yeah.
Like your chips are in. There's really not a whole lot more you can do chips in if you're the Cubs. So why would you all of a sudden now become cautious or lack some sort of aggression? Like, look, and again, I know we've talked about guarantees. There's no guarantee that Ben Brown does come back and he's as effective as he was before the neck problem.
Right.
You just heard, I believe, that Craig Counsell again. I was a little bit distracted with some other commitments this weekend, but if I heard correctly, they don't have sound, projections for when Palencia will be back. Right.
So he had a little bit of a setback, it sounds like, and I would even push back on the notion that he's an all-star caliber closer.
Yeah,
too.
You really don't know that.
I wouldn't put him up there among the best in the game right now. I think he's good. I'm happy he's on this team. But listen, I almost look at it as the 2016 Cubs. Hector Rondon was fine. You probably could have won a World Series with Hector Rondon as your closer. But when you have the chance to get in Aroldis Chapman, you make that move.
Yeah.
And I think that everything else with even the Dodgers and health is such a big part of this too, because like we got the reports over the weekend. We don't know when Shohei's pitching again.
Yeah.
We don't. And let's not act like the Dodgers starting rotation has been some beacon of health over the course of the last couple of years. They've actually kind of won in spite of their pitching over the course of the last couple of years, both bullpen and starting rotation. Now, some of those guys do end up getting healthier, and maybe they play the long game with the rotation, but still, there's no guarantee the Dodgers are going to be completely whole when you get to October. And who knows what happens, too. Someone may do your dirty work for you. Let's say the Cubs track down the Milwaukee Brewers and win the division. Or even if they don't, what if the Dodgers get lined up against the Phillies and you have to go against that rotation of you go with Sanchez, Wheeler, and Luzardo out of the gates?
No thanks.
They could bounce the Dodgers. The Brewers, what if the Brewers make some move with their rotation and you have to go against the Miz, Harrison, and then insert player X as the number 3? There's no guarantee the Dodgers beat them. So it's why I think you have to make some sort of move, and you can't just rest on what you've got right now in your rotation, because even some of the guys that have performed well in the rotation, it feels like they're punching above their weight at times.
It's the reason
Javier
why
Assad, Colin Ray at times. You've gotten, I think, better performances than you've expected out of this rotation.
I think this is one of those years, and I know we've discussed this a little bit earlier, where the Brewers may step out of character a little bit here and be a more aggressive franchise for the here and the now. You've got a plethora of young talent. That's a team that I would think would be willing to give up quite a bit for a rental, not a long-term guy, and be just fine with it because they always find answers elsewhere.
Right.
But, I've always said this to you, like, again, appreciate what the Brewers do. They scored 4 total runs in the NLCS last year against the Dodgers. They scored 1 run a game, basically, is what they averaged. They were never in that series. So they lack the firepower. I think the Cubs have a better chance of giving the Dodgers hell.
I agree.
Than I do the Brewers.
And it comes. Some of it comes down to what we saw in the All-Star game too. And again, you're never making like grand proclamations out of the All-Star game. But what I saw in that All-Star game was, look at the pitchers who threw for the NL. And to me, all that told me was, guess what's winning in the playoffs this year? It's going to be offense. And I'd take the Cubs offense over a lot of the offenses, not just in the NL, but in all of baseball. So if this is truly who the offense is right now, and I think we've got much more of a sample size of it being closer to this than what we saw in the month of June and late May, when it really struggled and was one of the worst offenses on all of baseball.
You know a couple of things. They can score runs, and they'll play great defense.
That's
a pretty good
recipe.
Combination.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you've got that, I think you've got as good of a chance as anyone. That's why you gotta go all in. Now, I threw the hypothetical out to Hannah and the rest of the Sox fans about, all right, you can make a move. It's going to cost you Caleb Bonham, but I'm guaranteeing that you're getting to at least the ALCS. I gave a bad example. I gave out Reed Detmers. Let's throw in a different name, all right? And someone tweeted at me a couple of better names, and I agree that these are better names. Joe Ryan and Logan Webb. If it costs you Caleb Bonnemer to get one of those guys, and again, you have multiple years of control with both of these guys. Now, it is 2 years, which could be wiped out by a lockout year.
Right. Webb's going to like $18 million a year for the next 2 years and has led Major League Baseball in innings pitched the course of the last.
I mean,
couple
yeah,
of years,
you want to talk about like your standard 200 inning a year horse. That's what you're getting in Logan Webb. So let's say that's who you're getting. Are you willing to give up Caleb Bonnemer if I'm guaranteeing you can get to the ALCS? But I'm not going to guarantee you anything past that. You could win the World Series. But I'm not going to put that as part of the guarantee. All I'm going to guarantee you is that you get to the ALCS, but it comes at the cost of Caleb Bonnemer.
Well, and Webb is doing his best Freddie Peralta imitation, giving up 3 earned runs, 5 earned runs, and 7 earned runs in his last 3 starts.
That's what I was going to say. I would do it for Joe Ryan.
Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
But the Twins aren't going to. I mean,
No,
you'd have
I
to
know.
pay such an AL Central tax.
Right.
So, I mean.
But Caleb Bonnemer could be that tax. Is like, oh, that's the prospect. You're a little uncomfortable, but it's the one that gets you to the finish line on a deal.
How frequently do Major League Baseball teams trade inside the division?
I feel like baseball's probably the most fickle out of all the sports.
Don't high-level prospects make it a little bit different? It's almost, that to me is kind of the closer situation to like a team giving its division rival in the NFL like an opportunity to draft their quarterback.
Right.
Like if you give up Caleb Bonnemer, I think Joe Ryan's a great pitcher, but I'm almost more hesitant from the Sox side of it, because if you give up Caleb Bonnemer and all of a sudden he's this guy that you're playing however many times per year up in Minnesota, all that becomes a real black mark on this decision-making process.
It's a fair point. I mean, as much risk as there is for the Twins to trade Ryan inside the division, the risk is you're right, Charlie, that the guy that they acquire ends up wreaking havoc against
But again,
you for years.
Let's say you go out and you get Logan Webb or you get Joe Ryan, and you may go to the World Series as a result of it.
You may.
Is that worth Caleb Bonnemer? And whatever. And again, the flip side is Caleb Bonnemer could end up flopping. It's not what I would project. It's not what I would predict. But he could end up being a bust at the major league level. And
that's where, again, I would say that Chris Getz has earned the benefit of the doubt. If he says, yes, it's worth trading Bonnemer for Logan Webb, then I'm going to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to ride with you. If he says, no, we think he's too good a prospect, and we're not a finished product or even close to a finished product yet, and we just didn't want to part with that type of valuable young player, then I'm going to be like, okay. You know, I mean, at this point, and whether or not that's overvaluing what he's done to now, I don't know. We'll find out. Because like you said, he has done a lot of really good things until this point. And now...
And this is a different point.
This is a different point.
This is a different project that you're working with here.
And the circumstances this year specifically are so different. Usually it would be automatically no. You know, like you're already overachieving. It's fun to watch, but I'm not expecting much this year. I want to, build up to that. But this year with the looming lockout and the AL being as bad as it is, it does feel like a go for it year, but I just...
Wow, all right. I like it.
I don't know, man. Like, that's why I'm still kind of like 50-50 on it.
Well, again, you have to feel pretty good about running, first of all, your everyday lineup out there. But Davis Martin, Sean Burke, and Logan Webb with Grant Taylor in your bullpen,
And think about it from this lens, too. Like, one of the things I wanted to see out of the White Sox in this second half, and again, we've only had one series in the second half, but really, it's a problem that I think has stretched since like the beginning of July and maybe like mid-June actually for White Sox fans, is for as great as they were at home, they were awful on the road. Yeah. But what have they done since they got swept by the Tigers? They went out, they won a series in Baltimore, they split a 4-gamer in Cleveland, which is significant because it's a division rival, and then you won a series against Toronto. So that's 3 positive results series in a row on the road, in my opinion, for the White Sox.
I think they are doing a really good job of putting pressure on their front office to be an aggressive group. before the trade deadline.
And
they're going for it.
And what do you think about the White Sox and why they could make some noise in the playoffs? It comes down to what their power potential is. And think about some of the potential ballparks you could be playing in on the road in the playoffs. You could be playing at Yankee Stadium. You could be playing at Boston. Like, those are ones where, and even at your own home park is a more hitter-friendly park. Like, you could be playing in some very hitter-friendly parks against teams that may or may not be better than you, but when you've got that great power equalizer where a 3-run home run in the 5th inning could be the difference between winning a series and not, it's a team that I think is worth building around and investing in. And that's why Chris Getz has such an important decision. And the amount and his willingness to how many chips he's willing to push to the center of the table in a couple of weeks is, I think, going to be one of the most fascinating stories in Chicago sports for the entire 2026.
Yeah, I mean, and look at what they have ahead of them as well. You're at Texas for 3. Then you come home, you get Houston for 3. Then you've got the Yankees for 4. And then when is the trade deadline?
August 3rd.
Okay, you have a 3-game set against Tampa Bay in Tampa Bay on July 31st, August 1st, August 2nd. So over the course of the next couple of weeks, you get the Rangers on the road, Houston at home, the Yankees at home for 4, Tampa Bay and they're building for 3.
You know, those 7 games, especially New York and Tampa,
kind of how aggressive they are willing to be.
Because again, look at what New York's been lately.
And by the way, when you come out of post trade deadline, you're at the Red Sox for 3. You're home for the Cleveland Guardians for 3. Then you get the Reds, you get a breather for 3. But then you go on the road to Detroit, and then you're at Chicago. Obviously, you're at the Cubs on the north side. So, I mean, like, you got a stretch of 4 weeks of baseball here that's really going to define.
Right there. Yeah.
You're going to define who you are in the next month. Not that you haven't gone a long way defining who you are now on the south side, but the next 4 weeks are going to be uber exciting and interesting.
Well, I think that Yankees series in particular, because I think that could, and the Rays series too, but those could be real measuring sticks for you, where the Yankees series, and again, this is a Yankees team that is probably going to be without Aaron Judge for that series because we don't know when Aaron Judge is going to be back. Hell, we don't even know if he's going to be back at all right now. We don't, because the reports from over the weekend and the imaging that was all done, there was nothing there. And then you look at what they've been offensively, they've been terrible. They've been a 3.5 run a game team for the course of the last month and a half. And pitching wise, they got Garrett Cole back, but Garrett Cole hasn't been all that good. So those 7 games against the Yankees and the Rays, I think that's where things can get really interesting.
Yeah, it may change your perspective.
Because if you find a way to somehow in that stretch of 7 go 5-2 and even 4-3, if I see that, and especially if you pick up 2 wins against the Rays, to me that says, listen, I'm not pushing every chip I've got in, but this is a team that I'm buying in on.
And conversely, if you drop 6 of 7 or 5 of 7, it may damper your enthusiasm, but I wouldn't say it would completely change your mind as to whether or not you're a playoff baseball team.
No.
But in the moment, it may have an effect on what you plan on ultimately doing.
For sure. That's going to be a crazy couple of weeks here. 312-332-3776. You want to talk some baseball with us? Let's get crazy in Waddle's world.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
A legendary summer continues on the South Side with one legendary number about to take its place in history. This week, catch all the latest baseball and Chicago sports talk on ESPN Chicago's live video stream. Presented by First Bank Chicago and United Roofers Union Local 11.
Big Ten football is back in Chicago, and this fall it has a new home, the new Ryan Field. With a schedule featuring Penn State, Iowa, Illinois, and an explosive offense powered by mastermind Chip Kelly, the Northwestern Wildcats are poised to make big waves in the Big Ten this season. Visit newryanfield.com to place a deposit and unlock access to the best seats with the best view for the best price. Visit newryanfield.com today.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
If I told you all that ESPN Analytics has recently crunched the numbers and gives the Lions a 38% chance to win the division, the Packers a 33% chance to win the division, the Bears a 19% chance, and the Vikings 10% chance, what would you say?
I would say I don't think the Lions have twice the chance that the Bears do of winning the division.
And would you put the Packers ahead of the Bears in terms of team most likely to win the NFC North? Now, I believe this is from Kevin Seifert from ESPN Analytics, but I do believe for the majority of the offseason, the Bears have been the third favorite to win the division.
No, yeah, this is just a reflection, honestly. It kind of mirrors what the Vegas odds have been.
Yes.
You trust Matt LaFleur to win a division? Done it one time?
I mean,
like one time?
How many times have Bears done it, too?
By the way,
one time
Devontae
last
Wyatt,
year.
you were saying, too, just got a contract extension. He was an enormous piece to what they were doing defensively, and not a pun either. I mean, he's a giant man.
Yeah.
But the Bears did face that team twice without him, didn't they?
Yeah.
And twice without Micah, didn't they?
Yep.
Second
Correct.
meeting and then the postseason.
Yep. Because he got injured in that sandwich week against the Broncos.
So
but
listen,
we don't know when Micah's back
I'm
either,
not pumping the Packers' tires, Charlie. I'm just trying to kind of put it all into perspective. That's what they're thinking.
I will say this.
That's part of it.
One thing that we do know now, maybe we don't know, but here on July 20th, I would bet that if you take the two rosters, all right, the Bears and the Packers, all right, can we agree best player on either roster is Micah Parsons?
Yes.
He's probably not going to play for the first month of the season.
Yeah, I've always said be careful, ruling him out. What is it? When do they meet? Week 6? Week 7? Week 5. Okay.
I also projecting injury and timeline recovery is always a dangerous game. I do feel like the torn ACL and just pick up right where you left off happens a lot less than I think we want to think. I feel like it's always the year after when you make that full recovery and you're back to what you were before.
Wouldn't dispute that, but when you're talking about the elite of the elite, I think you also have to factor in that, hey, maybe this guy's different on a number of fronts.
Well, and even 80% of Micah Parsons is better than anything we know the Bears are trotting out there in the defensive line.
You're going from a 16-sack guy to a 10-sack guy,
right?
Which is still pretty good.
I don't know if you've heard this actually. And Charlie, can you find the Rob Demovsky cut from when he was on with us at JD's golf outing? You were out of town, but Rob Demovsky was in town, and we talked to him because we asked him about the Micah Parsons situation. You got it. So this was him talking about the Micah Parsons injury and kind of the timeline moving forward and why they have these restrictions built in.
What is the Micah Parsons situation? Is what we're hearing the truth? Are they slow playing this on purpose not to put pressure on him? Because now the latest reporting was it could be midpoint of the season.
It was sort of his brother, who is a really vocal guy on Twitter. I think he was giving his opinion more than because I think he said I wouldn't play him, or he's not going to play till November. Well, that's what he probably would like. I can tell you this, and most NFL teams do this. The Packers are strict. You don't do any football until 9 months after your surgery. Okay, he had the surgery December 29th. 9 months is September 29th. That puts us at between week 3 and 4 of the regular season. Okay, he's not that he's not doing anything,
right?
But he's not lining up across from anyone doing football stuff for 9 months. So they're not going to all of a sudden hit the 9 month mark and then he's going to play the next week. He's going to practice for probably 2 weeks. So I would say at the earliest, Week 5, which I believe is the Bears game.
And then the week
but
after.
More realistically, I think next week is October 18th against the Cowboys. I think Week 6 is a realistic point.
Yeah, listen, and by the way, that Packers-Bears game, which it would have been even if Micah Parsons wasn't going to be part of it, it's going to be nationally televised. I don't think the NFL does anything haphazardly or just by, just throwing anything against the wall. Maybe I'm just a conspiracy theorist here, but it feels like they kind of put that game, that meeting, and they are the 3:30, Fox game of the week,
right?
Which it would have been that even without Micah Parsons, but I wouldn't rule him out, and I wouldn't rule out that the network was actually looking to that point, factoring the timeline in.
Interesting. I don't know if a TV
Why
network.
Why else would they do that in Week 5? Micah Parsons is back. And not only is he back, he's back against the Bears.
But Micah Parsons coming back, how many of the casual viewers that the incentive to watch? To me, I think whatever, Bears Packers was a very highly wanted commodity for this year because of the drama that ensued last year. Like you said, 2 of the 3 meetings last year didn't have Micah Parsons.
Right. But this just amps it up even more.
Yeah.
Look, again, I know I have a touch of conspiracy theory attached to this thought, but I don't think it's haphazard or by.
I just don't think a TV network is making a decision based on an edge rusher. If it was a quarterback, I think it's different. And again, Jordan Love is a much lesser player than Micah Parsons is, but if that was the return of Jordan Love projected game, I think that has a little more juice from a national perspective than the return of Micah.
I don't know who else is playing Week 5, but to be able for a week to promote Caleb Williams versus Micah Parsons and the return of Micah Parsons, he missed the last 2 meetings between the 2 teams last year. I wouldn't underplay or undervalue the importance of that for Fox television.
All right, so the Monday night game is Buffalo at the Rams. So that's an unbelievable matchup.
Yes.
Your Sunday night game is a bit of a clunker. Baltimore at Atlanta.
What is the juiciest matchup of the entire schedule that day?
Probably 49ers Seahawks, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to include Buffalo and LA, I'd take that.
That's on a Monday night.
Right.
I'm talking about the Sunday slate.
The Sunday slate, San Francisco at Seattle, which, to be honest, and they're both at 325.
So
obviously, Bears-Packers is going to get it because of the Chicago market, but San Francisco at Seattle.
You're not going to kill my buzz. I still believe that there's a chance that he actually plays in that game.
The way that, and Sylvie and I interpreted it differently. Like, he thought, oh, yeah, Mike is going to be back week 5. And I was kind of like, the way I interpreted it.
I don't think it's certain, but I think you could have projected out. Why did they put the game in week 5? Just by chance?
I don't know if there was really any method to the madness of putting it week 5.
They think everything through.
I don't think they're thinking everything through for Micah Parsons. I think
who
they
are
were
they playing the following week? Are they playing Dallas? Okay. All right. Either way, they win. You've got
as long
Bears.
As he's back for one of them.
Correct. Either way, you win.
Well, I think whether or not he plays, they win regardless because they're the NFL.
Well, I get that, but they like to win and then win some more. I mean, come on. This is the NFL.
Isn't part of isn't a lot of our read on the Mahomes situation?
Yes.
That week 1,
correct,
they're on
they
Monday Night
him
Football.
Back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put him on there.
Right, but I think Mahomes is different than Micah Parsons.
He is, but Micah Parsons
it's also
is one of
week
the best
1 versus
5
week
players
5.
in the NFL. Where's Micah Parsons in the top 100 players list?
I don't know. Are they that far
I don't think
along
they're
yet?
that far into it.
Well, I mean, go back to last year before he got hurt. Top 5, isn't he? I like pass rushers are sexy, dude. They are.
You do. I don't know if the rest of America
stop
does.
it. The most important position in all of football is quarterback. After that, who's next?
Pass rusher.
Okay.
But does the
it's
common fan
sexy.
look?
Second fiddle in the sexy orchestra.
You and I, we were talking about this a little before we went on the air, but we had the World Cup final yesterday.
Yeah.
And I guess a lot of the soccer fans loved it, but a lot of the casuals hated it. Thought it was incredibly
because
boring.
it was, scoreless.
I mean, Argentina
going
didn't have a shot until extra time.
Yeah, I mean, there was. Yeah,
but I asked
look,
you,
I'm not going. If you weren't in, it's still to watch the best in the world do what they do, and that's the nature of the beast. First of all, you're not going to score against Spain. Spain gave up one goal in 8 games in the World Cup. So the fact that Messi and Argentina didn't get the ball in the net is not a huge surprise. Spain dominated that game, unlike a game I've seen in forever.
This, I think, speaks to, sort of the flaws of the NFL top 100. They have Micah Parsons ranked 36 last year.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
I mean, he's one of the
list. That list is you throw that one in the garbage.
Conservatively, he's one of the 10 best players in football.
Easily.
Realistically, he's one of the 5.
He's the second best defensive player in the league behind Myles Garrett.
Some metrics
who was
have
number
told
1
you
on the
that-
list.
I think this one says it was Saquon as the number 1 player after the 2024 season. So this would be
okay. So this would have been last year's list. Yeah. Saquon was number 1 last year.
Is that the players list?
Where was? Why did I think Myles Garrett was number 1?
What list was it, Charlie?
Was
Did you
this
just
the
make that
NFL
list
100?
up at the break?
This is the NFL Network top 100 players as of summer 2025, voted on by active NFL players. All stats are from that season.
Interesting. I could have sworn it was.
By the way, did you guys see Cam Scatterbo do the backflip and almost hurt himself? I know it's been a short period of time, and I wish him well coming back from the devastating foot and ankle injury. I've already had enough of him.
Yeah.
Before you
He's
become
like a pretty good running back.
Yeah, and he's a good player, but boy, he struts around and does his thing like he's, been in 10 Pro Bowls and has been on several All-Pro lists.
I have the video. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
Yeah, show the man. And by the way,
he says he's 100% okay.
You can watch our video stream today and every day on ESPN Chicago on YouTube and Twitch. It's brought to you this week by First Bank Chicago, where your interest is our priority. So
where's he at?
This is a Fanatics Fest.
Oh, yeah. Like, that's, I'd be careful.
He did something crazy, too, in the offseason. Or no, it was after he had gotten hurt. He was drinking.
Drinking out of his shoe? Was
drinking
he doing
out of his shoe.
He was
Yeah,
doing a shoeie?
he was doing shoeies.
Yeah.
And I think he did something else.
Like Yerk said, you want to impress me, drink out of a plunger from just a run-of-the-mill bar.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's so insane.
I can't. This is one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
Might as well drink out of the toilet.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the same thing.
It's
in fact,
definitely
it
the
might
same.
be
It may be
grosser
worse.
because it's been there plus the floor.
Yes. I can't believe he did it. It's one of the grossest things I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Speaking of the NFL theme we have here, players continue to push for grass fields, and I don't blame them. I think Caleb was part of that, right? Didn't he tweet
Yes, I
something?
think so,
in
yeah.
I think he
support?
posted on Instagram.
If you can put grass down in the Meadowlands at Jets and Giants Stadium, whatever the hell it's called, maybe their argument is we can't do this in the winter months. It won't take.
It works.
But
Hey, it works a soldier.
It does. I don't
It's
know why
just
you
as
couldn't.
crappy here as it is in New York.
They played that game, the final in the World Cup, at the Giants and Jets field.
Right, MetLife, yeah.
MetLife. If I'm the players, I'd be pissed as well.
Well, and MetLife is the one that's come under the most fire for what their playing surface is, because they think the
Yes.
Players Association
A lot of guys
believes
got hurt.
a lot of guys are getting like career devastating injuries at MetLife, and they rolled out the grass fields for soccer. So.
Keep complaining, guys. Keep complaining. I'm all for it. Does LeBron decide where he's going today? Tonight? Tomorrow? I know you don't care, but...
No, I'm actually kind of interested.
And now the
I think I'm
markets-
actually interested in more than the average person.
Now
is.
the markets are supporting what I've said all along. He's not going back to Cleveland. He's not going to a cold weather city. He's not going to Philadelphia. The favorites now are the same team I talked about. If it wasn't going to be the Warriors, it was going to be Miami. A return to Miami.
The interesting thing for me, the most interesting part, isn't necessarily the team. I want to know what kind of money he signs for.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
this
what
would
is-
be the perfect situation for him to sign a team-friendly
Take
deal.
a haircut, yeah.
All right, when we come back, an update on the violent diarrhea parasite. I also have a good story about a guy who bought a house and found dead bodies in it. A coffee story. And shockingly, somebody was caught naked with guns and drugs driving. That's next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Who says golf has a bedtime? For one night only, Golf Center to Plains is going all night. From sunset to sunrise, the lights stay on so you can play around the clock on the fully illuminated driving range and par 3 course. Whether you're looking to sharpen your game, challenge your buddies, or simply enjoy an unforgettable night under the lights, this is the place to be. Plus, compete in tricks and contests for your chance to win a new wedge and putter. Learn more at golfcentertoplains.com. Golf Center to Plains, all night.
Raise your glass with La Crema, the official wine partner of the WNBA. Celebrate the league's 30th season at the 2026 AT&T WNBA All-Star Game here in Chicago with La Crema's cool climate wines, crafted from the stunning coastlines of California. Join us at the La Crema Tasting Lounge at WNBA Live, presented by AWS, July 23rd through the 25th at McCormick Place. Enjoy complimentary tastings, exclusive meet and greets with WNBA players and legends, and unforgettable moments all weekend long. Learn more at lacrema.com/WNBA.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 250th anniversary sale is going on all month long at hawkauto.com. Save big with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade. The 250th anniversary sale is going on now at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. 1667 per month per thousand finance on select models with credit.
HawkAuto.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Update your living spaces with new flooring. Mohawk laminate floors are durable, waterproof, and easy to install, making them perfect for active households. Enjoy the look and feel of wood flooring with Mohawk Perfect Seal Solutions laminate flooring. On sale now through July 26th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Harry Douglas here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of that guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's delicious, portable, zero sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on the summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com and on Amazon.
$9 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
The American Heart Association, I believe, is, yes, it is the entity that is now saying 5 cups of coffee a day is fine for most adults.
Jeez.
5 cups of coffee a day, just fine. Ba-bam!
What does it say about 5-hour energies a day?
That could actually, that could change your life. No, it doesn't say anything about that. Speaking of a Food and Drug Association or a American Heart Association, or whatever, the FDA is walking back their claim that Taco Bell lettuce supplier Taylor Farms was the source of the explosive diarrhea parasite. That's a pretty bad thing to get it wrong, isn't it?
That sounds like
saying
a lawsuit.
The original test results were a false positive.
That sounds like a lawsuit.
You know what, though? I think Taco Bell is just one of those places that is, if something like this goes on, they just, you're going to have a bullseye on you.
But
for
I will
some
say
strange
this,
reason.
I don't think anyone is more prepared to come out well on the other side of this than Taco Bell.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, little bad PR here,
Run
but
to the border now, don't you, Charlie? Aren't you going? Are you sprinting to the border now, Taco Bell?
Love me some Bell.
Oh, yeah.
I don't trust it.
It's so funny you say that, Hannah, because, I haven't had a salad in, a week and a half. And I love salads.
Yeah, this has impacted my whole life.
Yeah, what have you been eating?
Dude, I've been eating, grass at this point. I only eat fresh produce. So I'm just I don't know what to do, man.
Well, it hasn't...
I'm not chancing it.
The thought
my
was,
daughter and wife were eating salad last night. I'm not doing that.
The thought, though, was it wasn't fresh produce, was it? It was more of the...
No, they were saying fresh.
Oh, it was fresh?
They were saying fresh cherries, but they're also saying frozen cherries. So I'm like, what is it?
The only thing
as long as you cooked it, though, you're good to go.
Yeah, let me cook my cherries and grapes.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Make a cherry pie or something like that.
So I don't know. There's been no response from Taco Bell, or so I haven't seen it yet. But the virus, which has been parasite linked to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Yum Brands Taco Bell restaurants in Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, and West Virginia. So right now they're saying, hold that thing. That was a false positive.
Yep. All right.
For this story, a man who snapped up a bargain property in picturesque Connecticut was horrified to discover 3 dead bodies inside of it. The man purchased the home sight unseen in June at a foreclosure auction, which meant prospective buyers were not allowed in to inspect the interior of the house. His $525,000 winning bid seemed to be a bit of a bargain for the charming home built in 2002 that court records placed at a fair market value of over $800,000. But when the man walked into the Cape Cod-style house located in the affluent Burlington suburb about 20 miles west of Hartford, he discovered the bodies, 2 of which have since been identified, one still undergoing DNA testing for identification.
Do they say who he bought it from?
The skeletal remains belonged, not to Trevor, to Sally Ann Cash, who would have been 54, and her son Brian, who would have turned 23 this month. Believe those were the former owners of the home. And somebody who they don't know who it is. Can you imagine that, though? You bought a house at auction.
Quite the housewarming.
You go in to check
good.
out your purchase. And when you know, there's 3 dead bodies in there.
Right?
Naked woman was driving with guns and drugs.
Tale as old as time in Waddle's world.
Guess the state, and it's not Florida or Ohio. If you had to guess where this story came from.
Guns and drugs.
This is kind of a little bit of a detour away from Florida, Ohio. It's not Florida, Ohio.
It's like a psychedelic Guns N' Roses cover band. Guns and drugs.
I'm gonna
Where'd
go.
it happen?
I'm gonna go Mississippi.
Holy Mother of Mercy. A completely naked Mississippi woman was driving erratically in a car containing marijuana and illegally modified firearms when she was pulled over late Sunday evening.
Dragon Slayer.
During the traffic stop in the town of Ellisville, police discovered that driver Caitlin Maxwell, 22, was unencumbered by anything remotely close to clothing. She was alone in her 2017 Dodge Challenger, which reeked of pot and appeared to be under the influence. She also had a handgun and a Glock wedged between the passenger seat and the center console. Oh, and they also found a 3rd Glock and 2 AR-15 rifles.
Jeez.
And she was naked.
Packing heat.
And you were correct. It was
Mississippi.
Fine state of Mississippi.
Wow.
All right, that's all the chaos. I have more stuff for you, but I'll save it for tomorrow.
All right. So you can always watch the show as well on YouTube and Twitch. ESPN 1000 Chicago. It's brought to you by Roofers Union Local 11. Go to chicago-roofingcontractors.org. Let's go back to the story that you brought up in Waddle's World about the NFC North. ESPN Analytics has put out some of the numbers, percentages of what each team has to win the NFC North.
They basically agree with Vegas, who earlier this year chose the Bears as the 3rd favorite to win in the division.
And it may shock you the percent chance that they're giving the Bears to win the North. We'll give you that number and our thoughts on it when we come back. And if you've got thoughts, 312-332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy with Tyler in for Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, it was a great round for me yesterday. I finally broke 100.
Oh, isn't that cute?
What do you mean cute?
Yeah, the new goal is not breaking 100, it's breaking flight.
Breaking flight?
Yes, the number is 95. Same number as the calories in a Yingling Flight beer.
So you're telling me I still have work to do on my golf game?
That is correct. If you want to keep up with flight, 95 calories and just 2.6 carbs.
Great. Another goal to chase.
Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Enjoy responsibly.
School's out. Summer is here. And for teachers, that means it's finally time to take care of yourself. This summer, Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is helping men step up, do their part, and take responsibility for family planning. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies, and the procedure is safe, simple, and virtually painless. It's a quick 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel procedure done right in the office. The actual procedure takes about 15 minutes, and you're back in action the very next day. No long recovery, no stress, just peace of mind for you and your partner. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington, it's simple to schedule around summer break. This is your summer. Before the bell rings again, make the smart call. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Class dismissed. Peace of mind delivered.
White Sox fans, the 2027 schedule is out. Don't wait to start planning your trip to the ballpark. Get access to the best seats at the best value and lock in a 2027 ticket plan today. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day on April 1st. Grab your crew and check out the full schedule. To secure your ticket plan, visit whitesox.com/2027.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Who is it? Postman Law, your injury and accident attorneys. Everybody's giving you less for more. Not us. More fight for accident victims. No fee unless we win. Postman Law. We deliver. Postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Waddle and Silvy with you on this Monday. Both baseball teams back in action today. Cubs playing host to the Detroit Tigers. And then the Sox hit the road again as they start a 3-game series with the Texas Rangers. You can hear that game starting with Jeff Meller's pregame at 6:30 right here on ESPN Chicago. It'll be Eric Fetty versus Jacob deGrom as they start that 3-game series. And then Len and DJ have your call at 7 o'clock for first pitch right here on your home for White Sox baseball.
It really is quite a stretch, isn't it? I mean, obviously, you're going to segue to football here, but again, to look at the schedule, and I know the Blue Jays have been a disappointment this year, but to win on the road where they've really struggled, and now you're going on the, staying on the road with the Rangers, and then you come home for Houston, and then 4 with the Yankees, and then you're on the road to visit the Rays, and then you go to Boston for the hottest team in baseball. Who knows if they'll still be hot at that point. But then you get Cleveland. Like, this is the defining stretch of the season, for sure.
Yeah, and the last time they had a defining stretch, they more than held serve. Yeah. They more than held serve. In fact, they did way more than I think most people thought they would do during that stretch. Yeah. And it's part of why I think a lot of Sox fans believe that this should be a team that is buying significantly even.
The AL Central has always been, they get kicked for being the worst division in baseball, certainly in the American League. That's not the case. This year it's the West.
Yeah. The West is terrible.
Yeah. Terrible. I mean, the Rangers lead are atop the division with a 50-49 record, just ahead of Seattle, who's 50-50.
And there's like the way that the White Sox have been playing, there's a good chance that Texas walks out of that series not above 500. So, all right, let's talk a little bit of football here because we are just over a week away from bringing everyone together for training camp in Lake Forest. Rookies report July 25th, vets report July 28th. And it's all being held up at Hallis Hall. They do have the one practice that they're going to have at Stevenson High School, and then they've got a couple joint practices.
Yeah, they're going to practice. Their first preseason game is now under a month away.
Yep,
that's against Cleveland. Then they travel to Cincinnati to play, and they're going to practice with the Bengals. And then they also travel to Tennessee to play the Titans in their final preseason game.
Yes,
so they're going to
do a joint
practice with the Titans there. So, yeah, it's here. And I'm loving baseball in this town right now, but always have room for football.
Absolutely. So we brought it up a little bit earlier, and you pointed out today, you sent us the tweet from Kevin Seifert talking about ESPN Analytics unveiling their percentages of each team to win the NFC North this year.
Lions are at 38%. The Packers are at 33%. The Bears are at 19%. The Vikings are at 10%. I have no problem with the Lions atop because the Lions are going to get a lot. They're going to get a very favorable schedule. Weren't they last in the division last year? So you're going to get a very favorable schedule. I believe that last year obviously was a disappointment. I think there will be a bounce back for them. Their offensive line was not good. They were banged up. I think they desperately missed their offensive and defensive coordinators. I don't know that they've solved that problem. But I do believe that they will have a bounce back. So I don't have any problem with them at all being listed as the favorite to win the division, especially with the schedule. Bears have a more difficult schedule. It's kind of like they've reversed roles where the Lions were the king of the division and they were the hunted. And the Bears were the hunter, and now that's kind of flipped. So the one thing where I would say I do disagree is I would have put the Bears ahead of the Packers.
I just think every team here should be a lot closer to 25% than they are.
That's fair.
I mean, seriously, the Lions, they have the easier schedule and all that, but they also have a lot of moving parts, too. Like, they weren't great on the heels of losing both their coordinators. Now, they may be better equipped to handle it on this time around, and you bring in Drew Petzing as your offensive coordinator and your play caller, and you see what that looks like for this year. But I just think everyone should be a lot closer to 25% because I don't think whether even with the schedule disparities and all that, I don't think these four teams are all that far off from each other. Even the Minnesota. And Minnesota, sure, you lose some pieces defensively from a year ago, but you had by far and away the worst quarterback play last year, and you were one play away from winning the division last year. And whatever you want to say about Kyler Murray, good, bad, or indifferent, he's way better than what they had last year. And and there may be some hiccups early on. Again, it's a very complicated system that KOC has there, but if he can baby step his way through it for Kyler Murray, and again, Kyler Murray's been in the league for quite some time now. It's not like you're bringing in a rookie or like a second-year guy.
Well, he's had a couple of good years.
Yeah, I mean, he's had some years where you look at the midway point and he's the MVP of the league.
I do agree with your assessment that the discrepancy, the Lions at 38% and the Bears at 19%. But if you do go to the Lions' schedule, okay, you're going to get New Orleans to open the season, and these are the teams that you're licking your chops to face if you're a Lions fan.
Yeah.
You get New Orleans, the Jets, you're at Carolina, you're at Arizona, you're at Miami, you get Tampa Bay at home, you're at Atlanta, you get Tennessee at home, you get the New York Giants at home. Like when you compare that schedule to others, it's pretty favorable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's got to be one of the easiest schedules in the NFL.
Yeah. Now, I will give you this, and I always like this from Warren Sharp, too. He gives out the NFL, it's like the rest advantage.
Yeah.
So, travel, like when you're playing games. The Bears actually have the most favorable net rest advantage out of any team in football this year.
Yes.
So, That certainly helps.
That does.
And
but they are going to face what appears to be here on July 20th, a much more difficult schedule.
Yes, but I'd almost rather have the net rest advantage as opposed to what looks like a daunting schedule. I think the net rest advantage is probably a little more significant because, like you said, we sit here on July 20th and say it's a difficult schedule. But what's it going to look like on September 20th or October 20th?
How much of a difference is there? I mean, that's also got to be factored in. There's no question.
So what do you want? The difference between the Bears and the rest of the division?
Yeah.
So the Bears are a net rest of plus 15.
And does that rank them top in the NFL?
Number 1 in all of football.
Yeah.
Next is Buffalo. Next is Dallas. The Vikings are next highest in the North at plus 4. So they have over an 11-point edge here. And then you've got Detroit at plus 1 and Green Bay at minus 2.
So it's a factor.
So it's a pretty significant. Everyone else is kind of near the middle to basically in the middle. The Bears are by far and away ahead of all of them.
Yeah, again, I don't have a problem with Detroit being ahead of them.
Neither do I.
But I would put the Bears ahead of the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, put them on par. If you wanted to say
neck
that,
and neck, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that the difference was negligible, then fine. But I don't think the discrepancy should be what it is between the Bears and the Packers and the Bears and the Lions. So, but look, again, I've said this a bunch, especially as you get to know this coaching staff and how Ben does things. That's bulletin board material for them.
Mm-hmm.
You're the defending NFC North champion. It's arguably one of the, if not the toughest division in football, one of the toughest divisions in football. You just got done beating the Packers twice, once in the regular season and once in the postseason. And yet, you're the third favorite to win your own division, and you're miles behind the Packers and the Lions on percentage basis.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good rally cry.
Yeah.
For your coaching staff.
It's something that's going to be brought up because it feels like there's no detail that's not noticed up there.
Correct.
On all fronts. But
I mean, there is. I think that's one of the themes in the NFL this year, though, I guess, especially when you focus in on the NFC North. There is, from everyone, a certain level of regression that is just built into everybody's projections and predictions. And I get it if you're talking about takeaways and you're talking about interceptions, turnover margin and all that stuff, because
health.
I don't think – and the health, I think their offensive line, for the most part, again, they had issues with their left tackle, but I think that
each guy that came in was
Wright,
about the same.
Yeah, but Darnell Wright missed one game, right? And Joey Jackson missed a game. Somebody missed a game last year. But for the most part, left guard to right tackle, they all played, pretty much the entirety of the season. So, yeah, I think that there will be some defensive regression with regard to takeaways, but I also think that overall in the second year in this system, especially on offense, that there will be strides that are made.
Yes. It's gonna I think the ceiling of this team ultimately comes down to what the defense is. Because if you can get league average defense and bake that in with the jump that we're expecting offensively from year 2 with Ben Johnson.
And it's not just completion percentage. It's not waiting. Look, the reason why they won 7 games when trailing at the 2-minute warning, part of that is they put themselves in these holes.
Mm-hmm.
So stop putting yourself in that hole. You don't have to create magic because that magic isn't going to be there week in and week out, year in and year out.
Yeah.
You just can't live like that.
Yeah.
But if you don't put yourself in those holes, then maybe you're not always playing from behind.
Right.
You don't have to come up with all of these, magnificent plays in crunch time.
And I would even say, last year with all the magic that took place with the Bears, how many times did we see it also fail? Everyone wants to make a ton out of, they're due for all this regression because they had all of these spectacular plays. They also had a number of times where it didn't work out. Minnesota game, they ended up losing as a result of it. Yeah. The first Green Bay game, they had a chance late and they came up a little bit short. The San Francisco game on Sunday Night Football, that game came up. So they also played, and the finale against Detroit as well. You had a chance to win the game near the end and you came up short. So Yeah, for as much as we saw them succeed in those moments, there were also a number of times we saw them fail in those moments.
And it was
So
a lot of it, though, was because they had put themselves
absolutely
behind the 8 ball so significantly because it came out and they weren't able to do anything on offense. And I do believe that's how you make up for not being able to come up with a magical win 7 times when trailing at the 2-minute warning. You just don't put yourself in that large of a deficit consistently the way they did last
But I
year.
also think the fact that you failed at it as many times as you did also signals to me you're probably not going to be due for as much regression in the quote-unquote 2-minute warning situation type games because you did fail at it a number of times last year too. So you kind of
you're
met
right.
it.
I
Like
mean,
you were slightly above 500 in those type of situations. Maybe you're slightly below 500 in some of those situations, but I don't think you're going to find yourself in as many of those type of games next season because hopefully quarters 1 through 3 look a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only games where you look back on, obviously, you got boat race by Detroit the second week of the season. You went to Baltimore, you didn't have your best stuff across the board. Like the whole team played poorly. You lost by 14 there. But your other losses in week 1, as you mentioned, it was a 27-24 come from behind win by the Vikings. You lost to San Francisco 42-38. That's a 4-point deficit. In the final game of the season at home against Detroit, you lost by 3, 19-16. And then ultimately, you lose to the Rams in overtime in the second week in the divisional playoff by a total of 3 points. So, I mean, there's a lot where you say to yourself, there's no chance, as you mentioned, that you're going to continue to be the magician, you know, the magical team that you were at times last year. But there are so many other areas where you can make progress and improve where you don't have to put yourself in that position where you're trailing and need a miracle to win.
Yep. 312-332-3776. Bears fans, you hear this. The Bears currently by ESPN Analytics given the 3rd highest chance of winning the NFC North. That's 3rd out of 4 teams. 3rd highest chance of winning the NFC North this season. How do you feel about that, and where do you kind of slot them in? It goes Detroit at a 38% chance, Green Bay at a 33%, the Bears at 19%, and then you find Minnesota pulling up the rear at 10%. I really think people are sleeping on Minnesota because, like, to me, the way that I've kind of seen Minnesota over the course of the last couple of years, they're almost like that Brewers-ish team. And I don't want to give them all the credit that the Brewers get because the Brewers have won the division. And yes, there have been some division wins in there for Minnesota, but it does feel like they make the most out of the least at times.
I agree. And
specifically at the quarterback position.
I think if you talk to people who follow the division closely, like I know even at the station, there's an immense amount of respect for Kevin O'Connell. Like Carm, you know, I think Carm said on his show a couple of weeks ago that he thinks that he's the best coach in the division.
I do too.
I would still go with Ben, but I can understand why you say what you've said because he's been there and done that. I mean, he resurrected Sam Darnold's career.
Yeah.
You know, there's been a lot of accomplishment there. But I don't think that there's a whole lot of overlooking him with people who follow this division. You know, I think that they are. I think they're pretty fairly rated in a lot of ways.
Yes,
and I think their quarterback situation is the reason why they find themselves at a 10%, you know, win probability. Again, go back to last season, and I know you got to do a whole lot of suspending, you know, reality. But if the Bears don't come back and get that long return and then kick the field goal as time expires, the Vikings end up with the same record and would have won by tiebreaker. So they had to have one of those miracle finishes to beat the Vikings in the division. So, like, yeah, I think most people that see that team consistently respect the hell out of the job, whether it's Kevin O'Connell or it's Brian Flores directing that defense. Like, that defense is a tough get every time you face them.
Absolutely.
So, but I think people are silly if you're going to overlook the Vikings. I mean, if you go to their building and you don't respect them, I think you're in for something.
Yeah. And
they just have to find somebody who is competent playing the most important position.
Yeah. And I expect them to have improved quarterback play. And that's why 10% kind of struck me as odd because 10% is like you're really not giving you any sort of chance, and you're getting improved quarterback play for a team that was a game away from winning the division.
Yeah,
last
and I
year.
think even, you know, I mean, everyone was down on JJ last year, but I think even he played well or much better down the stretch.
Yeah. I don't know if I go with well, but definitely he played better than he did at the beginning of the season.
Yes, he had moments, good moments. They were bad moments as well. But, you know, when he was out there at the end of the season, they found ways to win football games.
Yep. 312-332-3776. Where do you think the Bears slot into the NFC North? Lewis is in Lyle. What's going on, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Great show. I've actually got a thought on this. I mean, you mentioned like you're surprised by Minnesota. Truly, I think it's going to come down to either the Bears or the Vikings win the division, and the other is going to be the wild card team. Simply because the Bears, I'm glad that the Bears are listed as third, because you're right, it's locker room material. But also, for whatever reason, anytime the Bears were listed as a favorite going into a season, they just, you know what, the bet. And I'm sick and tired of that. But you're right. The Vikings with Kyler Murray are a sneaky, dangerous team, especially if Kyler Murray decides to play like he does the first half of every season. That defense is scary good. And truth be told, I just don't think Dan Campbell has it. I think the Lions are coming in fourth, and the Packers are just a third-place team. They've been the seventh seed every year since Rodgers. I just don't think that they have it. And this might be the year that Matt LaFleur, they missed the playoffs, and Matt LaFleur is truly on a hot seat. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, the first thing I would say is I don't look to the past to predict the future with this Bears team, because I just think it's a different animal.
I don't the way
so
that
when Lewis says that, I don't want to see them as the favorite because every time they do that they dump the bed.
Right.
Listen, I don't believe you have to worry about those types of comparisons. It's a new coaching staff. There's a new leader in the building. You have a quarterback that looks to be more talented than anyone that you've had in the building in recent decades. So I just look at it different.
And off of that point too, at some point during Ben Johnson's tenure, the Bears are going to enter the season favored to win the division. I would guarantee you that will be the year we will hear Ben Johnson sound the most critical of his team.
Yes.
Because that's just the kind of guy he is. Yeah. He's never satisfied. And even if the Bears are looking like one of the best teams heading into a season, I guarantee you will hear that be Ben at his most critical of his own team.
I don't think that you're going to see a Ben Johnson team rest on their laurels at any time. I would be shocked.
You won't allow it.
And so, that's why I'm not fearful of them ever being at the top of anyone's predictions or projections. In recent years, you probably, oh my God, every time as Lewis said, they are projected to win their division, they don't deliver. I just don't I don't think that this team's going to overlook other teams. If they get beat, it's going to be because guys didn't make plays and they're just not good enough. It's not going to be because they're consistently outworked or outcoached. So that I'm not concerned with. I just think it's I think the division's up for grabs. I think that the Lions, when you factor in, when you have a year like they had last year, I think you come back if you're a professional, and I think there's a group of really talented professionals there. You come back with purpose. Mm-hmm. So I think you'll come back they'll have a little bit of an edge and a little bite to them. And you factor that along with an easier schedule. I mean, I think you can look at that Detroit team and say, hey, look, I think they're going to have a bounce back. I mean, last year they were still 9-8. They were still a better than 500 team.
Right.
So I have no problem. I would probably pick them as favorites as well, based on their schedule and other stuff. Look, the Bears defense ranked bottom 5 in most important defensive categories, and they really didn't add anybody of note. Yeah, you drafted a safety and you signed a safety in free agency, but name a position that you think, and I want to say this the right way because those guys are very important. I think you can make a case that the safety position is the least important position.
Well, not
in
just
their
that,
defense.
but you also lost guys you didn't add to anything. You changed the names at safety. And
yes.
Did you maybe get better? Sure. But
yeah, I think they are better at safety, but look,
but
you
who
still
was
didn't
truly
add
added?
rush.
Because yes, you added Kobe Bryant, but you lost Kevin Byard. You added Dylan Thieneman through the draft. You lost Jaquan Brisker.
And I like the guys they added more than the guys they lost, but
you added Devin Bush, but you lost Tremaine Edmonds. Yeah. So you really were just replacing guys. And those 3 guys that I just brought up there were pretty big contributors for you last year. You lost Nashawn Wright, who was a huge contributor for you last year. And you really didn't add anything. You added Malik Muhammad through the draft, and he may end up starting for you week 1, but it didn't feel like you really added in places that you needed to. You more replaced guys than anything else.
And I think that's the reason why when teams or when people set up their projections and their predictions about the Bears, they look at their defense. It's not because they don't think that offense can score. And you could talk about the slow starts and some of the miracle comebacks that they were forced to have to execute. But they were a top 5 running team. They were a top 10 offense in yards per game and points per game.
You had one of the 3 best offensive lines last year.
I don't think that they find themselves third in terms of favorites to win the division because of the skepticism about their offense or their coach. I believe this is all defense related.
Listen, let's say they were the ones to make the Myles Garrett trade this offseason and not the Rams, where do you think the Bears would be in this pecking order?
They'd be the favorite to win the division.
And you know what? They might even be the favorite to win the NFC with a move like that.
Could be.
Like, if they were the ones that made the Myles Garrett trade. And again, I don't know if they could have made the Myles Garrett trade unless you were just sacrificing every which piece of draft capital that you own, because you don't have a Jared Verse to give up the other way.
No.
But if you made the Myles Garrett trade, or even a couple years ago, if you made the Micah Parsons trade and you had Micah on this team, you may be looked at as the favorite or one of the top 2 or 3 favorites to win.
Maybe we've got it all wrong. Maybe, the guys they have added will have an impact. Maybe Kyler Gordon stays healthy. Maybe Jalen Johnson gets back to being the dominant cornerback that he was prior
Booker,
to the injury.
Turner are names for you this year.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe all of that hope that they've placed on coaching them better and guys performing better, maybe it pays dividends. But I can tell you that's why they find themselves third on the list of most likely to win the division, and all of the regression is still a part of the projections. It's because, as you just described, you may have replaced people, but you really didn't, in a lot of ways, upgrade your team on that side of the football with guys that can do things that your existing guys haven't been able to do.
Yeah, like maybe Austin Booker's the most improved player in the league. Maybe Shamar Turner wins comeback player of the year. But those are all gambles that you're taking right now.
Correct. And that's why they're listed as the third favorite to win.
Yeah. You know who didn't take a gamble? I guess in the sense of the draft capital they gave up, but you got a pretty sure thing in return, and that's Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
That's what the Rams did.
There's no doubt.
So 312-332-3776. You want to talk Bears with us? Coming up next, we've got the good, the bad, the dirty, our recap of the weekend. That's next here on Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
At Triton College, you'll be put on a path to achieve your degree or start a new career. Take convenient classes close to home that are comparable and transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you get a quality education that's affordable and taught by award-winning faculty with real-world experience. No matter who you are or what you aspire to be, there's a place for you. Triton College. Affordable, close to home. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/fall.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns August 6th through the 9th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park.
Happening August 6th through the 9th. Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-4169. 800-505-4169. 800-505-4169.
Both baseball teams with winning weekends and all Chicago sports team wins on Waddle and Silvy are brought to you by Wallner Law. Wallner Law handles the toughest car accident cases in Chicago. Call 312-8-MILLION. Wallner Law. Win with Wallner.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The good.
He scored! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
The good, the bad, the dirty is brought to you by Window Nation. During the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, replace your windows and get half free. No money down, no payments for 2 years. Visit them at windownation.com. And Flight by Yingling. Flight is the next generation of light beer.
I can watch this Scatterboo missed backflip all day long and just get a giggle out of it. And he gets up and is just pimping. Like, I just get a chuckle out of it.
Yep, every single time.
I hope he's as good on the field as he thinks he is. And
he better be.
There were flashes last year before he got hurt. But.
Newsflash for him, too. Running back career lifespans in this league aren't what they used to be.
No, I mean, I still believe there's value in them, but the rest of the NFL is not. They don't treat their running backs the way they used to.
No, they do not. All right, around the room, one thing good, one thing bad, one thing dirty from the weekend. Waddle, what's your good?
I have two. So real quick, I was telling you guys at the in the pre-show fist fight. I don't know who has watched The Bear. Its fifth and final season was, over the course of the last month. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was great the first couple of years. Then it became a tedious watch. The angst and the yelling and some of it just became repetitive, and I couldn't. So it fell out of favor with me. Mm-hmm. They landed the plane in season 5.
Did they?
The final season was, I thought. Now, I had a few scotches in me when I was watching the season finale on Wednesday.
Find yourself easily amused with a couple of scotches in you?
No doubt, but I thought that the entire final season was, I thought the season was fantastic. I thought the last episode, they nailed the landing. They really did. So, but my real good is Ryan Fox winning the British Open yesterday, and he did it by birdieing 4 of the last 6 holes, including the 18th hole. He won $3.2 million. I love him for so many reasons. He looks like an average guy out there. He looks like he'd be more equipped to play rugby than he does to play golf because he's a big guy. And I think you said his dad did play rugby.
Yeah, Charlie said that.
Charlie said that. He plays fast. He played better than anybody. I just thought it was really cool to watch Ryan Fox win the British Open.
And you'll probably see him here in a couple of months, too, for the President's Cup because he's from New Zealand. So imagine he's a part of that team.
It's the U.S. versus the world there, right?
Mm-hmm. Except for Europe.
Except for Europe,
but yeah. And some of the stats behind that, too, he came up more spots than anyone in major history to win a major. So he was tied for 86th after the first round, and then he was tied for 52nd after the cut day. And he ended up winning the Open Championship. So
it was great. And
that was just a nails. Like, it wasn't the most difficult putt you'll ever see that he hit on 18 to ultimately win. But it was a nails putt when you know what's at stake.
Yeah, and he didn't stand over any shot. You know, he never wavered. He, like I said, he plays fast.
Played his game too.
Played his game. It was just cool to watch. Good for him.
No, I was very happy with again, not a household name, so the casual golf fan not going to be very happy with it, but it was cool to see a guy like that win. My good from the weekend is the Boston Red Sox and what they're doing right now, the tear that they're on. They have now won 13 straight games. They completed a sweep over the weekend of the division-leading Tampa Bay Rays, and they needed some theatrics at times for it to. The game that they had on Saturday where they needed a big comeback to win that game. For them to play themselves back into position to be buyers. Again, Sonny Gray and Aroldis Chapman were going to be two of the most coveted pieces at this trade deadline.
You don't think they're going to be buyers, though. They just may not be sellers. Do you think they'll buy?
Well, I think they'll at least buy a little bit. And I'm not saying they're not going to be in any Tarek Skubal sweepstakes, unless maybe you rattle off 7 more wins in a row. They're not going to be in any sweepstakes like that. But will they go after a couple bullpen arms here? Maybe refine some pieces in the lineup? Yeah, you could do that. You certainly could do that. So while I don't think they're going to be shopping at the top shelves, they're going to be trying to put together some ancillary pieces to maybe help this team go a little bit further. So the Boston Red Sox, my good from the weekend, as they've now won 13 straight. Chardog, what do you got?
My good was just the British Open in general. I thought it was a really good tournament. You saw it had kind of all the drama you wanted with like this huge comeback with Ryan Fox. The fact that it ended on a walk-off birdie, basically.
Yeah.
You really don't see that. I feel like every time you see it, it's the guy is in the lead and just needs to make par. This guy, Fox, was tied and needed a birdie to win it, and he sank it.
This was the best wire-to-wire major of the year.
Yeah, because it felt like we had a different storyline every single day. I mean, at first it was Herbert, and then on the Saturday it was like, oh my God, Sam Burns just shot a 62. Like he's gonna finally have his breakthrough, and then he kind of falls a little short on Sunday.
And you had your obligatory Bryson DeChambeau moment as
just
well.
Weirdness. You had Scotty Scheffler throwing a tantrum, which like. Scotty's a little tantrumy.
I gotta say,
people don't always want to acknowledge that, but he's got it in him.
I heard Carm say it, and we've all said it 1,000 times. If he could putt, none of these guys on tour would ever win.
No.
I mean, he'd win every week.
I mean, when he is putting, he wins every week. Like that, we have proof of concept of that.
Yes, it's incredible. Really is. His ball striking is brilliant, but again, if he could putt. I mean,
sometimes he barely needs to putt because he's so good around the green.
Do you know what it would be? It would be very Tigerish.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's keeping him from being Tiger.
Exactly. Yes. The flat stick is keeping him from being Tiger.
Yep. Hannah, what is your good from the weekend?
It's going to have some Sox relation, of course, because why not? I'm going to go with Jacob Gonzalez. He's on the Pirates now, and he's still helping out the Sox. They played against the Guardians in Cleveland, and he had a 2-run home run in the first game that secured that game for them. He also had a double, a few RBIs. So, you know what? I'm appreciative that I'm not upset that he's thriving elsewhere, because that means that my lineup is good and there was no spot for him, so I understand.
So no wandering eye with Jacob Gonzalez.
No, it's fine. He's helping us out.
Will you be cheering for the Cubs the next 3 nights?
Tyler has been a thorn all weekend because he's trying to get out of me that I'm cheering for the Cubs.
But you're cheering for the Cubs to win.
No, I'm cheering for the Minnesota Baseball Club to lose. I'm cheering for the Detroit Tigers to lose.
That is the worst semantics argument of all time.
No, it's great.
You're cheering for the Cubs to beat the Tigers the next 3 games. Yes, you are.
I'm just rooting for that ball club in Detroit to
There's
lose
no
a
other
baseball
way
game.
for the Tigers to lose baseball games the next 3 days
unless
without
the
Cubs winning baseball games the next 3 days.
Okay. Good. Cool. But that's not how I see it.
Unbelievable.
Not mad.
You're not gonna get that out of me. Keep trying.
All right. What is your bad?
That's torture to live inside that perspective. That even though that if the Cubs sweep the Tigers, it's glorious.
I'm not rooting for any other teams. It doesn't matter who it is. Is that not fair? I feel like that's a fair point.
I don't understand it. I mean, I think we are having a semantics argument. You're cheering for the Tigers to lose, but as Tyler said, the only way they lose is if the Cubs win. So in a sense, you are cheering for the Cubs to win. You're just describing it differently. You're just getting to the same destination, taking a different road.
Okay. Whatever makes you sleep at night. What makes me sleep at night
That'd be Tylenol
is what
PM.
I'm saying.
Listen, I root for the White Sox 156 games out of the year. 156.
Well, that's weird.
Why is that weird?
You're a Cubs fan. Why are you rooting for another team?
Because I like to see the Sox do well. I like going to that ballpark. I like seeing good baseball.
They don't live in the same division.
I will say this. This summer has been a hell of a lot more enjoyable than every other summer I've worked here because both teams are good, and it's not just one team that's good.
I'm just not rooting for any other team, period. So you asked me that question about any other team. Are you rooting for
I don't think we're going to get her to change.
No, you're not.
No, I think she's locked in.
Stubborn youth
I'm
of
locked in.
America.
She's locked in.
I'm sure AOC would feel the same way.
Yeah, but it's just weird. But
yeah, but he
then
also doesn't understand time.
Then there's fans out there with brain cells who will text me and say,
Now I don't have brain cells?
who will say, yeah, anyone who's not rooting for the Cubs this weekend as a Sox fan is out of their minds.
I think this is funny that your comment is you've made the same argument as me saying you're rooting for the Cubs. He said anyone with brain cells, and you said, what, I don't have brain cells? But that's the same argument that you just had, like you're cheering against the Tigers, but the only way the Tigers lose is if the Cubs beat them. So, in fact, you are cheering for the Cubs.
You might have
But
got
you're
me there.
asking him
Transitive
that
property.
You might have got me there.
I gotcha. I
So you have
trapped
to
you.
choose right now between brain
brain
cells
cells
or
and-
rooting for the Cubs.
Goodbye, brain cells.
Okay.
You know, I respect the hell out of that.
You know what? I do.
I
You're
respect
nothing
that.
if not consistent, Hannah. Tip my hat. All right.
My bad is the Twins. I don't know. Like, again, I described it before. You were at the game. Like, they were about to have bases loaded with nobody out in the ninth inning in a 6-2 game. And they ran themselves with poor base running into a double play. Yesterday, defensively, it looked like a little league team out there. And it's not just the Twins. It was the Twins yesterday. It's just the larger point that I've made ad nauseum. That Major League Baseball has been about as bad collectively this year as I can remember it ever. I've seen more horrible baseball from Major League teams this year than I think I've seen in several years combined.
Yeah.
That's my
My bad from the weekend is the Miami Marlins. You had 3 leads this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers, and you couldn't bring a single one of those games home. 3 leads, including yesterday in the 9th when
They are the Marlins.
Pete Fairbanks blows the save. So that
I mean, they're in uncharted territory, aren't they? Being
the
on the
Marlins?
right side of 500. Like,
yeah, but
this
so are
isn't
the
normally,
White Sox, and they're getting it done.
That's true, but sometimes you got to learn how to win.
The Marlins almost made the playoffs last year.
Did they? What was their record?
I got to find exactly, but they were knocking on the door of the playoffs. Like, they got hot in, I want to say, like August and September last year.
Last year, the Miami Marlins were 79-83, still a below 500 team.
Yeah, but what got into the playoffs last year?
I
Was
get
almost,
it, but like, listen, I'm not going to tell you you're a good team if you're a below 500 team, even if you get in the playoffs. If they use the barrier to be below 500 to get in the postseason, that still doesn't make you a good team. It made you a playoff participant. Okay?
All right. It's just like the steps. They went from a 62-win team to a 79-win team. You said 79 wins last year?
Yeah, 79-83. So they're
That's a
better. They're still learning how to win.
17-win spike, and now they're above
Well
500.
done, Marlins.
So. All right. Charlie, you're bad.
My bad's Phil Maton. The guy comes in, 10-0 game. Of course, he gives up a run. He gives up a walk and 2 hits. He just went on the IL. It was announced like 15 minutes ago. He's allowed an earned run in his last 3 appearances. They gave this guy a lot of money, and like,
is your bad Phil Maton, or is it Jed and Carter who decided to give him a lot of money?
Listen, the two biggest.
Jed's been on my general bad list for a little bit here.
Let's say that's Kap. Kap was sending balloons and all kinds of celebrations his way early.
The 2 biggest signings that they made out of the bullpen this offseason, Hunter Harvey and Phil Maton, neither has been a positive. But you want to look at some of the like smaller pieces that they signed over the course of the offseason. guys like Ryan Rollison and like even finding guys like Jacob Webb and stuff.
Doesn't that
Those have been
They always find guys like that too.
Doesn't that
They're really
teach you
good
the
at that.
lesson, though? Like, we all
Exactly.
know that a bullpen is the most unpredictable part of any professional sports team.
Mm-hmm.
So fill it with pieces that don't cost you a ton. See how they do. And then when you get to the trade deadline, if you have to bolster it, that's when you maybe, you find some guys that have proven to you that they've got that stuff for this year. Because next year they may not have it.
Yeah. Hobie Milner, they signed 1 year, $3.75 million. He's been their best reliever this year. Best reliever.
Well, so that's my point is to go with
Find
those
guys like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Hannah, what's your bad from the weekend?
I'm going to go with Enzo Fernandez from Team Argentina because in a World Cup final, you could not have 2 yellow cards and make Argentina play a man down for 30 minutes of extra time in a tie game, which then you did end up, in fact, losing. And I just think...
You're so right, because it was the only way. They were outmanned to begin with.
Yes.
But then they were literally outmanned because you were playing a man down.
Yeah.
And their only hope at that point was to get to penalty kicks, where a lot of people were suggesting that that's the only chance Argentina had. But
And that second yellow card was a no-brainer. I mean, the replay, he did a full flip in the air, and it was like, at that point, it's like he's trying to argue. It's like there's nothing to argue about. Like, you need to be careful there.
there were a ton of scraps after the game, too, weren't
Yes,
there?
yes.
The Argentina team
was
did
mad.
not,
No.
they didn't handle themselves with much grace.
Yeah.
No, they did not.
And they sucked, so.
Yeah.
All right, you're dirty from the weekend.
My dirty is, and maybe we can elaborate on this if it needs any elaborating at all. But I believe there's a Cardinal executive who, I don't know what the punishment is he's been suspended indefinitely for violating the NFL's gambling policy. And he's calling these allegations blatantly false. I guess, Charlie, you were saying it, right? That the gambling activity that he's been accused of was actually his wife making $10 weekly bets with a group of high school friends on parlays, but that he was not involved.
Tyler pointed that out, but everybody around you can't do this.
Right.
You just got to have a firm
If you're
rule
in the
with
NFL,
everybody.
he's the director of scouting for the Cardinals. If you're employed by the NFL, you and no one in your house can be betting $10 parlays on anything NFL related, period, end of story.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the extent of it. I wouldn't,
I feel weird about
speculate,
having
but
a fantasy team if I was working in an NFL front
stay out of it
office.
all.
Right or wrong, those are the rules. The rules have been presented. Follow them accordingly,
And
or
if-
you are in jeopardy of losing your job.
If you don't think it's fair and you don't want to live by those rules, then find a job in
No
another
one is
line of
making
work.
you be an executive for the Arizona Cardinals. No one is forcing you to do that. So, my dirty from the weekend is the halftime performance at the World Cup. I don't know why we do these mega concerts anymore at halftimes where each
I'm not sure why
artist
Madonna
gets
was involved.
and she was clearly lip syncing too.
Oh, was she? I
Oh
didn't
my
see
god! I mean, I didn't watch any of it live. I saw it all after, and Madonna's clearly lip syncing. You have BTS was actually pretty good out there, and then you had Justin Bieber go full energy vampire and just zap
I don't know what
everything.
that means.
It's like zapping all of the fun and energy out of a room.
No energy?
fun.
Yes.
Did he look like he was...
No, it's just he played a slow song when
Yeah.
everyone else was like...
Well, then Shakira stepped on stage and everything...
And it brought everything back up again. But yeah, no, it was just... I'm so out on these halftime performances where it's like, oh, everyone gets 2 minutes. It's like remember... Did you guys ever have in school the pizza parties and everyone got the smallest sliver of pizza? And it was like, oh, big pizza party.
Half a slice.
Yeah, right.
That's not much of a party.
Exactly. But that's what these mega concert halftime performances are now. So, Chardog, you're dirty.
My dirty is so Waddle, the Reds, your Reds signed Chase Burns to an extension. Did you see why the actual signing of the contract was delayed?
I did not, but I'm sure it's something so blatantly small market that it's embarrassing.
They spilled coffee on
Of
it,
course.
and they had to print a new one. I have not. Isn't everything e-signature now? I'm
Not in
surprised they're
Cincinnati.
even printing contracts.
I'm not sure there's computers
But
in their building.
Why would that delay a contract signing by anything more than 3 minutes?
I have no idea. I don't know the last time I signed an actual contract for anything. It's all e-signature.
Did you not sign one here?
E-sig.
It was e-sig?
E-signature.
I physically signed mine here.
By the way, he's had a hell of a year, hasn't he?
Oh,
11-1 with a 2.54 ERA.
Dude, the young pitching in this division is incredible.
Hunter Green, I know he's shoved against the Cubs.
Yeah. I'm asking
you about Red's performances.
I did not see what Hunter Green did in his last start, but
he came back to
Chase Burns, you got him, you've got Skeens, you got Mizorowski. We'll see what Cade Horton amounts to.
Well, did you say? Hunter Green is still good.
He's still young, too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's only 26.
But yeah, a lot of good young pitching in the division. All right, wrap it up, Hannah.
I'm going to go with Sean Burke because he's been dirty. He's been filthy. The last 6 starts, he has 8 strikeouts, 6 strikeouts, 8 strikeouts, 11 strikeouts, 9 strikeouts, and 5 strikeouts against Toronto, but he went 6 2/3 innings.
Yeah.
Got the win. So we're getting into territory where it could be, hey, is he actually the best pitcher on the White Sox? And is Davis Martin?
Oh, are you not there yet?
That's a one.
Well, I don't know. I'm not really. I don't know. I think I need to see a little bit more from Burke.
Why don't we expand on that a little bit?
That is a very viable 1-2 punch. And if you could add another, somewhat accomplished pitcher via trade,
right?
Like you're talking about a trio of starters that is a pain in the ass for a playoff caliber team.
Yeah.
I just need to see more from Burke.
All right, that is the good, the bad, the dirty right here on ESPN Chicago. It's always brought to you by Window Nation and Yingling Flight. Let's continue to have that White Sox conversation, and also the Cubs unveiled the championship gate over the weekend. We'll recap all the festivities from the baseball weekend next here on Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, good news. I finally broke 100.
Well, that's cute.
Cute?
Yeah, the new goal is breaking flight.
Breaking flight?
Yes, 95. Same number as the calories in a Yingling Flight beer.
So you're telling me that my golf score still isn't low enough?
Well, not if you want to keep up with flight. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, my friend.
Great, another goal to chase.
Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Enjoy responsibly.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look at my friends at Window Nation. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Hey, Jurko, when the AC goes out in the middle of the summer, I'm not sweating a little. I'm in survival mode. You need to schedule an AC system check for just $29 with my team at ABC Plumbing, Sewer, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. They've been serving Chicagoland for over 70 years, and now they're helping homeowners in Northwest Indiana, too. If your AC decides to retire, ask my guys about 0 down, 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new system. Book your appointment today at 4abc.com. ABC, consider it done.
Football season doesn't wait for kickoff. It starts with training camp, and Papa Magoo's in Shorewood is your spot to get tuned up. Grab the crew, catch the camp buzz, talk depth charts, rookies, and big expectations over an ice-cold Bud Light.
The NFL's official beer sponsor.
Great food, cold drinks, and that Sunday feeling before Sundays even get here. Papa Magoo's in Shorewood, where training camp meets game day energy all week long.
Must be 21. Enjoy responsibly.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
$9 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Couple of moves made today on the north side for the Cubs. Jameson Taillon was activated and he'll pitch tonight.
Bam!
Bring a helmet, as Waddle would like to say, if
And
you're
not
sitting in the
just
bleachers.
not just one of those fake batting helmets.
No, you need like
You mean
industry grade.
You need a motorcycle helmet for the kids.
You need one of those Guardian caps they put on football helmets.
right.
Yes. Yeah. How funny would that be? Charlie, you should start the Guardian cap section when Jameson Taillon pitches.
That's great. I love
Full
that.
football uniform.
I love that. And then also the Cubs activated Aaron Savali, who they traded for over the weekend. They got him from the A's, who spent a little bit of time on both sides of town last year. And in so they also
Weren't his best years ago in Boston?
Aaron Savali. I mean, I don't think he's ever had like great years.
He's the quintessential
anywhere,
God, we need somebody to throw
Well,
4 or 5
I didn't say good years. I think his best years.
By the way, do you remember who the White Sox traded to get Aaron Savali?
I don't know.
Tatis?
No.
Well, that was mean.
Yeah.
Hannah, you remember?
I actually don't.
It was Andrew Vaughn.
Was it really?
That was who they got.
Because he was with
Because
Milwaukee
remember,
at the time?
Savali was a starter, and the Brewers said they were going to demote him to the bullpen, and he said, no, I'm not doing that. Trade me. And the White Sox gave up Andrew Vaughn for that. I feel like if Andrew Vaughn was with this team and this vibes,
No. Wouldn't work.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I'm good. I'm good on that.
Yeah. All right.
I'm good on that.
So the Cubs, they DFA Drew Pomeranz. Was a good ride, but I think
Why
that
did
fun
I say
run is
Boston?
finally
I
over.
meant Cleveland. Savali. Don't you remember Savali was a starter for Cleveland? Not
yeah.
Boston. I don't know why I thought Boston. But he's a career, what is he, a career, 4.25 ERA?
Yeah, I mean,
You're just looking for
you're
innings.
You're looking for innings at this point. And then the Cubs did place Phil Maton back on the IL with right knee tendonitis after his lone appearance after being activated yesterday, and he did give up a run. And the injury report brought to you by Postman Law. If you've been injured, call 844-POSTMAN. Others promise Postman delivers.
When is, I have a question for you, Hannah. When is Murakami going to hit his next home run?
I don't think the Rangers is a friendly ballpark. So
that
I
is
think
hell on earth.
I
for
think
hitters.
he'll get it back at home this weekend.
But you know what, Murakami,
He can hit him out anywhere.
I was gonna say when he's at his most doubted is usually when he comes through.
He actually almost did in Toronto. He had an oppo shot. It was a double, but it was pretty close. I think it would have went out.
It was an almost home run.
Almost home run.
Yeah.
It's fine enough with
Do
me.
those count?
Everybody's freaking out about
Well, no,
him.
but you're still on second base.
That's true. No, I know. But
you can still get the desired result.
3 for 21 since returning 11 strikeouts.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
It's
I'm
fine.
not
I think
suggesting you should be. I was just asking when you're
played
expecting his next home run.
1.5 games on a rehab assignment.
Yeah, I think he's shaking off the rust, and part of the start and stop nature too of what his return, where he comes back, plays the A's series, and then you hit the All-Star break. Even though he played in the All-Star game and
Tonight.
did the
How
home run
about
derby,
tonight?
but-
The right answer is tonight.
I don't think there's going to be much White Sox offense in Texas. I don't know.
Come on, you guys are slugger. Like
I know,
that's the thing
but
about the White Sox, though. Is
I think you guys have
it's
8
not-
more home runs than the Cubs collectively.
It's
There's
not-
certain places that I'm just like, this is not going to be good.
They're not getting wall scrapers either. Like
I
when
know.
Colson Montgomery homers, it's 420 feet. There's no place that ball's not out.
It's like
When-
J-Mo pitching to him.
Yeah, when Murakami homers, he's not getting cheapies. He's putting that thing 10 rows deep.
I miss the days also busting your guys' chops for Shota giving up home runs. Like, I need to get it back on track tonight. I need some JMO bombs. I really do.
You should have him on again.
Did we have him on?
Shota.
Oh, Shota, yeah.
Shota, yeah,
I thought I'm talking about JMO.
Yeah.
Some JMO Jacks.
JMO Jacks.
Yep. All right, we will continue to talk baseball with you, whether you want to discuss the trade deadline. I was at the World Series ceremony over the weekend. I thought the Cubs did a really good job with it, and I'd love to hear from any other Cub fans as well that was there over the weekend. Did you hear Jack's story, by the way, too?
No, which one?
It involved Dexter Fowler. Jack's had some really funny run-ins with the 2016
We can ask him, but
Cubs.
I think he's busy playing softball right now, isn't he?
That's right.
Is that later?
My goodness. Are these people around here in softball? All right, we'll continue to talk baseball with you when we come back. And by the way, you can always watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. It's all brought to you by First Bank Chicago, where your interest is our priority. More baseball conversation with you coming up next on Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out Carmen and Jurko. Carmen and Jurko. Tomorrow morning at 9 on ESPN Chicago.
The hospital wants payment for my accident injuries. Insurance keeps calling. I can't find a doctor who takes my plan. Nobody will give me a straight answer. Who is it?
Postman Law, Injury and Accident Attorneys. We're here to handle all of it. The medical bills, the insurance company, finding you the right doctor for your injuries, giving you one point of contact who actually picks up the phone. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Well, as you know, I've taken a few hits in my day, and safe to say I know a thing or two about collisions, unfortunately. On the field, you have to brace for them. Off the field, not the case. That's why when your car takes a hit, you want a team that knows how to handle it. And that's when you call Gerber Collision and Glass. For more than 80 years, Gerber's been repairing damage, replacing glass, and getting you back on the road quickly and safely. Because the only collisions you want to be worrying about these days are on the game day field. Do what I do when my car needs a little fixing. Get it to Gerber. Gerber, outperforming at every touch point in collision and glass.
School's out. Summer is here. And for teachers, that means it's finally time to take care of yourself. This summer, Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago is helping men step up, do their part, and take responsibility for family planning. Their experienced surgeons have performed over 30,000 vasectomies, and the procedure is safe, simple, and virtually painless. It's a quick 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel procedure done right in the office. The actual procedure takes about 15 minutes, and you're back in action the very next day. No long recovery, no stress, just peace of mind for you and your partner. With 5 convenient locations, including downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower with free valet parking, plus Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington, it's simple to schedule around summer break. This is your summer. Before the bell rings again, make the smart call. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Class dismissed. Peace of mind delivered.
Big Ten football is back in Chicago, and this fall it has a new home. The new Ryan Field, with a schedule featuring Penn State, Iowa, Illinois, and an explosive offense powered by mastermind Chip Kelly. The Northwestern Wildcats are poised to make big waves in the Big Ten this season. Visit newryanfield.com to place a deposit and unlock access to the best seats with the best view for the best price. Visit newryanfield.com today.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Raise your glass with La Crema, the official wine partner of the WNBA. Experience the La Crema Tasting Lounge at WNBA Live, presented by AWS, with complimentary tastings and exclusive meet and greets with WNBA players and legends. This Thursday through Saturday at McCormick Place. Learn more at lacrema.com/WNBA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Waddle and Silvy with you here on ESPN Chicago. Tyler Aki in for Silvy today.
By the way, if you needed to know that it was football season, all you had to do was look at your television and see that it was, what was it, SEC?
Media Days.
Media Day?
Yeah.
Does that get your nuts hot, Charlie? As they say?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, football is back.
I love hearing Greg Sankey talk about how things are really unfair for the SEC right now.
I was just saying to Tyler, like, I mean, I can't imagine what some of these conversations are about. Hey, we're happy to be back at work, but we have no idea what the future holds because there are no guardrails and this is the Wild West.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation today, Greg Sankey talking about the SEC possibly breaking away from the NCAA.
I got to be honest with you. I don't even fully understand what the hell they do. I don't know who they're in charge of, what they're in charge of.
Yeah. Now they do nothing.
And I don't know. I just don't follow it. I watch it on Saturday, and I purposely stay away from all this other stuff because I think it would affect the way that I enjoy watching it.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about it.
And I know you guys are all bigger college football fans than I am. You probably understand it from A to Z. I don't, but I still enjoy watching it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to worry about all the other nonsense.
Yeah. And
so I stay away from it.
Like, once the games start happening, the nonsense, frankly, goes away.
Yes.
With all the college
And that's the way I feel about
sports.
it. Mm-hmm. So, like, I don't even care how many conferences
so, like,
there are.
You know how people loved saying, like, oh, the NBA offseason is better than the actual NBA itself? That's
weird to say, but I get it.
But, yeah, it's like, it's more dramatic at times with all the drama that takes place. But it's kind of like the inverse of that. Like, if you get rid of, like, the college sports off seasons and stuff like that, if you just kind of put your blinders up during those times, you're actually going to really enjoy the seasons themselves because they have been good.
Yeah, I mean, the product on the field is still very exciting to me. It's just all the other nonsense. You know, guys hopping from school to school to school to school to, if you get past that, you don't bother yourself with it, you don't worry about it, you don't get emotional about it, and you just wait for game day.
That's why
it's awesome.
That's why I hate playoff expansion. Like, in the bucket of, like, kind of nonsensical conversations around college football, because that does impact a week to week your game viewing experience instead of being concerned.
But the games
about,
are still good.
The games are still good, but the
is it
stakes
already
of the
too
games
much
are less.
for you? Like, what are they now? They're 10 or 12?
They're 12.
12. If they went to 16, would you be butthurt?
I mean, yeah, I like 2. I like 1 versus 2.
See,
so
I think we've gotten to the point, though, where that's ridiculous.
I don't
like
think
two.
so. I
Two was
disagree.
dumb. 2 was
you put your
incredibly
old guy
dumb.
hat on and sit on your couch with a old cigar. And
when you've got
a
double
perfect team
digit
versus a 1-loss team, I think is
when you've got double-digit seeds making the national title games, it's dumb.
Yeah, Charlie, like there is more parity in the game now because guys are allowed to move from team to team to team to team.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with playoff expansion.
No, but 1 versus 2, like that, you know, I mean, there was a day when it was Alabama versus Ohio State and you knew you had the best 2 teams.
Because
that's not
teams
necessarily
3
the
and
case.
4 weren't ever going to have a chance.
Right.
But now teams 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 all have chances.
I guess my contention is more just like the regular season week to week. Like, I love when a team would have 1 loss and then they go in and they lose some like heartbreaker on a Friday night and it's like, well, that's the season.
Okay,
But
I get that drama. But some of them are 18, 19-year-old kids.
I know.
Who are going to school and playing football. And again, I understand that they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars mostly, some of them millions. But that doesn't change. You're still an 18 or 19-year-old kid. and for a team to find their groove, you're basically giving them no grace for being a bad team early, but a better team late.
And I think that's stupid because a concussion to your quarterback could dictate your season.
Exactly.
I know that's what's crazy about college football.
But that's why that format was stupid, because a concussion is not some long-term injury. You're probably only going to miss a week or two.
Yes.
And if your quarterback gets cheap shotted and it tanks your season, that's dumb.
You got to give you you have to be able to handle adversity and rise above it, and then be who you are at the end of the season, and not be judged on who you were in the second week of the season. When half of your team, they were still wet behind the ears. I get the drama part of it that you're talking about, but drama doesn't necessarily
It's almost
equate.
it's more of an overcorrection, I guess, because I think we are getting so far away from the stakes of a regular season where you can lose 3 games, 4 games.
Okay, can we find common ground?
Yeah.
Like you're saying, get one, or you still think it's 2 teams is fine enough. Tyler's saying 12 or whatever it is, or 10, or
I still think 12 is too many.
They're going to expand it to 16. They are. If
It's
they
either
can
going
make
to be
money
16 or 24.
Yes. I mean, any way they can make money. But I think that there's more parity now than there has been in a very long time, isn't there? Because of how guys bounce around.
Yeah, and you can't you can't just stockpile.
Right. So when one guy
4
goes
deep
down,
on
you've got 4
5 stars.
5-star guys to step in, because those 5-star guys, if they don't play in their freshman year, they leave.
Maybe it doesn't match the current landscape of college football, but and I could just also be falling for a nostalgic point in my life too. But the 1 versus 2, and then the college football playoff was kind of the 4 team I thought was. It's always going to lend itself to, but this team should have been in instead of that team, no matter what format you get to. I think we're better off arguing about this team should have gotten in over that team when it's for the 4th spot in the college football playoff than it is for the 24th spot.
No, I 100% agree with you.
The further you go out, the more I don't give a rat's ass about fighting for, hey, if somebody got left out of a 16-team tournament, you were number 17. I think that's a lot.
I don't have much empathy for
That's a lot less, important to me than being a 4-team tournament. Number 5 was better than a couple of the others, but you're relying on stupid computers or people willing to take a bribe to vote on whatever they want to vote on.
The last, it was the Power 5. There were 5 conferences, and they decided, let's do 4 playoff seeds. College football.
Do the math.
Right. That sounds like a pretty upset Pac-12 guy right there. That's spoken like a true Pac-12 defender.
I mean, when the Beavers are constantly left out of the playoff picture,
The Pac-12 in its day was a beautiful thing.
That's before they started playing in the Eastern time zone for regular games.
UCLA volleyball going to Rutgers on a Wednesday night.
Yeah. You know how that goes. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to some baseball here. 312-332-3776. Both teams had successful weekends. Both teams back at it tonight. Sox traveled down to Texas to take on the Rangers. You'll get Eric Fetty and Jacob deGrom right here on ESPN Chicago. Pre-game with Jeff Meller starts at 6:30. First pitch a little after 7 on your home for the White Sox. And then the Cubs back at it as Jameson Taillon back off of the IL. He and the Chicago Cubs will take on Jack Flaherty and the Detroit Tigers today. So
Jack Flaherty feels like he's been in Major League Baseball for 50 years. I don't know why. He's one of those guys that I feel like he's been here forever, and he's probably only 30 years old.
I was going to say,
he was
29.
He was with Giolito, right? Wasn't he in that high school rotation?
Yeah, he was.
From Harvard. What is it, Westlake?
Harvard Westlake. He's 30 years old.
Yeah. Doesn't he feel like he's like 35 or 36 years old and he's been around forever? I don't know. He's one of those guys.
Not really to me.
Okay.
No, well, he did get
How many
called
years
up
has
when
he been in the bigs?
10 years.
That's a
So
long time.
he got called up at 21. So maybe that's why it seems
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
but yeah. I mean, in arms these
He
days
was a
don't last
phenom.
that long.
Yeah.
How
And
many
he was-
10, 11, 12-year vets do you see taking the ball every 5th day? And he's been taking the ball every 5th day for
10 years.
21 is so young to come up, too. I
Yeah.
feel like most of these pitchers don't come till they're 24, 25.
Yeah. and especially like the college arms too. It's tough with some of these high school arms. You never know how quickly they'll make it through, and some of the prior health stuff that you're dealing with. But anyway, so I was at the Saturday game the Cubs game where they honored the 2016 team. And I thought it was one of the better in-game ceremonies I've ever seen. So like
they
before
do a
the
nice
game,
job of stuff.
They really
like
do. I wasn't there for the championship gate unveiling because I think they did that at like 10 a.m. But
that's kind of weird too. Going back to that
with the
arch.
gates. I'm
You've
with
won
you.
3 world championships.
I will say this though.
All this time.
So my biggest overall gripe with it is that it should just be a shrine to 2016 because no Cubs fan, even the most diehard of living Cubs fans right now, gives a rat's ass about 07 and 08. And I'm not talking about 2007 and 2008.
Yeah, nobody's
I'm talking
alive.
about 1907 and 1908.
Nobody's alive.
So you don't have enough championships to call it a championship gate. And I know Anthony Rizzo went out and said, there better be like 5 or 6 more before I die.
And then caught another home run ball.
Yeah, right. Well, was given a home run ball.
Right.
Was given a home
helmet
run
on that
ball.
one.
Yeah. Shout out to Nick Friedel for catching that home run ball and doing a great viral moment thing and giving it to Anthony Rizzo. That's the guy born in content right there. Yeah. Anyway, so the championship gate, when I first saw it, it looks cool, but I was always like, it should only be for the 2016 team. It should be a shrine to the 2016 Cubs. And then the more you look at it, the more it kind of is. But I just don't love the fact that there is that inclusion of 1907 and 1908 because there are these little snippets. But when I was talking about with Shay on Saturday morning, I was saying there should be like a little thing with the schedule and the roster and like some of the big moments from the season that are memorialized on like plaques almost on this thing. And they do kind of do that.
Yeah.
The roster's on there. There's a plaque of the celebration at the pitcher's mound after they did win it all. So I think they actually did a pretty good job with it. I wish it was just designated for 2016.
That's fair. Best part of it, maybe Theo's T-shirt.
The whole weekend? Oh, my goodness. He's walking around, and for those who didn't see it, Theo Epstein was walking around all weekend in a Twinkle Dee, Twinkle Dum T-shirt. So good.
It wasn't somebody. Was Jed also maybe?
Was it Jesse that said that? I can't remember who said it.
I think he said it without saying it.
Yeah, that someone else, that one of Twinkle Dee and Twinkle Dum was also spotted wearing said T-shirt as well. So I thought that was really funny. And for those who maybe aren't aware of this is all stemming back to a Bruce Levine private conversation that he decided to make public by accidentally tweeting it out.
Man down.
And he where he was referring to Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins as Twinkle Dee and Twinkle Dum, saying, hey, don't sell those. Hopefully the front office doesn't sell you guys out like they did last year.
As expected, I thought that both Jed and Carter handled it.
Yeah, they're not that upset by it. They probably got a good laugh out of it, and it's no hard feelings.
And they moved
I think
on.
Probably the bigger thing that it may expose is that there may be coaching staff members that feel that way about the front office. And I think that was the bigger story, not necessarily that Bruce tweeted it, because I don't think either one of Jed or Carter took that to heart as like a real dig at either of them, even though it clearly was.
I like the fact that they've tried to have fun with it as opposed to make something
for sure
bigger about it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is,
and
listen,
if the Cubs go out and quote unquote win the trade deadline, and to be honest, it probably goes either way, whether they do that or whether they have an absolute stinker of a deadline. Twinkle Dee and Twinkle Dum is going to be one of the things we probably remember most about this year.
Yeah.
Barring some sort of World Series championship.
I go back to that 2016 team, though. Not only they were the best in Major League Baseball, I always thought they were a very likable team.
For sure. Mm-hmm.
Especially with Joe. And I know, ultimately, they were basically in the most important moment. They were, hey, F him. We've got to do this on our own. But, the rally cry in some instances is just, it's that raw and that real. Yeah. But I thought overall, top to bottom, they were such a really likable team.
Yeah. I was offered tickets to Saturday, and that's why I ended up going. But I was even if I wasn't offered tickets, I was really going to consider going and buying tickets because of the fact that I saw what took place Thursday where they did that Lovable Reunion podcast. They did the live show at the Chicago Theater.
They did it with Theo, right?
I don't know if Theo
wasn't.
Well,
I
no,
thought it was
they just released the episode with Theo, but they did a live show with a bunch of the guys. It was like Lester, Montero, Arrieta, a bunch of the guys were there. And I saw that and it was like, this is kind of like I didn't have any interest really in going and seeing the show at first. But then I saw that, like some of the clips that came out of that, and I was like, starting to get a little bit of FOMO from this. And I was like, I'm going to start looking into Saturday. And then I ended up going. They did a really nice job. They had the whole red carpet thing where all the players came onto the field before the game and they're announcing them. And it was cool to see all those guys back together in like a public type setting. I know they did a little bit at Cubs convention.
Was anyone missing other than Chris Bryant?
Well, obviously, like
Javi.
Schwarber, Javi, Chapman were missing. I did a rough count, and I want to say I counted like 18 or 19 guys plus Madden, and then there were like 3 or 4 coaches that were there. So there was still like a significant chunk that were missing.
Now Bryant isn't actually playing, right?
No, he's not.
Yeah, that's
No.
why I figured that maybe he would have been part of it as well.
I'm interested to see when Chris Bryant's playing career is officially done, what his connection to Chicago is going to look like.
It just doesn't feel like it'll be warm and fuzzy the way it is with others.
Because of all of those guys, it felt like he was the one that was supposed to be the Cub for life.
Yeah.
And he ended up being one of the casualties of the 2021 deadline.
Yeah.
When the great sell-off of the entire 2016 team.
I've said all along, like, we've always had the conversation which fall from greatness was more steep or precipitous. Was it Chris Bryant or Derrick Rose? And I thought it was definitely Chris Bryant because I think he reached higher highs.
Interesting. Because I feel like when you're talking about them as individuals, they pretty much reached the same heights. Right? Like they both won MVP, they both won Rookie of the Year, a couple All-Star games.
Yes, but then when you factor in the
team success.
And not just that, but like his fall, Derek still went on and played.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
you know what? That's true.
Derek's performance,
yes.
After he was hurt, he was no
just
longer
retired like a year or two ago.
Chris Bryant has basically gone to Colorado and hit 15 home runs in 4 years.
Yeah.
So I think that
no, you know what? You're right. You actually swayed me there. I always kind of felt like it was Rose but you're right. It definitely is Chris Bryant.
Yeah, I mean his peak. Derek obviously never played
Derek
at the same level.
Derek had a 50-point game after he left here with Minnesota. Like,
I mean, and I'll give you the number of total home runs.
We may never see Chris Bryant have a 3-hit day ever again.
Oh, I mean, will he continue to? Aren't the Rockies more than likely trying to part ways with him?
Will he have an any hit day again?
Yeah.
I mean, this back injury stuff is really
like when you hear what it's like called a degenerative lumbar issue or something like that.
I don't think he's made a plate appearance this year.
I don't think he has. No. And it certainly is. But anyway, back to the celebration as a whole. One of the cool, obviously, like everyone's seen the viral moment now of Nick Friedel giving the ball to Rizzo when everyone will tell you that Rizzo caught the ball. He did not catch the ball. But Nick Friedel gives the ball to Rizzo, and there's like that cool moment of first baseman hitting a home run to the 2016 first baseman. Michael Busch homers out to the right field bleachers. And I thought it was cool, too, that these guys weren't in a suite. I thought that's one of the coolest parts.
They were with the fans?
They were with the fans. Yes and no with the fans. They were in like an isolated like bleacher area that's roped off. It's like a special like bleacher, not even suite, but it's like a sectioned off bleacher area. It's a premium ticket spot for a game. And I thought that was really cool because you could see them all out there together. Joe, Eddie Vedder, all the players. And just seeing that group together was really awesome. And then you had throughout the game, you had obviously Rizzo sitting in the bleachers. Jason Hayward and Dexter Fowler were sitting in the bleachers too. You'd see guys go in and out and sit in the bleachers among the fans. And then Anthony Rizzo, Jason Hayward, and Dexter Fowler all took it upon themselves. And I don't know if they were told to do this or what, but they walked around the stadium and like pretty much went by every section in the stadium.
Did they really?
They like took a lap around the stadium, waved. It wasn't
That's
like
what I said. Like that team is not only remembered as a fabulous team, but just a bunch of really good guys.
And that's one of the things about like ceremonies like this, your anniversaries where everyone gets back together. That's so fun. Is like you sometimes think to yourself, like, damn, like Dexter Fowler was such an important piece of that team.
Yeah.
And it's like there's the guys that you haven't thought of. Like obviously there's the banner marquee names. Lester, Arrieta, Bryant, Rizzo. But then I feel like celebrations like this are for the role guys more so than anything else at times.
Yeah. I mean, guys like Rizzo are going to be celebrated whenever
forever.
And
he may
every
have
week they come in.
Jersey retired. Yeah, like they're
for
around
Tommy
the team.
Listellas that don't get recognized every time they come to Wrigley.
And that's I think one of the cool parts is when you see those guys back and it's like, man, Fowler hits that leadoff home run in the World Series. You go, we go. And it was like he was such an important part of that team. And you see some of the other guys, Miguel Montero. And while he's my least favorite Cub of all time because of an interview he did with this show, it's like you see him and you remember he had some of the most important.
That's why you don't like him?
It is why I don't like him.
He was Arrieta's like personal catcher by the end of that 16 run.
And
too.
it's like that's a guy who he had some of the most important postseason RBIs in Cubs playoff history.
He was a really good guy too. He had a bad moment.
Yeah, he did.
He had a bad
He
moment.
did. For those who don't remember,
guy.
it was the day of the parade, right? And he may have been partying a little too much and
came on the show
and started bitching about his playing time in the playoffs.
Yes. But, I mean, like, we would have him on at different times and always a good dude.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he had a moment.
Yeah.
And I don't think you should hold that moment against him.
I am. I'm gonna.
I don't think you
should.
I don't think you should.
Mm-hmm. Although he may have company with Alex Bregman. Although Alex Bregman did hit a home run yesterday.
Yes, he did. He hit a couple. By the way, speaking of that, do you know how many games Chris Bryant has played with Colorado since
signing the deal?
Signing the deal.
So give me, how many seasons is that now? 4? 5?
This would be the 5th.
This is the 5th
but he has
season.
not made an appearance this year.
Okay, so in his last 5 baseball seasons that he's been a part of.
4 and change.
4 and change. I will say.
How many games he's played and how many home runs he's hit?
Well, you gave us the home runs.
Did
35 games.
I was giving you a guess.
Oh, you gave me a guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
35 is a little low.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
that's a good guess.
35. I'm going to guess he has played 90 games and has hit 10 home runs.
Charlie?
I was thinking a little lower. It's 65 games and
you guys are all
runs.
shooting way too low with the games.
Okay,
just so
I thought I
know.
might be shooting a little
way
low
too
with the
low
games.
with the games. Remember, like he was still playing in 2022, 2023.
Let's say 185 games.
Okay.
I'll say he hasn't done a full season yet. How about 150?
160.
Okay, 170. So Hannah's closest.
Okay.
He's played a total of 170 games with the Rockies.
I
And
stand
how
by
many
my
runs?
home run guess.
10? Charlie?
I'll go 12.
15.
17.
Okay.
Bang.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Old number
Chris
17.
Bryant, after the Cubs traded him to the Giants, right? Then signed with the Rockies. Isn't that how it went?
Yes. Mhm.
He was pretty okay on the Giants, right?
Yeah, he had a good close, if
Yeah,
I
in
remember
52
correctly.
games, he hit 7 home runs. He hit 262 and had an OPS of 788. And then, that year, for the year when they traded him, he obviously played 93 games with the Cubs, 52 with the Giants. For the season, he had 25 home runs, 73 driven in, and had an 835 OPS. Over the course of the next 4 years, he only played 170 games and 17 home runs. Now, you compare that with what Derek did after his.
Yeah, it's not even close. Derek may have averaged 20 for a season. Not that that's
and to this day, remember, he was the minor league player of the year. He was the rookie of the year.
College player of the year, too.
Yes, all of that. He was a World Series champion. He wasn't the MVP of the World Series, right? That was Zobrist.
No, that was Zobrist.
Mm-hmm. His 4-year run was unbelievable.
It was like Hall of Fame trajectory stuff out of the gate for him.
Yes.
From the time his
As a
final
rookie.
season in college to when he won an MVP in a World Series.
How about his first 3 years in 15, 16, and 17? As a rookie, he had 26 bombs and drove in 99, had an OPS of 858 and a 6 WAR. In the World Series championship year, he had 39 bombs, 102 driven in, hit 292, was on base 38.5% of the time, slugged 554. His OPS was 939 and had a WAR of 7.7. In 2017, he hit 29 home runs, drove in 73, had a 946 OPS and a WAR of 6.1.
Yeah. I mean,
those 3 years, there was no doubt he was Cooperstown headed.
Yes. I mean, the first 3 seasons of his career, he was well on his way to being a Hall of Famer.
His collective WAR in the first 3 years was what? Was 19.8? Think about that.
Looks about right, yeah.
19.8.
I mean, it is wild. It is absolutely wild to see. And that's why this 2016 team to me is so interesting from the standpoint of the legacies of all these guys as Cubs. And it's all kind of complicated.
It's totally complicated.
It's because
Schwarber has been marvelous.
Yeah.
He may hit 500 home runs and go into the Hall of Fame, and the Cubs didn't tender it.
Yeah, and he was the first guy off the team out of like the big core of guys, it felt like. And it's just, I can't believe some of the seasons that some of these guys have had and not had.
I mean, Javi goes to the Mets and actually played really well.
And then signs a big deal with the Tigers, was a disappointment, then becomes an all-star last year.
Yes.
And it's just kind of, you've ridden the roller coaster with Javi Baez. But if nobody from the 2016 Cubs gets their number retired, A, I wouldn't be shocked, and B, I wouldn't fight it.
No.
Because I don't know if there totally is anyone that deserves their number retired. I get that Rizzo's like the face of everything, but like Chris Bryant had the better stint with the Cubs.
Those 3 years were unbelievable. You thought for sure you had one of baseball's, it would go down as one of baseball's best.
Yeah. And like pitching wise, Kyle Hendricks was the longest tenured, but wouldn't it be kind of weird if they only retired Hendricks? Because he was the number 3 guy on that staff. It would just, everything about it would kind of feel weird. So you almost have to lump it all together and put Theo's name up there, because that's the only way to do it. Because he kind of encapsulates all of them at once.
It's interesting. But again, I think every time that, I have not yet got tired of them, and I'm not even the fan that you are. It's been 10 years. But again, I think collectively there's such a likable group. Maybe not to Sox fans. Hannah's probably puking in her mouth right now. But just in general terms, like, it doesn't feel like, look, after a while, everyone was complaining about the 85 Bears. Now, that has been a
for over 40 years now.
time. I get that. But I think that this group still has legs in terms of their likability.
Yep, I'm right there with you. All right, when we come back, it's LaMotta's list here on Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
The hospital wants payment for my accident injuries. Insurance keeps calling. I can't find a doctor who takes my plan. Nobody will give me a straight answer. Who is it?
Postman Law, Injury and Accident Attorneys. We're here to handle all of it. The medical bills, the insurance company, finding you the right doctor for your injuries, giving you one point of contact who actually picks up the phone. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Want to experience a true piece of Chicago history? Then you gotta check out Lawrence's Fish and Shrimp. What's up, it's J Hood. People come to Lawrence's for the famous large shrimp and whitefish chips, but they stay because it feels like home. Great food, great people, and a tradition that never goes out of style. So if you haven't been there yet, check it out. And if it's been a while, it's time to come back. Visit any of their 4 locations, Canal Street, Hillside, Evergreen Park, and Olympia Fields. And right now, if you use my code ESPN, you'll get 10% off your order. Oh, God.
Football season doesn't wait for kickoff. It starts with training camp. And Papa Magoo's in Shorewood is your spot
To get tuned up.
Grab the crew, catch the camp buzz, talk depth charts, rookies, and big expectations over an ice-cold Bud Light.
The NFL's official beer sponsor.
Great food, cold drinks, and that Sunday feeling before Sundays even get here. Papa Magoo's in Shorewood, where training camp meets game day energy all week long.
Must be 21. Enjoy responsibly.
Save big money at Menards. College move-in is just around the corner, and Menards has great deals on all the essentials, like storage organizers, laundry baskets, cleaning supplies, and more. Plus, find everything you need for a stylish and efficient space, including rugs, furniture, mini fridges, and other dorm room must-haves. Get ready for move-in day and head to Menards to make your space yours. And don't miss other great savings in our weekly flyer at menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
At Triton College, you'll be put on a path to achieve your degree or start a new career. Take convenient classes close to home that are comparable and transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you get a quality education that's affordable and taught by award-winning faculty with real-world experience. No matter who you are or what you aspire to be, there's a place for you. Triton College. Affordable, close to home. Triton College. Visit triton.edu/fall.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
This hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Merrillville. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
We're modifying this one this week to LaMotta's list. Love you'll be with us all week, right?
Correct.
Awesome. Good to have Hannah in. And what do we got?
All right, let's start this off with some Blackhawks. I guess it's not really news, but Connor Bedard did sign his extension officially for another 5 years. And last week it was reported that Patrick Kane was between basically 2 teams, either the Blackhawks or going back home to Buffalo. Bedard talked about Patrick Kane today, saying he would very much so welcome a reunion to Chicago. He said, I hope so. I don't know what I could say to persuade his decision, but I'll be so excited to have a player like that. That'd be incredible to get to play with him and learn from him. Hopefully he decides to come back. It would make us a way better team. So I guess that was kind of his pitch. Would you see, there's a lot of mixed reviews on Kaner coming back because part of the people are saying, I don't know if he fits with this group. The past is the past. Let him go home to Buffalo. But also, it would be pretty sick to see him back here. And it would be so cool to see them playing together.
This is home now.
Yeah. No, I mean,
listen, you guys are more educated hockey fans than I am, but I'd love to see Kaner back in a Blackhawks uniform.
Yeah, 1,000%. Would love to have Kane back here. He'd be one of your 6 forwards, no doubt. Like, he's not Patrick Kane what he used to be, but he still has something left in the tank.
I also think right now there's not a lot of hockey fever to go around because, Bedard's out for the first month or two now. They didn't really do much in the offseason. You traded away that 4th overall. So I think that would be a good boost for fans to be more excited.
I
at
think
least.
it also takes pressure off of Bedard because so much is being asked of him as like a face of the franchise. And if you bring Kane back, I feel like it takes Bedard out of that spotlight a little bit, and that might be what he needs.
That's a really good question for Pat Boyle, and maybe I'll send him a text. And I don't know if that's who Kaner is as a teammate. My guess is he's a brilliant teammate, not just a great player. Not the
I think
same
he
player
understands
he was
what his
before.
role is
But
now, too.
but I wonder if he, having Kaner in the locker room consistently and on the ice for practice and all that other stuff, just having him around the kid would be beneficial. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it would help him on, off the ice. I think it'd be great to have him back. Now, I will say that quote does read as I'd love to have him, but I know the front office isn't going to do it.
Interesting. I don't know what I got from that. I think ultimately I'm more so, what does Kane want to do? Does Patrick Kane want to end his career possibly trying to get another, Stanley Cup with the Sabres, who are up and coming?
Which is also his hometown, by the way.
That's his hometown. Buffalo. Or come back and have a, success story homecoming with this young Blackhawks team, trying to have some fun with it. Where are his priorities in terms of that?
It's one of those things. I wouldn't blame him for either decision.
Yeah.
Because if he wants to win now, he's not coming here.
Right.
He's going home. But if he wants to come back to the organization where he was, became a Hall of Famer, then I would have no problem with that either. I wouldn't look at him and go, wow, I don't know why you're not chasing a ring. I mean, he's earned the right to make this decision, and good for him either way.
Right. No, I'm with you.
We'll see.
I know they're not like in the same conference anymore. It pisses me off he's on the Red Wings, and it'll piss me off if he finishes his career on the Red Wings. Like, I know
agree.
it's not really that kind of rivalry anymore. It still just bugs me.
I agree. We got some NFL. It's been list season, and I know Waddle, you
love a good
you
NFL
weren't in
list.
the end of last week, but Courtney Cronin came out with an article talking about 5 Chicago Bears players with most at stake for training camp. Do you want to take a guess at what of some of those players were?
I would still stick with, I think we had this conversation either late 2 weeks ago or early this past week. I would still say it's Rome. And I think he's a fantastic young player. But he wasn't a pick of Ben Johnson's, and that doesn't mean he can't be here for an extended period of time. But you've got young, cost-controlled playmakers. And I just feel, Rome can establish himself as a one, but I think he has to if he wants to be here and get paid $25 to $30 million a year. So I think for Rome, for him, I think this is, he's got... Obviously, Caleb Williams, he obviously make the case. It goes without saying. Now you can put him wherever you want on different lists. He had some fabulous moments last year, but some obvious areas where he needs to get better. If he can prove that he's made the improvements or he's made the progress in certain areas, and now we're all talking about, I don't care if he's 10 or 13 or he's 9 or he's top 5, and he joins that group of either the elite or just outside the elite, that to me is the most important singular player part of it. But, I think that Rome is certainly close. He's 1A for sure.
Yeah, she wrote on here.
Did she number the players,
She
by the way?
didn't. No,
Okay.
it was just 5.
It was just 5.
Rome was the last on the list, but I don't think that there's any.
Was Caleb one of
numerical-
them?
No.
Really?
The other players
'Cause I
were Dio, Braxton Jones, Kyler Gordon, and Tyreek Stevenson. I also think Jervon Dexter should be on here.
I think that list could, I mean, everyone's
but-
list is their list, but Jalen Johnson could be on that list as
Right.
well.
And I think with Rome, the thing is she talks more so about him, is he going to be the top? Is he going to be wide receiver 1? And, what is the stress fracture? What are we going to see from that this year? But I definitely think that he's probably run away most. I don't know.
Well, think about it too, like not to be repetitive because we did have this conversation a while ago, but if he doesn't establish himself as like a legitimate one.
Right.
then I don't know how likely it will be that his long-term, stay is. I think then it becomes a question.
Yeah.
Because
listen,
if he has another 650-yard receiving season and with 40 catches and 5 touchdowns, you're not going to pay him.
Well, and not just that, you're not going to pick up his 5th-year option.
Correct.
Probably.
But, again, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here or Donnie Downer that, I'm not saying he can't do that. I think he can.
Yeah.
But I think it's imperative for him if he wants to have that long career here in Chicago, because we know the guy that's in charge of everything can identify guys and, really wants a list of his people.
Like if Rome...
It's either two things. You're either... He either selected you or you impressed him so much that he loves keeping you and will definitely pay you. So I think that's where Rome is.
Like Rome could be in a tricky spot because let's say he doesn't clearly establish himself as the number one guy. Let's say he has 800 or so yards and plays a good chunk of the season, but it feels like an 800-yard season. But let's say Xavier Thomas, the guy who they drafted out of LSU this past draft, has kind of the same season that we saw Luther Burden have last year, where maybe it wasn't a ton of things going on early, but at the end of the year, you're like, oh boy, this guy's got some juice to him. Are you picking up Rome's 5th-year option?
Well, listen,
then?
that's the point. And go back to Detroit, because if you're trying to project what he will be here in Chicago, in some ways, I think it's beneficial to look at how he handled things in Detroit. And I know he wasn't the head coach, but you're not signing Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was a 4th-round pick, to the monster contract unless Ben's like, absolutely.
Right.
And look, I think that if Rome wants to get paid like Amon-Ra, you got to start playing like Amon-Ra.
Right. He's
some
far
of that's
from
the
that,
quarterback as well. Look, I did a lot of comparison with catch rate and all that other stuff. Some of that's on the QB.
Off-target rate was pretty high.
Off-target rate was too high. So it's not all on Rome.
You can't catch what's not catchable.
Exactly. So I get all of that stuff. But I think when you boil it all down, he's on that list of guys with, that have the, most approved.
Yep.
All right. The Athletic, the survey for the fan results came out last week, and we have some of the topics here where fans are feeling when it comes to Caleb Williams specifically, Ben Johnson specifically, and the Bears in general. So we have this about Williams. Where do you expect to see the most growth from him? And 57.7% say accuracy, 37.7 early game performance, deep ball 1.8, and 2.8 others. So
I think accuracy and early game performance go hand in hand.
I agree.
When you talk about first 15 scripts and just if he is a more accurate quarterback next year, naturally you're just going to see a lot more early game success.
Think about it too. Like all of those explosive, magical plays usually come with a bunch of horrible mistakes because you're hero balling it. That wasn't the case. Like you had a lot of those magical moments, but there were very few of boom goes the dynamite moments.
Right.
Like he didn't turn it over. There weren't fumbles. He didn't have a ton of interceptions. Like he did a really good job taking care of the football and not taking a ton of negative plays.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
we got another one here. We got, how confident are you in Ben Johnson as head coach? And then what impressed you most about his first season? And how players responded to him kind of took the cake with that. There's some other, play calling, personality, but
I would say the two things that I was most impressed with regard to him, the first thing is he wasn't overwhelmed being the guy that was in charge of the offense and the head coach. That was one of the things that you had
adapting
to find out.
to the job. I think I'm with you. Mm-hmm.
That was part of it. And I think his willingness to hold everyone accountable, even the guys that were supposed to be the stars of the team.
Remember the first practice we went to? And he just absolutely reamed out Cole Kmet?
Yes.
When did we ever see? And
he
not to
wasn't
say
on
it
the
didn't
line.
happen, but
he was supposed to be, I think he was supposed to be on the line of scrimmage, and he was off the line of scrimmage. Yeah. No, you're right. It was a good memory.
I'm actually surprised that game and clock management isn't a little bit higher just because of what we had seen in the past.
That's true.
I guess maybe this is supposed to be normal that he's handling it well, so people aren't seeing it as a big deal. But I thought, unironically, people would be like, oh, yeah, like it's great to finally have a coach that.
Yeah. Like play calling is second on this list in terms of like what it garnered. But I'm almost wasn't impressed by play. And not to say it like I wasn't impressed, but it's like I kind of expected that. And he just kind of did what I expected him to do. And he did it at an extremely high level. So it was just,
I agree.
It lived up to all the hype and everything.
I think it was how he handled the dual role of being in charge of the offense and the head coach, and how he earned the respect of the team, and the team was totally following him as the season went on. And it's the one thing I would also say about Caleb that it was most pleasant to see was when you got into the back half of that season, that team followed him. They knew the kind of competitor he was, how hard he played, how much work he put in. And when Joe Tooney and Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson are looking back at you and you have a response in the huddle, that's when you earn the respect of some of these, grizzled veterans.
Yep, absolutely.
A few more topics. We have which 2025 draft pick are you most excited about in year 2? Loveland run away with it. Luther Burden's included in there. And which position concerns you least? Obviously, tight end. Letter grade for Kevin Warren. There's an F on there.
Yeah.
And most people think that they are going to win 10 games, which I probably agree with that as well.
I have them picked as 10 and 7 as well, and in the postseason.
So always good to see that.
Colston, the rookie question, it's interesting because who are you most excited for in year 2? Yeah, it's going to be the offensive guys, but the most important guy for next season of the rookies, in my opinion, is Shamar Turner. Like
he's got to make an impact.
If he can live up to being a second-round pick, then all right.
And that's largely because you already know that the other guys are going to be huge contributors.
Yeah. Dude, Colston Loveland, I think I kind of go back and forth. Is he my second or third favorite athlete in the city right now? It's like PCA 1, and then like I go back and forth with him and Caleb Wilson. Because I like Caleb Wilson, I've started to really.
Well, I mean, don't forget, Caleb Williams is only a year longer in, he only has 1 year more in the the NFL than Colston does.
Loveland, yeah.
So I mean, people forget he's still a really young player. This is his third season. So
really quickly, I need one more topic because my life was changed yesterday. I saw AC/DC live for the first time in my life, and let me tell you, Brian Johnson.
Your life?
Brian Johnson is 78 years old, and Angus Young. This video of Angus Young on stage.
How old is Angus Young now?
71. He had a 20-minute guitar solo. And
Did you take this video?
No. This is but this is what he was doing all night.
I mean, that's what he did 30 years ago,
exactly.
40 years ago.
My mind was blown. And even Brian Johnson, the lead singer, because of the wildfire smokes and stuff, he was very much so struggling. And he was like, I can't breathe right now. But they put on a show, and it was a Camp Randall Stadium, I think that's what it is. In Madison. Sold out.
Sold out Camp Randall.
Wow.
AC/DC played Wrigley last year, I believe, too.
It was amazing. They played Soldier I couldn't get tickets the first leg of the tour. But that was a life-changing experience to see that live. I'm so glad I got to do that.
Awesome.
So, shout out to them.
Didn't know AC/DC still had it. Unk still got it.
Unk still got it.
Unk still got it. All right. All right, we'll wrap the show next here. Good list there, Hannah. We will close things out coming up next here on Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Hey guys, it's Tyler. I had myself a time yesterday on the course, and I couldn't have done it without my friends over at Pins and Aces. All my Pins and Aces gear was getting plenty of compliments, the hat, the polo, all that good stuff, a head cover in my bag as well. And if you need to revitalize your game and your golf gear, check them out at pinsandaces.com. They're currently running a great promotion as well. Use code ESPN for 20% off your order. That's code ESPN for 20% off. You're going to get an incredible deal to get their amazing selection at a discount. They stand out. That's one thing about them. whenever you're on a golf course, you can always sense when there's pins and aces in someone's bag or as their apparel because it looks different, whether it's the head covers, the polos, or any of their other gear. I had been tired of a bunch of my old stuff, and Pins and Aces helped me refresh my entire golf wardrobe. Their clothes are super comfortable, and they look great on and off the course. You can wear them to work, to dinner, and, of course, on the course as well. They've got head covers, bags, gloves, ball markers, hats, and anything else you may need as well. Plus, they embody what golf should be, and that is fun. So have fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it. Check them out at pinsandaces.com today and use promo code ESPN for 20% off your order. That's code ESPN for 20% off at pinsandaces.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. If you're like me, you've probably used chat to research just about everything, including home improvement projects. But when it came to replacing my windows and doors, I forgot all the prompts. I got a company that I called, and that's Window Nation. One of the things I love is how simple they made the process. Most installations are completed in just one day, and I raved about the crews and how they left my home. Here's something else to think about. If you're considering replacing your HVAC system, do not overlook your windows. Drafty windows force your heating and cooling system to work harder, costing you more every month. Don't let that happen. New windows from Window Nation help keep your home comfortable year-round while reducing energy waste. This month, save 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payment until 2028. Every window is backed by a lifetime transferable warranty, and every installation is double and triple checked for quality. Get a free quote today at windownation.com. I'm telling you, Window Nation's the real deal.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
$9 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $9 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
At Triton College, there's a path for everyone. Earn your degree or start a new career with affordable, quality classes close to home, taught by award-winning faculty with real-world experience. Visit triton.edu/fall. Triton College, there's a place for you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, dude. It's been fun.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Always a blast.
Thanks to Hannah Lamada. Thanks to Charlie
didn't
Bevins.
in there after 2 5-hour energy drinks.
He did not. He's actually been, I feel like, at his calmest.
Yeah, I didn't. It never affected him. He's a pro.
Got me to my baseline.
Yeah, it did. Got me to the baseline.
Cancels out when you have 2. All right, that's going to do it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow. You'll be on the golf course tomorrow?
I will. I have a golf event I'm going to be
So it'll
at.
be myself and Jesse Rogers. We will have...
Hey, buddy.
Buster Olney in studio tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Jesse's very excited about
A lot more
this.
baseball.
So we'll be having a lot of baseball conversation. We'll talk to you tomorrow. White Sox and Rangers coming up at 6:30 for Jeff Miller's pregame. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Drive home safely, Chicago. Beep, beep. Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smile.